Holy shit. Fuck. Alright, imps. This is public enemy number 1. The greatest harm to trans women and women all across the web. Coming into you from the autonomous zone in the flame-ridden Seattle. You understand? You understand the hate that's been thrown on me? And I will never, ever apologize because I am public enemy number 1 of the gaming simps at DGG. Hey everybody, how's it going today? How y'all doing? Huh? How we doing? How we doing, imps? Hello, everyone. Hello, my lovely imps and many of my haters. Today has been an interesting day. I have never had someone write a manifesto about me, but I have today. Today, I experienced the first internet guy write a manifesto about me. Yeah, it's a very weird experience. You had us in the first half? Yeah, I know. Listen, I love you all very much. Do you think, listen to me, do you think that me, Demon Mama, is gonna come on stream and give you some boring ass stream where I'm like picking my nose and fucking, I don't know, just like going like this and going, oh, guys, oh, here's my dumb half-baked opinion. Nah. You come here to watch my fucking show, to hear some high-effort opinions. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. It's getting a little old. Some of it started to wear off a little bit. But yeah. Fully baked opinions. No half-bacon going on here. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan. I know you've been dealing with a lot. Anyway, hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for being here today. We got a fucking lot to talk about, don't we? We got a lot to talk about. And we're going to even be having some fun later in this stream. Later in the stream, I'm going to debate and talk to people while playing some video games because that's really fun. And I never, ever do that. It's been so long since I've had a gaming stream where I just talk to people while gaming. I always am doing this fucking shit. So later on, we'll chill. We'll have a nice way to welcome in the new year. Yeah, we'll do some video games and we'll talk on some people because some people have wanted to talk to me about this. Like, just so you know, like, okay, let me just prep everything here. First of all, let me just check in on YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube chat. We have 119 viewers and only 31 likes. Please like the stream. I would really appreciate it if you could, bump that up a little bit. It would be really, really nice. Likes are free, but they help me do my job. So if you could tap in some likes there, I would really appreciate that. You're here to sad post? Don't sad post. I guess sad posting is okay if you're in pain. Have I played all of the Dark Souls games? Yes, I have. Did you see Merrick is supposed to talk with the Descrub King? Well, good luck, Merrick. I hope you have better luck with DGG than I have. Yeah, we'll see how that goes. That's okay. Did you watch Vosh say he wants to do more game streams and debates? Yeah, but I've wanted to do that for a long time too. Like, we do kind of like similar vein of content. Like, what's wrong with that? Like, literally everybody does that, right? I never do that. When was the last time? Last time was Hedon, right? Not everything. Vosh doesn't come up with every idea. It's fun. Literally, how many people in this space do that? Me. Although I will say, Vosh's last night extravaganza, although I missed the last half of it because I was arguing with a family member. Wait, okay, real quick. Just what the fuck actually happened? There was a person screaming from my TV. I left Vosh on in the living room on the TV, and then I heard someone absolutely fucking screaming about like, we're gonna rise up, we're gonna, I don't even know what it was. What the fuck was that? Paul?
Happy New Year.
Are they okay?
I'm going to start a chart T in 1 week.
Oh, Paul. Uh-oh. They were not okay? Yikers. Oof. Hey, thank you so much for the dono or super chat. Let me just say. That was a super chat. Thank you very much. And congratulations, Ania. Yeah. You're doing a speed paint? Fuck yeah. That's awesome. Speed painting is excellent. Okay. All right. Someone mentally ill and on drugs came on and cried about fashion. They're fine. They sent my mod a selfie and went to bed after. All right. Well, okay. That's good. That's good. Well, I'm glad they're doing okay. I heard them screaming. I was like, what the fuck is going on? But I was literally on the phone arguing with a family member. So, yeah. You know how holidays are. You know, arguing, you know, those sort of things. Okay, so let's talk. Yeah, it was a little concerning. I heard it and I was like, well, is there somebody dying in the middle of my living room? And then I went out there and my partner was like at the TV and I was like, anyway, I got to go back and talk to my family member. So, yeah, so as you all have known, I have been labeled public enemy #1 by DGG, an active harm to women and trans people everywhere. All of this by the incredibly enlightened straight cis gamer guys over at DGG. Incredible. Yeah, it's amazing. It's actually incredible. It's amazing how anybody who ever disagrees with them, even a little bit, somehow is a harm to all things good. Oh, are you a woman and you disagree with Destiny at all? Well, you're a harm to women. She is actively harming women. She is actively harming trans people. She is actively harming the left. It's actually hilarious. Oh my God, it's ridiculous the level of anger that we have witnessed from DGG in the fallout of the debate 2 days ago. True, Gayfesh. Hey, thank you so much. Now, you know what?
Happy New Year, DGG simps be gone, Mama Mold.
Yeah, Mama Mold. I am single-handedly destroying women. It's really funny. Do you know how instantaneously it took one disagreement with Destiny for me to instantly and in their spheres permanently be labeled a screaming SJW idiot? Let me just show you something. I retweeted here. We're going to be going over some tweets because there's a lot of drama to go over, and you know that's what you have to do when you got to deal with this drama. But I just want to show you like some of the shit that I've had right here. Look at this. You want to see a great example of this? Here we go. Let me just show you this. Speaking from experience, you sounded like the exact type of person that encouraged me to be extremely right-wing back in the day and totally warped my sense of these ideas in their most charitable form. Literally just a trans woman disagreed with me on something, so I became a Nazi. Just remember, if you are no longer right-wing, but you are saying that, a trans woman with some personality who's willing to engage in heated debate is what made you into a Nazi. Notice he said extremely right wing. I'm sorry, but you might still be a Nazi. You might still be stupid. You might still actually be an idiot. If you are so stupid that one triggered SJW public enemy #1 named Demon Mama on YouTube.com can turn you into a Nazi, just saying you might not actually have a good process for determining morality and politics in your mind. My behavior looks optically bad for the left. Not I'm reverting back to a Nazi because a woman was loud online. Vermin, I'm not kidding you. The derangement in this, like we're going to read over a little bit of Scrub King's stream on me. Or not his stream, his unhinged tweet thread about how I'm doing active harm. Literally, these people believe that if you disagree with them, then you're harming everything good in the world. And here's the thing, Destiny doesn't consider himself a leftist, but somehow I'm harming the left. Scrub King doesn't even consider himself a feminist, or at least he had some critiques of being a feminist, and yet I'm harming feminism. Neither of them are trans women, and yet I'm harming trans women. Neither of them even care. It's so ridiculous, and yet I am the most dangerous bad person that's ever existed. The uncharitability with which DGG and all of the Destiny simps that are out there have engaged with me is unbelievable. Let's go. Let's just real quick. Let's steel man their position. In the most justified version of Destiny's position and Scrub King's position, I was mildly bad faith in one argument. I was mildly bad faith in one argument, and that justifies them saying that I am a harm to women, I am a harm to trans people, and I should be deplatformed. And mind you, they are advocating for me to be deplatformed. You think this isn't cancel culture? This is literally canceling. They are actually trying to cancel me. It's fucking hilarious. And you know what's even funnier? What's even funnier is that they can't even tell the truth about the most basic facts. Do you want to know an example of this? Let me show you how dishonest these people are, how deluded they are, and how much they think that I'm some kind of delusional screaming SJW while they actively participate in a parasocial cult of personality. Watch this. Let me just show you. Here, I got it right here. Where's this fucking thread? Here we go. Here's Mouthy Infidel. And you know what? I know Mouthy Infidel a little bit. Mouthy Infidel, like, loves edgy fucking streamers. He loves edgy jokes. He's defended Vosh over the whole N-word thing. He's defended Destiny over that shit. Do you think that accusing somebody of wanting government-mandated GFs is labeling them as harmful? And I said right here, I'm like, you're all so emotional about this. You can't even get the joke right. I joked about compliments, not GFs. It's in the title. Watch this. Ready? I'm about to blow all your minds with truth. Ready? Hold on. Oh, let's go to Demon Mama's channel. Oh, what's Demon Mama up to? Let's go to my channel. Huh. Oh, wait, here it is. Government-mandated compliments from women? Da Scrub King weighs in. Literally lying. Literally can't even be charitable. They're so lost in their worship for Destiny, they can't even be fucking charitable with the jokes. They can't even get my jokes right. They fucking hate my guts so goddamn much, they won't even accurately report the jokes. Yeah, they always say it's just a joke. Remember when Destiny screamed obscenities over me in front of his family? And it was just, he was just mocking you. Literally multiple people. By the way, I've had like 15 conversations with people about this, and so many people are simping for Destiny. They're like, well, he was mocking you. He wasn't engaging in bad faith. Fuck you. Are you serious? You don't think it's bad faith when you literally lie to somebody and have them on your show and then scream obscenities over them and then label them as a public threat to your audience explicitly? Come on. You people are deluded. You're deluded. You do not have a grasp on reality. It's hilarious how bad it is. And it starts to make me feel like I'm dealing with like Trumpers. And you know what's really funny? You want to know what's funny about all of this? I have never ever had this much vitriol and delusional hero worship bullshit from any community I've ever engaged with. I've gone after right-wingers you wouldn't believe, but you talk to DGG one time and it will never end until they try to take you down. They are obsessed. They have nothing in their lives except for Destiny. They live every day on stream with Destiny, 8 hours a day, watching him eat and wipe his ass and fucking sniff and fart and whatever. And they're like, oh, Steven, I'll defend Steven online. They all call him by his first name. It's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. And yeah, and like respond to emails and like do his taxes. And they're like, ooh. Yeah, everybody, sometimes you gotta sniff. All right, everybody. From now on, I'm going to be streaming my life every day. For the first 6 hours of the day, you'll be able to watch me streaming. Then you will see me get up out of bed and go to the bathroom, brush my teeth, and then I'll come back on stream and I'll talk to you about how good my breakfast was, and I'll tell you you're all my personal friends who I know really well. Oh, please, just call me by my first name. Please don't call me Demon Mama. Don't pretend. Let's not pretend that we're watching a channel, that we're learning things and having fun on the internet. No, instead, I would like you to refer to me as my personal friend, and I would please like you to send me money for doing the bare minimum possible for the last, 2 years or so. Come on. This is silly. This is silly. Oh, yes, my first name is actually Demon. I realized the other day that two people he's friends with, Mooten and Dan, were once viewers. It makes sense since no one but his simps would be friends with him. Yeah, isn't it really weird? Hold on a second. I just want to point something out. Destiny has burned bridges with every single person who has a drop of independence in his entire life. And the only people who he has kept around consistently are two people who are yes men. They are literal sideshow characters in his show. They go on his show and that's their personality. They are a figment of his show. I'm not pathologizing his friendships, you sensitive little snowflake. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here. It's actually hilarious. This is what he lives on stream, my dude. I'm not pathologizing his friendships. You want to talk about pathologizing? Talk about the people who are unironically saying, oh, Demon Mama argued with Destiny and didn't think he was right and didn't worship the ground that he steps on. Oh my God, I'm going to have a public meltdown and tweet 40 to 50 times at this content creator. Holy shit. You think I'm the crazy one? Holy shit. You think I'm the crazy one when you are literally pursuing random content creators that you think that disagreed with Destiny and writing essays upon essays, manifestos about how insane I am and how unhinged and a danger to women online you are. And you think I'm the crazy one. Are you for real? Is this real? Do I live in reality, or has 2020 just completely broken everyone's minds? Because it feels like at least DGG's mind is snapped in half with hero worship. Yeah, it does. It has the same fucking energy. I agree, Vermin. There's like one, okay, let me tell you a quick story. I'm going to tell you a story. One time, I had a totally methed out guy freak out at me at a public beach. This was a long time ago. I was working on a little video shoot with my friend's band, and this guy who was clearly inhibited, was like freaked out, and he pursued me into the woods when I was trying to go back to my car. He pursued me into the woods, and he was screaming, "You're a fucking liberal Eric Clapton, music playing, artsy fartsy liberal piece of shit, and I ought to drown you in the lake." The guy was totally off his rocker. Never seen him before. That is the only other time I've ever had someone as mad at me as when Destiny fucking shat his pants on stream the other day. That's the only other time in my life I've ever had anyone that mad. It's actually hilarious. And what am I? I'm like a 100 viewer Andy, and these people literally cannot handle. They literally cannot fucking handle me disagreeing with them. And they have had to bend over backwards to lie about how I'm actively pursuing damaging women online and trans people online because I won't let the gamer bros be the only voice for reason. Oh God, won't the gamers save us? Please. I hope his supply is high, Hunter. Yeah, so, this has been a very, very interesting saga. But I don't know. I just find it like, it's galling how low the bar is, how much they will apologize. These fans of Destiny will apologize for anything he does. He could literally personally choke their child to death, and they would be like, well, he probably had a good reason for it. In his perspective, that child was bad faith. He was bad faith. The kid was engaging in bad faith. It literally doesn't matter. They will come up, it's just like Donald Trump. Unironically, reminds me of Trump fans. They will justify anything he does because to deny that, to accept that Destiny has done something wrong is to invalidate their identity because they've built their identity around Destiny. Yeah, oh, of course. I mean, Vermin, we saw that, right? He was watching my content with almost no commentary and was getting a stream of endless donos. Okay, cool. Imagine being in the state where you would give money to someone to be ignored. Like, his donations pop up on the screen and they play everything and he ignores them. Imagine that. Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. And I'm the one. Yeah, listen. But Vermin, Vosh actually reads his donos. And I know he won't be able to read all of them, but come on. Destiny never even tries. I don't think I've seen Destiny read out a dono in the last 2 years. At least some people have a fucking shot. At least people in Vosh's chat have a fucking shot. His text to speak that's constantly going yeah. Nice and meme. So yeah, I don't know. This has been one of the funniest chapters of my entire life. And oh my God, it's just wild. Here, let me just show you. Let's get into this. So first of all, I want to show you this. This is really funny. I want to show you one of the best memes that came from the debate. Are you ready? 7777777. Yeah, exactly, that thing. Here we go. I'm gonna show you how definitely not mad Destiny is. Are you ready? Do we all remember this meme? Here we go. Let's watch live how definitely not mad and definitely not...
Speaking of paying to be ignored. Lol, just kidding.
Thank you so much,
This
Jan.
auto-renew thing is buggered.
Thank you so much. Ready? Watch this. Ready? Here we go. I will do what Destiny does. No commentary.
When you scream
Wait,
over and over again, are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad?
Wait,
Are you
wait,
mad?
wait,
Are you mad?
wait,
Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you? When you scream
Wait,
over and over
you-
again, are you
wait.
mad? Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you mad?
Wait,
Are
do
you
you
mad?
think-
Are you mad?
wait,
Are you mad? Are you mad? Are you? When
Yeah, so yes. Definitely not like unhinged, cringy, weird old man who doesn't know how to make comedy anymore. Do you remember when Destiny used to be kind of funny? Do you remember when he used to put effort into his content and now all he does is just go and scream over other people? Do we remember? Yeah, nothing I do is performative. When the fuck did Destiny get like this? Well, he's been like this for a little while, to be completely honest. Did you ever see? Listen, I'm gonna be a little edgy here. Did you ever see his engagements with Vosh? Listen. I watched that. Vosh was so fucking nice to Destiny. Destiny talked down to him, condescended to him, treated him like shit, treated him like fucking subhuman all 4 times that he was on, and Vosh just sat there and fucking took it and actually tried to engage in good faith. And then they had and then after that, for the last 6 months, Destiny has constantly pushed a conspiracy that Vosh and Vermin and everyone even closely associated with Vosh at all, anybody even loosely associated with Vosh, are part of a conspiracy to get him down, which he openly admitted to believing that on the discussion I had with him, accusing anybody, including Conyer, Cyberwitch Lexi, anybody vaguely attached to Vosh of being in a secret conspiracy to destroy his career. Meanwhile, let me just show you another little quick clip. You wanna see what Destiny has to fucking say about shit? You remember what he said about me? Let me just grab this actual clip. I didn't have it queued up, so let me just grab this right here. Here we go. Let's watch some of what Destiny had to say here. Wait, what the fuck? I fucked it up. Here we go. I guess it could.
Thank you. I'm so happy that you walked back every single argument that you gave. You are a worthless fuck piece of shit. Have a wonderful night. All right, done with that. Okay, give me somebody to host. I'm gonna go party with Melina and Mootin and Dan. This piece of trash is gone. There's no point in saying anything else to him because that person is a fucking loser. Who else do we have? We've got Miss Tricky.
Oh wait, where's the other part? Did that part not get put in? Where's the other part? Hold on, I have it here. I thought that was in there. Where's the part where he goes on about me being a harm to society? That's in here. I guess.
Attention to Demon Mama. Scrub King, if you want to go argue with her, you'll
Here
get
we go.
viewers, that's fine. Honest to God, I think she's a worthless piece of shit that nobody should listen to. She actively harms the trans community. She actively harms any, like, SJW, like, left-leaning social causes. She actively harms women. She actively harms discourse on Twitch. Like, she actively harms, like, any community she would ever try to advocate for or speak on behalf of. Like, she is an incredibly damaging, disgusting, vitriolic, harmful figure to any of these causes on Twitch.
Incredibly damaging, disgusting, vitriolic person. I should be ignored. People should stop platforming me. Nice. Nice. Why is he in his kitchen? He's not. He's in his mom's kitchen. Yeah. Vermin, I don't know. Like, I think it was probably a slip up. I'm going to be completely honest. I think it was probably a slip up. Do you know what I have more of a problem with? I have more of a problem with him going on and explicitly stating that I am a damage and a threat to harm to trans people and to women, that I am a disgusting and vitriolic person. This coming from Destiny, mind you. Yeah, it's really funny because remember, in all of this hyperbole about how I'm the worst person on the planet, public enemy #1, and actively damaging people, shouldn't be platformed. Oh, I'm a horrible, horrible person. At the end of all of this, all I ever did was criticize him. I never went after his career. I, in fact, specifically said that I disagreed with people who went after his career. I literally said very clearly what I disagreed with him. But yeah, it's all good. Remember, when somebody, what do we think? What do we think? Do we think that it's Destiny who's fucking pissed? Do we think it's Destiny who's lying? Huh. Nice, Destiny. Destiny to one of his mods. I'm not going to enforce any rules protecting transphobes, and both Demon Mama and Mel are transphobic. I'd love a citation for that. Now I'm transphobic too. This is literally, unironically, the exact same thing that Destiny says, oh, it's canceled because they're trying to cancel me. And yet he's actually personally directing people to deplatform me and highlighting me as some kind of a harm to trans people. I would love to see how you do that. It's so fucking good. This is so, ooh. Who would Mr. Mutant be? I don't know. He's doing the same shit. He does this to anyone who disagrees with him. Here's the secret. He does this to anyone who disagrees with him. Destiny is, he believes that he is God who cannot ever be fucking wrong. This guy engages like this with anyone who actually, look at the fucking public friendships he's burnt. Look at the bridges he burns. The number of people who are literally scared to engage with his community because of how abusive and fucked they are. And you want to say I'm a threat to women? You want to say I'm a threat to trans people? That I'm a threat to Twitch? Dude, you got banned off Twitch. Twitch ditched your ass. Twitch ditched your ass. You can't talk shit about Twitch. Twitch didn't ditch my ass. Twitch ditched your ass. You got your ass ditched after a 10-year relationship with Twitch because you put your foot in your mouth so many times, and yet I'm the one doing harm to Twitch. Nice try. Nice try. Oh, what a wild ride. I think Vosh is incredibly nice to Destiny, and I understand why. Okay? I get it. I'm nice to Vosh, right? I think Vosh is a cool person. I think Vosh is very nice to Destiny. I think Destiny has been incredibly disrespectful to Vosh. By the way, I'm answering something from YouTube chat, if you're wondering. I think Destiny has been disgustingly bad faith with Vosh, and Vosh has forgiven him many, many times. And I wouldn't do that, personally. I don't think it's a character fault. I just wouldn't do that. I don't have the patience to forgive someone who goes bad faith and straight up lies to my face multiple times. Like, I mean, we all remember the first conversation where Vosh literally watched Destiny's conversation about just move 5-head, and then Destiny literally lied to his face after it was just watched on stream. Yeah. And then he proceeded to freak out and call Vosh some like dumb fuck, some sort of like dumb fuck suburbanite college kid liberal. Like, come on. This is so sad. This is what Destiny, the champion of debate. Are you kidding me? For real? This ain't gonna be hard at all. 5 years from now, you're looking at a new champ. There you go. I'm a transphobe because I'm not a model minority. Any trans person who isn't perfect is a bad person who should be destroyed. Yeah, it's kind of weird. We've talked about this before. Remember I talked about how if a trans person ever makes it into a position of any level of public like what's the word? Of public renown, if you make it to any level of public renown, you will be scrutinized to a degree that no one else is. To no degree that anyone else is. You will have to be perfect, and if you're not, they'll destroy you. And much like happens to ContraPoints, much like happens to every single trans person who steps into the public eye, you will be bombarded until either you keep going and ignore these people, or they bully you out of the space. Why do you think there are so few women? Why do you think there are so few trans people? Why do you think there are so fucking few minorities in these spaces? Because they get harassed to fucking shit. This is what happens. Remember, all I fucking did was disagree with Destiny on one fucking super toxic behavior he had on Twitter, and that started all of this. And then I disagreed with the Scrub King, and admittedly, the latter half of the conversation got a little spicy. I don't think I was the only one being spicy in the latter half of that discussion by any means. What with the Scrub King going, oh, she's such a dumb fuck. oh, she's such a dumb fuck. And you think I was the only one being spicy in the second half of that engagement? Are you for real? Are you people like, do you think I don't see this? Do you think this fools everyone? You people, holy shit. Literally, for an hour. Wait, you weren't the only one being spicy in the last half of that talk. Yeah, it's my job to coddle everyone while they fucking shit on me and ignore me. Holy shit. It's actually ridiculous. It's actually unbelievable. The double standard that's upheld for dude bro gamer who drops the fucking end slur and shit, like versus, oh, random trans person who happens to disagree with you. It's hilarious, the double standard. Unbelievable. Now remember, if for those of you who don't recall, now here's the funny part. Most people didn't see the entire beginning of the conversation I had with the Scrub King. The one where I invited him on and I said, hey, like this meme, my chat thought it was kind of cringe, but we wanted to get into it and figure it out. You know, we wanted to figure out what was actually going on. And then we talked about, okay, so it's probably mostly a semantic disagreement. And then I explicitly asked the Scrub King, do you mind if I like probe your ideas a little more? Because I feel like there are some problematic elements of this meme that I would like to talk about. And then we started to talk about it, and then he got super, super mad. And then he said that I called him an incel when all I said was that he made an incel argument. And then he said that like, literally, they've just been so mad. They're mad they got disagreed with. Like, how many people disagree with me every day? How many people come into my fucking comments and tell me I'm a dumb shit and blah, 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 and how I'm the worst person on the planet? All of them, almost all of them from DGG. How many people come in and tell me this? And you disagree with a guy on the internet one time? You come in and you disagree with a fucking internet gamer boy from DGG one time, and they have a meltdown. They write a 10-page essay about how, oh, also, just so you know, DGG is not handling okay. There was a front page post called How to Deal with the Demon Mama Question. Nice meme. Do we all know what that's a reference to? Does anybody know what that's a reference to? Anybody know what that's a reference to? Do we know what that is? Yeah, it's called the Holocaust. Oh, but that's just joking. That's just joking. But me disagreeing with them, me saying I think you're being a dumb shit here, is harming the left. It's harming trans people. You people are so pathetic. And guess what? You should stop being so pathetic. You should stop being so motherfucking pathetic. Seriously. You don't have to be a simp. You can be an imp. Don't forget to subscribe and like my video. There you go. There's my plug. Anyway. Yeah, it's been wild. I don't know. What else did I want to talk about this? I feel like I got most of my thoughts out on this. Oh, yeah. Actually, you know what? Maybe I can look at my analytics. Let's take a look here. I want to see where I can get, let's see. How do I see the daily one? How do I see daily? Oh, what? I don't know how to do. And oh, here we go. More. No, wait. Tweets. Yeah, here we go. How do I change the... Ah, yes. Okay, let's just go since the 30th. Here we go. I just want you to look at this. Ready? Here we go. Here's the 3-day period before the debate. 10,000, 40,000, 148,000 organic impressions. These people are flooding me. Holy shit. Holy shit. It's actually unbelievable. Look at this. During this 3-day period, you earned 68,000 impressions per day. My phone, my phone has just been going for 3 days. All of them with people going, you said... And then it said a complete lie that's easily disprovable. Do you know how many people have literally lied about the title of my video and said that I accused him in the title of my video of being an incel? Look, right here. For the record, once and for all, government-mandated compliments from females to Scrub King weighs in. I literally didn't even say that he said that. I just made a reference to one of the jokes that I made during our conversation, and they're losing it over this. These are the most fragile, like literally, these are just the most fragile people. Also, remember, just a quick to tie it all back together. Remember how I said that there's a consistent problem with men policing and putting women in a cage where anything they say will be overreacted to. If you say a man is cute, they think that, oh, that means she wants to fuck me. If you disagree with the man, I have to kill her. This is a perfect example of that. This is a perfect live example of exactly what I was talking about in my original goddamn video. Is this not a perfect example of what I was talking about? Literally, so Destiny and Scrub King are so worked up about this that they literally cannot even tell the most basic truth about it. It's fucking hilarious. And there are people who are trying to tell me that I'm the fucking unhinged one here. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. But if you're writing manifestos about a woman who disagreed with you one time, if your entire personality hinges around one content creator on the internet, that's it. You have no independent personality and you just like, I don't have an opinion because Destiny hasn't made a video on it. Yeah, these people are just like tankies. They behave. They're part. And you want to know the similar thing? You want to know the similar thing? Want to know the similar thing? Both of them are in a personality cult. Tankies, they're in that fucking Stalin personality cult. And DGGers, Destiny personality cult. Stalin, unhinged asshole. Destiny, unhinged asshole. You know, I guess unhinged assholes have a tendency of making personality cults. Woo! You know what the worst thing DGD could do to you? Ignore me and move on. Well, they're too stupid to do that. They don't even realize. They don't even realize they're giving me attention. If they really thought I was harmful, they could do that. But instead, what they try to do is they try to stress you out. They try to to overwhelm you on every front. They will say I said Destiny is worse than Stalin. Oh, I know they will. They will say anything. Trust me, by next week, remember, wait a minute. Remember? Hold on. Remember this? Hold on. I'm going to show you something. And you all, watch this. I'm going to give you a prophecy. Watch this. Ready? Hold on. Let me just show you. I'll bring it right back up. Where is it here? I'm bringing it up. A prophecy. You are being gifted right now a prophecy. So be ready. Hope you're ready. Hope your minds are expanded. Sorry, it's loading. The image is loading. This thing takes a while. Remember this? Remember this thing? This is the prophecy. Person does something on the internet, bunch of dumb assholes get really mad about it, then they make a outrageous accusation, like saying things that I didn't say at all, saying I'm a harm to women. They make an outrageous accusation, it goes in, and the cancel-y thing happens, 100,000 people all weigh in on it, and then this is used to then justify future harassment. So now people will remember, oh, remember the time when Demon Mama labeled the Scrub King an incel and said that he was Elliot Rodgers or something? Yeah, this is, I know, Vermin. I tried to make it digestible. Yeah, this is just like Contra's canceling video. But that's how it works. It's because she's right. That's how it works. They manufacture stupid bullshit and then they make a fake accusation out of it. Then the cancellation happens. Then a ton of people weigh in on it. And then they use the previous cancellation as justification for the next cancellation. It's like, it's magical almost. But there's the prophecy. There's the prophecy from the Demon Mama. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, it is. We should watch ContraPoints' canceling video at some point. It is so good. It's really long. Not sure if I watched ContraPoints. Is she the one Vosh was defending? Yeah. I defended ContraPoints at various points as well. I think the way ContraPoints has largely been treated has been absolute shit. Like, absolute shit. People treat her really bad. Yeah. That was one of my best videos. One of my most successful videos ever was the video I talked about on canceling on Twitter a long-ass time ago. Can I get a trans rights? Absolutely. Trans rights, trans thriving, and guess what? Trans courage. Because guess what? I'm not fucking going anywhere. They're not canceling me. I know I'm not a harm to trans people. I know I'm not a harm to women. I know they're all fucking lying. Would you be interested in sometimes down the live down the line doing a live Rhetoric 101 segment with Vosh reviewing and critiquing your Descrub King debate, like discussing tactics and how you both could have done better, though I imagine focused on you because he cares about doing the effective debate strats? Yeah, 100%. No questions asked. I will do that. Absolutely. Yep. I'm not afraid of critique. Vermin, like, I don't know if I know you probably weren't watching my channel at this time, but one of the first major bits of exposure I ever got was when I went onto Dylan's channel to hang out one night when he had about 80 viewers. And this was when I was a 12 viewer Andy. Not even kidding you. I don't even know if I was 12. I think it might have been 10 was my actual average viewers. And I just happened to pop onto Dylan's stream to say hello. And he asked me if I would be willing to be critiqued on one of my videos. And so I said, yeah, go for it. So the biggest audience I ever had at that point in my career was Dylan tearing apart my coverage. I think Vosh just worries about being too harsh with people when, to be honest, I feel like he's not even that harsh. Well, I mean, I don't blame it. Vermin, I don't blame him for feeling like that. Like like Vosh has had a lot of run-ins with some really, really, really uncharitable people. Like, I mean, just deeply uncharitable. Oh, I didn't know about that. Can you send that to me, Catherine? I didn't know about that. Holy shit. Biden's America video? I haven't seen that yet. Yeah. Like, I mean, like, do you, like, I feel like engaging with DGG has been one of the most disorienting experiences of my life. Like, these people come in with a complete delusion of who you are. They literally will watch 30 minutes of a video about you with their daddy telling them what to think over it, and then they'll conclude that you're the worst person on the planet. It's actually ridiculous. They don't think for themselves at all. That's what I've seen. The comments are, holy fuck. Listen, so yesterday a bunch of people were mad at me about, they're like, oh, you just want to talk shit. You didn't send anything to, you didn't send any fucking messages to the mods. Secret, I did actually. I went through threads upon threads on DGG, not on DGG, on Destiny's subreddit, of DMs that have been sent to me, of tweets that have been sent to me, meticulously documenting a whole bunch of examples of shit. And yeah, as it turns out, literally a vast majority of the comments were people quoting and parroting exactly what Destiny said about me. No original thoughts, just repeating exactly what he said. She's bad faith. Like, good job, folks. You sent a marginalized person into such a bad mental state they fell back into addiction over online drama. Nice. Vermin, this is a huge issue. This is something I talk about offline with people I trust all the time. Trans people rarely ever are able to make it for very long in any of these industries because they get harassed out. I'm not kidding you. It is what happens. It's monstrous. And the ones who do, like, I talked about this with the Anna Valens thing, right? Anna Valens had members of Chapo Trap House telling her she should go to prison over writing an article about Fall Guys. Go to prison. A member of Chapo Trap House with thousands and thousands and thousands of followers. The way that marginalized people are treated in lefty spaces is actually trash. It's actually trash. And it's not just even in lefty spaces, because what happens is, especially on Twitter and some other websites, is that this shit goes beyond. You all ever heard, one time, we're going to do, when it's a little distance away and I'm not going to reignite anything, we're going to do a little story on a band I know called Black Dresses. Black Dresses got literally destroyed. An actual example of cancel culture that nobody ever talks about. Because guess what? They're just two trans women. It's complicated, so we can just forget about it. Black Dresses doesn't exist anymore. Now, the musicians are doing their own things, but Black Dresses doesn't exist anymore. Did they? Are they actually getting back together? That would be so encouraging. I know they dissolved the band, at least for a while. But this just keeps happening. And yeah. It's unfortunately why we need cis white male allies to spread information. They're not as emotionally drained or affected by the targeted harassment marginalized people face online. After getting it your whole life, it's horrible to experience it in a somehow worse way online. Oh, yeah. I mean, Some of this shit is not fun. But at the same time, I'm not fucking going anywhere. What happens if I get targeted like that? Okay, I'm going to be completely honest with you. Ready, everyone? This is very unpopular take. Expect it. If you are a woman, if you are a trans person who is online, expect it. Especially if you were doing anything that even has a tiny, tiny bit of spice involved. If you were talking about politics, expect it. Expect it and prepare yourself. There's a lot of shit that I couldn't prepare for, but there was a lot of shit that I did. There's a lot of precautions I've taken with regard to my personal life, with regard to my privacy, that I have taken in advance on the expectation that this could happen. Oh, 100%, Vermin. That is one of the first things they'll go to. I told you all. I'm sorry, this is just a fact. This is just the hard truth. You will get 10 times the heat that anybody else will getting, having these conversations. Doing this stuff, doing what I'm doing right now. You just will. It's a fact of the matter. I've told you many times about the fucking slur graveyard that was my DMs on Twitter, or on Twitch, rather. Just so much vitriolic hate, people telling me to go to the gas chamber, all kinds of stuff. Now, do other people get some hate? Yeah. You're always going to get some being a public figure at all. But the level is unbelievable, and the degree to which people will stoop is unbelievable. But it's okay. I ain't going fucking anywhere. But it is a fact. You just have to, I don't want to lie to you. It would be ridiculous for me to lie to you. It's 100% true. No, that's not true, HogChamp. There is an absolute difference. Listen, there is an absolute difference. You want to know? There's like, I have whole fucking documents that I've put together of examples of this where there's a clear double standard. Some like small following writer who's a trans woman will write something that has been written by cis women 15, 20 times, and they will be the one who gets pilloried for it. People smell blood and they go for it. People will come at you, but the degree is completely different. I'm glad you don't hate yourself either, Vermin. I think you're amazing. I think you're amazing, and I think, you know what? Here's a hot take. I think fat people are cool and hot. Damn. There's that. Take that. That's the gift for everyone. It's just big shocker. Big shocker. I unironically believe that. Oh my God. Yeah, it's true. Fat people are cool and hot. They actually are. Holy fuck. No. Oh yeah, here we go. This just in. DM says skinny people are Nazis. Skinny people are cool and hot too. You know what? I am a fat person who has partners who are skinny. And guess what? They love me and I love them. And I think they're attractive. One of my partners was super underweight when I met them. Didn't affect me being attracted to them. I want them to be healthy. I don't care about like how skinny or how fat or whether they look like the lady on the cover of my favorite celebrity magazine. I care about that person. And I think there is beauty to be found in all types of body types. What the fuck is wrong with people? Yeah. Whatever. Oh boy, let's check in on YouTube chat. How's YouTube chat doing? Hey YouTube chat, how you all doing? Don't forget to fucking like, subscribe, and ring that motherfucking bell. Seriously. I have 260 concurrent viewers. Very happy to have you all. But you should hit that like button because it helps a lot. It takes nothing to press the like button, but it means the world to me. And then if you like my content, you should definitely subscribe and ring the bell because then you'll know when I go live. And I do some of the funnest content around. I can tell you, my website chat, which has been increasingly growing, can tell you I do fucking great ass content. We have a good time. Vosh was gone to shit when we first started hooking up. I do not care about body type. I like fat ass femmes though, so that's my only preference. Hey! There you go. Need to gain weight. Literally like 156 pounds and 5'7". My target weight, as said by my doctors, is 180. Yeah, I mean, listen, if you have a health concern that has to do with either being overweight or underweight, it is okay to take care of that, and not from a perspective of fat phobia or like disordered eating. Our society approaches it from a purely visual and social stigma. I am not fittest. I have a skinny partner. I'm not fittest. I have a skinny partner. Come on, that's a defense. What? Oh, I'm sorry, Hyun. That's really tough. Health isn't a number. Something I've been trying to teach myself. Yeah. I don't know what you were talking about, Benjamin. That's not true at all. Our society views it in both ways. Our society does not actually treat people like our society. It doesn't actually matter. You could be a little bit overweight and people will call you disgusting and fat. I know firsthand. My first experience with being fat shamed, with being made fun of for my appearance, was not online. It was IRL. It was in school. It was from weird adults who judge your appearance when you're young and say, oh, why are you so fucking fat when you have like a little bit of body fat on you? So weird. And guess what? There are a lot of people who target skinny people as well. It just so happens that in our society, we have an unbelievable pressure against weight that leads to people often developing disordered eating. Society isn't even built for fat people. I don't fit into a lot of chairs, and I'm not even that overweight. Yeah. Because they don't think about that at all. You want to know something that I noticed the other day? This is really random. This just goes to say, like, I noticed the other day that none of the apartments in my entire apartment complex are handicap accessible. None of them. I'm like, holy fuck. Like, that's an oversight. Even me, somebody who's tuned into this, noticed just the other day. I'm like, wait, this is an entire neighborhood that nobody who's handicapped can even live in. Isn't that fucked? Isn't that fucked? And this is owned by one of the biggest, this place is owned by one of the biggest real estate companies in the country. Wild. Absolutely wild. That's how we treat our society. There is a type of person who is, can I please acknowledge the danger of obesity? What are you asking? What are you actually asking me for? Here, I will do you a favor. There is a danger to being underweight and to being overweight. Guess what? But guess what everybody talks about and fixates on? I promise you, everyone in American society knows the dangers of obesity. They know the dangers of obesity. We have it shoved on us every single day for our entire life. Yeah. Growing up as AFAB and fat, I was relentlessly bullied for being fat from elementary to high school. I was quiet and didn't do anything outwardly weird. I just existed and was fat. Yep. Especially women in our society are incredibly bullied for being fat. But it isn't just women. But women get targeted really fucking hard. Nobody ever talks, like almost no one talks about the dangers of being underweight, and they are there. And it matters that we talk about them because some people starve themselves in order to avoid being fat, not realizing that being seriously underweight is literally more dangerous than being overweight. Oh no, Danstarlight. Please be safe and take care of yourself. Put your health first, please. Fucks with your gut, skin, hair, kidneys, brain. It's awful. Be healthy, not focused on skinny or fat. Please be healthy, not focused on whether you're skinny or fat. Our society has a disordered view. Our society has a disordered view on weight, like completely. There was a study. Oh my God, I want to find this study. Hold on, let me find the study real quick. There, just so we get a little bit, just so I'm not just dousing my opinion here. Hold on. I think it was here. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. This is an old article, but it's really interesting. Here we go. Ready? This is an article from way back in 1999 when a study was done. Super good. You've gained weight is a traditional compliment in Fiji, anthropologists say. In accordance with traditional culture in the South Pacific nation, dinner guests are expected to eat as much as possible. A robust, nicely rounded body is the norm for both men and women. Skinny legs is a major insult, and going thin, the Fijian term for losing a noticeable amount of weight, is considered a worrisome condition. But that all may be changing now that Heather Locklear has arrived. Just a few years after the introduction of television to a province of Fiji's main island, Viti Levu, eating disorders, once virtually unheard of in their country, are on the rise among girls, according to a study presented yesterday at the American Psychiatric Association meetings in Washington. Young girls dream of looking not like their mothers and aunts, but like the slender stars of Melrose Place and Beverly Hills 90210. I'm very heavy, one Fijian adolescent lamented during an interview with researchers led by Dr. Ann E. Becker, director of the research at Harvard Eating Disorder Center of Harvard Medical School, who investigated shifts in body image and eating practices in Fiji over a 3-year period. The Fijian girl said her friends also tell her that she is too fat and that sometimes I'm depressed because I always want to lose weight. Epidemiological studies have shown that eating disorders are more prevalent in industrialized countries, suggesting that cultural factors play a role, but few studies have examined the effects of long-term cultural shifts on disordered eating in traditional societies. Dr. Becker and her colleagues surveyed 63 Fijian secondary school girls whose average age was 17. The work began in 1995, 1 month after satellites began beaming television signals of American TV shows to the region. In 1998, the researchers surveyed another group of 65 girls from the same schools who were matched in age, weight, and other characteristics with subjects in the earlier group. 15% in the 1998 survey reported that they had induced vomiting to control their weight. All right. You get the idea. See what I'm talking about? Do you see what I'm talking about? And this is also something I talk about with regard to fiction, that the meta-narratives around media is much more important than whatever the narrative is in the story. And here's the reason why I believe that. Because what the meta things that are put into there, like for example, if you have a TV show that's about skinny people as the norm and it just presents that as fact, people read that as a fact, no matter what's actually happening in the fiction of the universe. The narrative of the story isn't accepted as fact. That is seen clearly as fictional. But the assumptions, the meta-narratives, the assumptions that are baked into the writing of the story is what actually matters. And we see that with American television. You suffered from bulimia for a while, and I wasn't even that heavy. I know a lot of people who've suffered from that. Media can fuck people up, especially when it is presented as fact. That is the big concern. Yeah. It's also interesting how weight perception is tied into patriarchy. Femmes have their actual medical issues ignored due to an overfocus on weight. Yeah, that is an incredibly well documented phenomena. Women who are overweight are significantly less likely to have their medical issues taken seriously and are much more likely to have their doctor tell them that it's because of their weight, as opposed to what actual symptoms they're reporting. Isn't that wild? Isn't that sickening? Not enough conversation about body image for AFAB people of color and black Afro-Latinx populations. The body image standard is bigger, but extremely hourglass proportioned, with also colorish and texturous stuff imposed too on skin and hair. Stats don't track for stuff like waist trainers, squat exhaustion, slim shakes. They only focus on weight number, and a lot of black girls with eating disorders slip under the radar. Yes, that's true. I am familiar with that. It is not obviously my area of as much expertise, but it is something I would like to. But the thing is, I want to do a full ass, completely built out stream about fat phobia, about bias against people's appearance. But I don't even remember how we got to this topic. How did we get to this topic? Anyway, it's important nonetheless. Yeah, it's important nonetheless. It's very important nonetheless. People being harassed online. Oh, yeah. Yes, that's right. We were talking about people being harassed, and we were also talking about ADHD. That's how we got here. No, we were talking about people being harassed online and how your appearance will be fixated on. It's okay, Nuts. I know. People just disagreed. It's okay. I understand you getting your feelings over it. It's a very emotional issue. obviously. I wish I could post online about how much I love working out and post like a workout journey to show muscle definition, but I know people would read it as me trying to lose weight and get healthy. I am medically healthy now. I just want muscles and a huge ass. I wish I could share progress pics, would get too pissed by people congratulating me for getting healthy. I can completely understand that. It's like super ignorant and a giant drag. Also, good morning, Gina. And everything that we are talking about should be in the mod chat on the Discord. We just needed to make sure that we had YouTube mods on today because, as you can see, we got a lot of attention on us. We got a lot of people checking in. Hey, Jamie Daggers, good to see you. ADHD is also a really fucked up process to get help for. Yeah, and you know what? It's really amazing because it's really easy to fix. I mean, not fix. That's a terrible way to word it. It's really easy to get under control, is what I should say. Yes, just lose weight, 5head. Doctor, and then they miss your cancer. Yes. Okay, see you later, Vermin. Thanks for coming by. It was wonderful having you here. Have a great day. I once had a dream that I was a femboy and I kind of liked it. Be a femboy, socialist Roman. Roman femboys existed. You could do it. I had a major eating disorder in college, and my family wouldn't stop complimenting how I looked and talking about how I looked so much better than before. It made it so much worse. Yes, isn't that such a twisted cycle? I'm really sorry you had to deal with that, Max Sips. I hope you're in a healthier place now, and know that your body is valid. Your health is your business, and not anybody to try and project on you because of what they think you look like. On the opposite end, I was really self-conscious of how skeletal I looked for most of my life. One of my best friends had dysmorphia like that, and my brother too. Being underweight as an AMAB, viewing myself through a male societal lens, it sucked to see myself as like a creepy, tall, spindly person. It was dumb. Fawn, you are wonderful, and I think you're really attractive, okay? Seriously, I think you're hot as fuck. All right, there you go. There's some love for you. I'm very glad that you don't have as much concerns about that. I need this body to be healthy so I can mod and make art. Exactly. I need my body so I can keep streaming, so I can keep making the most fragile snowflakes on the internet over at DGG mad at me. What? Listen, we're aiming a lot higher than DGG. I find most fat guys really attractive. The idea of being hugged by a big guy seems nice. There should be more love for fat guys. I agree. I 100% agree. And guess what? Me too. I'm not like, I'm mostly attracted to femme people, but guess what? There is something really nice about getting a hug from a big guy. No joke. Feels great. Not just in that way. It's like, it's its own thing. It's great. I know people like me for that reason. I'm tall as fuck and I'm big. I'm a big softie. I'm okay with that. Hug science. It is, Danny. It is, isn't it? Hey, Demon Mama, I'm an autistic trans person and I'm considering starting a YouTube channel, but this DGG shit is making me nervous. Would you advise against it? I wouldn't advise against it. I would advise on thinking about it really heavily and understanding that it is a genuine risk. There are a lot of, the internet puts you in contact, instantaneous contact with an enormous population of the planet Earth. You are inevitably, especially if you're talking about politics, going to come in contact with a bunch of really fucked up, unhinged people. And that's just a reality. Now, it might not be as bad as me because, you know, I'm spicy. I'm a demon. I'm the demon of lefty debate, you know? So just be careful about it and try to be realistic with your expectations. I do think that, unfortunately, it's a huge problem, and most people who enter into these spaces who are marginalized end up getting harassed really unfairly. I do actually think that's a huge problem. And no shame in blocking. True, Mythaldu. There is no shame in blocking. Being a heavy, hairy guy, I sometimes feel like I'm a predator since the media kind of associates big, hairy guys as sort of predatory. You want to see something? I'm going to show you some example of a heavy, hairy guy who's not a predator. Ready? Watch this. Now, this guy's strong, but still. Watch this. Ready? Well, Santa, yeah, he's fucking amazing. Sinthe. Bold statement. You kind of came off as unhinged yourself in that Scrub King debate? No, I fucking didn't. You people are just fucking fragile as shit.
Then here
I didn't come off any more unhinged than himself.
Also
he got fucking
money.
pissed as well, and then you people ran with the narrative because you're sensitive as shit. Do you know how many people I've gotten into arguments with? Do you know how many people have blown off on me Wait, let me just tell you something. Do you know how ridiculously fucking Fnatic screamed at me? Fnatic freaked the fuck out, and I still have friendly conversations with Fnatic. I've had reconciliation with Endernax. I had a 2-hour conversation, very friendly, with Endernax after Endernax called me a fucking pathetic Vosh clone, and I called him a 2-bit dollar store fascist, and we worked out our differences. You people are just fragile. You just cannot handle being disagreed with. No, I wasn't. I never smoke on. I know I was so friendly at the beginning and people ignore it. You want to know why? It's because Destiny breezed over it. Destiny breezes over the parts where I'm kind and then fixates on the stuff where I disagree and says I'm bad. Fuck, you people are fragile. Anyway, I wanted to show you this. Watch this. Are you ready? Are you ready? Take a look at this. A bone to pick? Who is it? Look at this. Look at this guy. Braum, not a predator. Literally 100% a protector. A big guy who watches out for people younger than him or smaller than him and protects them. That is an icon for a big hairy man. And guess what?
First,
I would love a
Dono
Braum.
fat positivity
If I had a
always
friend
feels
who was a
good to
Braum,
hear. Wanted to suggest Norio from Ghost of Tsushima as a rad fat character.
let's check it out. Norio? Hold on, let me look at that text. Let's check it out. Thank you so much for the dono. Hold on a second. Let me just check real quick. Let me see what that was. Norio? Let's see. Here we go. Oh, Ghost of Tsushima. Whoa! He looks cool as fuck! I love his design! Hold on, let me bring him up. Hold on, I'll bring him up. I just gotta find a big one. He's got blood all over him in this one. Alright, well look at that. Yo! Oh, Sisyphus! Yeah, I've talked about this. There's a difference between big guy and fat guy. I know. And that is hard. But I think that both big guys and fat guys can be positive. Very positively represented. They're not frequently because our society is pretty bad. But, yeah. Chubby Samurai. Love this guy. This design is great. I wish this picture didn't have blood all over it, but whatever. Atlas Gang, where are we at? Did chat slide up the screen? It shouldn't have. Maybe it froze. It's possible that it froze. Hey, thank you. Let's see who's talking in YouTube chat. Who's mad in YouTube chat?
Height standards for men are worse than weight for femme people. Destiny isn't even short but gets mocked as Destiny.
Yeah, I don't know if I agree with the way that that's framed, but, I don't know if I agree with the way that that's framed, but I do agree that height shaming is bad. But to be fair, Destiny engages in just about every form of bad faith, so I don't know. Whoa!
No need to interrupt, just enlightening some
Holy
white names.
fuck!
Ayaya.
Holy shit! Thank you so much, Mythaldu. I'll listen to you and respect you. No need to interrupt, but thank you so very much. That's incredibly generous of you. Holy fucking shit, Mythaldu. Thank you. Let's see here. I have to do something real quick. Here we go. Where's the one? That's the MKV. Gotta delete that. And make fucking room on my computer. My computer. There we go. Based. Hey, Gambino. Gambino, welcome back. Welcome back. Thank you for being here. Short men are kings. Stop being so bad to people over random fucking random fucking intrinsic traits. What the fuck? All right, who was mad at me in YouTube? What do you want to talk about? Who's mad at me in YouTube? Somebody tell me. GTD Gamer? What do they want to talk about, though, Benjamin? Okay, yeah, bring this person on. All right, bring him on. Give him into the Discord. Bring him on. All in. Let's do it. Let's bring him in. Let's bring him in.
Well, it's not about Destiny, I just used him as an example. But height standards for men are insane.
I do
As
agree.
510 guy, I get made fun of.
Yeah, 100% agree. No, 100% I agree. Scrub is talking about me on stream. Yeah, I know he is. Who cares? He's talked about me for 3 days straight. What's he gonna say? More lies? Last time I gave him an opportunity to come on and he fucking freaked out. All right, get in here. If you want to debate me or something, get in here. Get in here. He just wants more clout. He's like straight up high on DGG attention right now. His channel is getting more attention than it ever has in his entire life, exclusively from DGG. But that's the problem. You can't cleave your identity to one content creator. You have to stand on your own. I do get support from other content creators. I get a lot of love from Vosh. I get a lot of love from Chud, but I have my own community. I stand on my own. Yeah, he's doing it all by the books. Yes, Chud Logic's stream on it, it's by the fucking books. And I agree, by the way, just to make it clear, 100% agree with that last dono talking about how heightism among men is horrible. And I intend to talk about that in the future. It's hard because, I mean, again, at the end of the day, I'm a femme-attracted, predominantly trans woman. So it's hard for me to, like, make a meaningful thing. Did he leave? Yeah. We have so much to talk about today. Don't worry, we're not only doing drama today. We got a lot of fun stuff to do. And I'm going to do a bunch of debates and stuff later. If people want to debate. People want to talk about shit. Much love to the YouTube chat. Look at all those hearts. Damn. Did the gamer run away? Did the gamer run away around talking big? Wow, what a surprise. Oh, here's this. Oh, shit. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, I just got the post. Were you intending to be on Twitch as well? I'm not live? No, I don't stream on Twitch. Do I do gamings? Do I game or do gaming streams? Yes, but lately I've been very busy, so I haven't done gaming streams in a long time. Yeah, you know what? My YouTube chat is surprisingly very positive and awesome to hang around with. Yeah. They're cowards. I know, Jess. They are cowards. They always run away. They talk mad shit, and then they get invited on because I'm not scared of criticism. I'm not scared of people who disagree with me. Aw, that's cute, Socialist Roman. What a combo. Good job. You love my gaming takes? I know. I got to talk about them more. Okay, so I'm going to take a small minute here. Speaking of heightism, I saw Turf today claim women couldn't be tall, and it actually made me laugh hard enough that tears came from my eyes. Watch this. Watch. I'm going to blow your minds. Ready? Watch this. Ready? I am very tall. I am very, very tall. There you go. I am 6'2". I am 6'2". Very tall. Big. Big. Tall mama. True. T-pose? I can do that a little bit. Listen. There we go. So yeah, tall. This needs to go in Demon Mama. Aw, thank you, Mythaldu. I think so too. I like tall and short people. I have very broad tastes. The longer the combo goes, the worse the damage scaling gets. So it's probably a good thing we dropped it there. Yeah, true. True. I do think I'm rather Amazonian. I'm also very strong. I have a lot of strength. Okay? I am uniquely strong. But that's because I've worked a lot of manual labor jobs in the past. And yeah. Isn't Vosh about 6'2"? Yeah. Approximately. He's in that area. Yep. You know karate? Well, okay, karate, I know, I don't remember. Yeah, true, koala hugs. I do koala hugs with my smaller girlfriends. That's how it goes. You pick them up. You pick them up. Are you worried that people like Mel are taking your side in the drama? No. Why would I worry about that? Who fucking cares? Like, why would I care that Mel, like, why would I be worried if Mel took my side? Mel's probably right on this. You do know that people you don't like can be correct, right? You do know that people you don't personally like can be correct? Did you know that's possible? Well, damn. Good thing your name is parasocialism. Makes sense. Just because Mel has, like, some takes I disagree with doesn't mean, like, the deeper the Demon Mama lore goes, the more I realize I legit have a twin I knew nothing about. Like, no parasocial, but the packs I learned are super crazy. Yeah, we do have a lot in similar. Yeah. I'm almost as tall as Mama, but I'm a beanpole. Well, yeah, but I like you. So there. People don't like being correct. No, it's, yeah, people I don't like being correct. Yeah. I watched the Destiny Vosh duo debate, and Destiny has horrible takes. The Destiny Vosh duo debate was really fun. And that was like the last thing of Destiny that I've really enjoyed. Actually, one thing I did, one thing I do enjoy, was, oh, well, yeah, it looks like I'm going to be talking to Vosh another time. So that'll be great. How do you get Pompo by your name? No, Pompo is for, I think wait, what did I set Pompo as? Let me check. I think Pompo is for people that I know IRL. I don't do like the Dono thing. The colors is the only thing I do for Donos. Let me remind myself. Yeah, I think Pompo in the name. If you have Pompo in the name, I think that's the one that I have set for if I know you IRL. He needs to get timestamps. Oh my god. Dude, just have a conversation with me. Just come fucking have a conversation. Jesus Christ. You people are ridiculous. Just come have a fucking conversation. Holy shit. Yeah, trusted is Pompo. If I trust you, aka I know you well enough that I actually trust you, I give the Pompo name out. Yeah, I don't give it out all the time. Honestly, I only have given it out to a handful of people. I have to go rework the roles on my site. I still have to do that. I haven't done that yet. I have I have some stuff. Please monopolize more of this stream with your disagreements. Yeah, I mean, I don't care. People want to come on and debate. Let's do it. Listen, I do like hot, fresh, brand new content every single day. Original content every single day. If they want to come on and debate, I'm perfectly fine to defend myself. I think I'm well within my rights. Is it just your partners? No, it's my partners and mostly my partners. And then I think I have one person who's literally been watching my streams since I was an 8-viewer Andy. And they have a Pompo because I've known them now, like, as a chatter and a part of my community for a year. Yeah. I think it's Windleby. Windleby, I think you have one, right? Maybe not. I'm pretty sure Windleby has a little Pompo. Maybe not. Yeah. You have a lemon pie? That's awesome. Actually, I'm thirsty. Yeah, I do think he's fallen off the horse. Unironically, there's a lot of, nah, I don't, listen. Oh, you have a little lock. Wait, what? What's that one? What's the lock? Did that not update? I swear to God, it was supposed to be a Pompo. Anyway, we'll fix that. I'm going to fix roles soon. I'm doing a role fix and audit soon. They're saying they want evidence for my debate. Just come on. We can look up the video live if you want to. Wish there was less vitriol when it comes to disagreements and not such a push for the singular mindset like they have on the right. Well, I don't think there's a need for, I don't think the way that I engage. Oh, you're in Discord right now, Synth? Okay. All right, Sinthe or whatever. Come on in. All right. All right, let's see how this goes. Hi, Sinthe. What's up? Hello?
Mario, good?
Hi, you sound, okay, all right, let's see. What's your pronouns?
Any y'all.
Okay, Synth, any y'all. Okay.
Yeah.
What are you mad about?
Oh, well, I'm not really mad or anything. I just want to like critique some of the actions you've made in the past, or you've done in the past, I guess you could say. Like, one is the big one is like you've used the term smooth brain, correct?
No, I don't think I have.
Okay, I might be misremembering it, but
yeah,
I kind of do believe you.
Somebody else, but okay.
Yeah, but I saw your Discrub King debate, right? And it seemed like throughout the entirety of that, it seemed like you were like really, really upset.
Really?
That, like you as a white woman were like being overtalked by like a black dude, and he was like remarkably polite to you throughout the entire thing, I think. I don't think you really wanted to like deal with any of the arguments he was making.
That's quite an accusation off the top. So do you have any evidence for this, or is this just like your feelings?
Okay, well that's a really weird way to interpret this.
How's that a weird way? Excuse me.
This is just a criticism.
You just came in and got to say
okay, clearly you have something to say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do have something to say. Like
Go ahead.
You just came on, you got to say something, now I get to say something. That's how conversations usually
Go
work.
ahead.
Yeah. So you came in and accused me of being really bothered by getting talked over by a black person. What evidence do you have of that?
Oh, the fact that you were bothered and you're being talked over by a black person. I think there might be some kind of like underlying implicit bias. If you don't think so, then what you can do is you have to stop interrupting people. That's not how conversations actually work. So if you think that there's like that there isn't some kind of implicit bias you might have, then what I welcome you to do is you can take an implicit association test on stream, like right now. Even I'll just jump out of the call and you can do that, and you can see if you don't have any implicit biases. I think you do.
Wait, hold on a second. Are you trying to say that a implicit bias test, which literally every person, including I know this data, including black people, have implicit biases? I've never said I don't have any implicit biases. It's ridiculous.
Yes, everyone has some.
You're actually
biases,
ridiculous.
right?
You're actually like making a fool of
Okay,
yourself.
you're. I don't think that anybody who's watching this thinks that I'm the one making a fool of myself.
Okay, really? You want to agree? Wait, you want to find out about that? We can do a live poll right now.
I welcome your audience to
Wait,
judge
you
this
just
night.
said
If
you
any
don't
of them
think.
were-
Wait, you just said you don't think
What?
anybody who's watching this thinks that I look
Yeah,
good.
hyperbole. Are you?
Oh
familiar
wait.
with
Oh
how
sorry.
hyperbole
Oh,
works,
I'm
right?
sorry. So hyperbole is okay for you, but not for me.
Are you okay? No, it's fine for you to be hyperbolic. When did I complain about you being hyperbolic?
Just now?
No, wait, can you explain how?
Oh, hey,
I
look,
must have
sorry. We have
misinterpreted
objective data coming in. It looks like you're making a fool of yourself. Literally
you-
only 2% of the audience that's watching.
I'm
right
sure.
now.
Okay,
Damn.
if
Damn, my
2% of
dude.
your audience, wait, if 2% of your audience agrees with me, then I'm winning.
Oh, totally. Yeah, that's how numbers.
Oh,
work.
wait. If I was streaming this right now, I guarantee you 100% of my audience would be agree.
What's your audience, by the way? Do you have an audience? Have you ever done streaming?
I do. I got about 300 subs right now. It's not
Oh
that big.
shit, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Good job, dude.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, congratulations.
Yeah.
So what's your actual
congrats on
point
the
here?
Dustin
Were you
Rivers.
just coming on here
Yeah,
to
no,
like
I was
say
trying,
stupid
I was
shit?
trying
Or
to
like...
make. I'm just saying, like it seems like you have an implicit bias here, right? And
What's the implicit bias? That your evidence? I'm sorry. Your evidence of my implicit bias. Your
wait,
excuse
implicit bias
me.
is against.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
It's my
Go
turn to
ahead.
talk. Yeah. When
Well, it seems like it's
your
always
the
your
evidence
talk,
of the
isn't it,
implicit
right?
bias, I asked you what evidence you have of an implicit bias, and you said the fact that you have an implicit bias. This is
No, I didn't
incredibly
say the fact
hilarious.
that I didn't. I said you could take an implicit bias test on stream. You could take the test.
Do you
right?
think that my implicit bias is
Wait,
so strong
can I
that
ask you a
wait,
question?
No,
Can I ask you
because
a question?
I am asking you a
You
question.
agree,
Wait,
right?
you interrupted me asking you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
All people have some level of implicit bias. You came in here accusing that my level of bias was enough that I could not engage in good faith with DeScrub King
just
because he
said
was
that you
black.
didn't have
Do you
an
have
implicit
any
bias.
evidence of that?
No, I think I think everyone can engage with good faith with anybody, regardless of how strong their implicit bias
you
is.
think
I'm just
you're-
saying that your implicit bias in this case influenced you in such a way so that you were kind of like uncharitable to him.
Do you think I was
Like, I think
uncharitable
when
to
you're-
him?
Yeah, I think when you
Okay.
called him an insult, that was kind of uncharitable.
I didn't call him an incel.
Okay, can you like in your
Yeah,
own
I said, dude,
in
that's
your own
kind of.
eyes
Yep,
frame
in
how it
fact,
happened?
it's really funny that you say that because not even DeScrub King accused me of that. DeScrub King, we had a second conversation. I know you haven't done your research for this, and you're just like really hot-headed and emotional about it.
I don't. Well,
But
I don't
I'm not
think anybody
finished.
watching
I'm not
this thinks
finished.
I'm the
I'm not
emotional
finished.
person, right? It
I'm
sounds
not
like you're the
finished.
emotional person.
I'm not finished.
But that's just
I'm
me.
not finished right now. Okay, I was talking,
Go ahead.
and you tried
Clearly
to
have
jump in.
something very
Yeah.
important to say.
It's really. It's
Well,
actually.
you talk
it
a
is.
lot here, right? You
Yeah,
kind
it's
of
my
interrupt me every time
fucking
I speak.
stream, dude. Yeah,
Well,
obviously.
okay, you sound very not mad right now. You're proving to everyone that I'm the mad one and that you're the very calm one, right?
Okay, yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't. This
So
is
sit
this is
back in your
just
chair,
literally
shut up,
raw
breathe and relax.
posturing. This is raw posturing. Now let me
Yes,
tell you
all
something.
I agree. All you're doing
DeScrub
is
King,
posturing.
excuse me.
Well, how about
DeScrub
you just
King,
address my
excuse me.
point instead of
Excuse
talking
me.
over me the
My
entire
dude,
time?
excuse me.
Go ahead.
DeScrub King came on my show a
Yeah.
second time, and we had a second conversation, and he admitted that I never called him an incel. In fact, I said, dude, this kind of feels like an incel argument. And that was
Okay,
what he
that's
got
kind of-
offended over.
yeah,
And
that is-
you
wait,
all
that
have
is
been
kind of
wait,
posturing
you
as if
all
somebody
have
else
been
is an
so
incel.
offended about
Now,
this.
please be realistic here. If you say that kind of sounds like something an incel would say, you're
Yeah.
kind of calling somebody an incel, aren't you?
No, I'm saying that sounds like something that an
Oh,
incel would
God.
say. And especially in the conversation.
so
Hold on a
weird.
second. This is so easy. Because in the conversation that I had with the Scrub King, he was incredibly pedantic and extremely fixated on which words were being
don't think he
used,
was pedantic.
except for when it was my
Oh
turn.
my God, you're so very
You
not mad right
literally
now.
every single time
You're
I tried
proving to me how not
every
mad
single
you are
time
by,
I
like,
try to
screaming and
explain
shouting
myself
over me
that
every time I say
this is
something.
actually embarrassing. Like you
Wait,
every
do you
single
think
time
that-
I try to
do you
speak.
think that I'm the one who's embarrassed right now?
No, I don't
I
think
don't
you
think
are,
so.
but you should be.
Yeah. No, I think you're making a fool of yourself in front of your own audience.
Really?
I do, and I think you're
see.
posturing this entire time instead of like just addressing like one of my critiques.
I mean, I literally
So
wait.
far
Hold
said
on
here,
a second. Hold
everyone,
on a second.
you
No,
said
all right,
both.
all right. You
No,
just had your turn.
can't
You just
say,
had your
hold
turn.
on a second. Holy shit! You can't say hold on a second and then like interrupt me. Okay, but
Do you want me to mute you?
what you've
Because-
said both. You said two things, right? You said both that everyone has implicit biases. You also early in this conversation, you might have forgotten it. It might have been a misstep on your part, but you said you don't have implicit biases. You might have just missed.
No, I did not
right?
say that. I literally said the opposite
Okay,
of that. I said every
what I'm
person
gonna
has
do
implicit
because
biases.
I'm not live streaming this right now. Like when I upload this, I'll clip it in. Okay, right
Sure.
here.
Go for it.
And then I'll send you the video.
Sure.
But you absolutely did say that. You might have just misspoken because you said something that contradicts that, right?
So you think...
Everyone has implicit biases. We both agree on this, I'm sure.
Right. So wait.
But
okay.
what you
Hold
have to
on. Wait.
understand-
Okay.
okay,
You've
can't
gone for
stop
like
doing
10
this.
minutes, my dude.
It hasn't been 10
Holy
minutes. It's
fucking
like 3
shit.
points. You've talked for most of this. I guarantee you.
All right. This is not...
Okay, I don't know
this
if you're,
is, like,
if you're
actually
making a face
stupid.
right now on stream. I can't. Well, I'm not watching live.
Wait.
But
Are you
making a face while
just...
you're
I'm
done?
sorry. Right now, I have a question for you.
Yes, go
Did
ahead.
you watch Destiny's thing, and are you trying to do a Destiny impersonation right now?
I haven't watched Destiny's.
you literally are doing the exact same
but I have
thing.
watched his debate with you through your channel.
Okay,
I've
nice.
had debates with Destiny, so it's
Oh,
like I don't like him.
Poor
either.
Destiny. I'm feeling bad for him right now.
Okay, champ. But really though, can you like?
I mean,
address any of the
literally,
points I'm
my
making?
chat is overwhelmingly
Do you
disagreeing
have
with you.
any? Okay,
You keep,
yes, your
wait,
chat
wait,
agrees
hold
with
on.
you because of your
Listen,
chat.
hold on
No
a second.
shit.
You keep appealing to
Holy
my chat.
shit.
No, don't holy shit me.
Really, I need you to be realistic here. Do you think that your chat?
Synth, my
Demon
God,
Mama,
my
Demon
God.
Mama, please,
You
try your
literally
best.
have
Try
not
your-
let me
sit
talk
back
to
in
him.
your
Okay,
chair,
all right,
relax.
all right.
No, you've talked for a lot of.
Okay, this is really simple. I've muted him now just so you all know. This is actually ridiculous. Just so you know, he keeps appealing to my chat. Synth is appealing to my chat right now. And then when he gets owned on it, he tries to back out of it. Watch what happened. We can watch this back. All right, let's unmute and see if he's being sane again.
Okay, do you
still
really
talking?
think that if you have to mute
All right,
somebody
I'm going to
else?
have to mute you again
I
if
was
you're not...
muted for most of that.
Okay, I've muted him again because he literally won't stop talking. So let's see if he's stopped yet. Are you done?
I wasn't talking for most of the time you muted me.
Okay, well, that's great. I mean, I'm glad that you've gotten... Cool.
You know,
Wait, you're doing it
on my
again.
end-
Literally,
so-
the moment I
oh
actually
my
try to
God.
come back on
Go ahead.
and have a conversation with you, you just
Go
start
ahead,
going...
interrupt me.
It's actually really hilarious.
You sound wild.
You think...
Are you okay?
Well, what is that? Is that an argument of substance, or are you just like trying to come on here to
I
repeat,
tried to give you an
like-
argument of substance, but you
What's
didn't-
the argument of
you didn't
substance?
answer
Please,
any of them.
please.
I'm
give it to me.
trying. Can I please do it? Will you not like interrupt me? Okay. So what I wanted to tell you is just like everyone has implicit biases, right? And I'm sure in some way, regardless of like how much you try not to, those implicit biases are going to weigh out and affect your behavior. So if you're having a conversation with like a black guy and like you might like perceive him, right, as being like too uppity, right? Like you as a white woman, right? Of course.
No.
And
I don't believe that at
no,
all.
no. Of course you have implicit biases. You're just denying.
Wait. You're just going off? You're going off?
Okay, go ahead.
You're going off? Wait, you just
Okay,
made
go
an
ahead and
accusation.
interrupt me, but don't complain about me interrupting you in the
You
future,
just
please.
made an accusation against me, and then you asked me, right? And then I tried to answer, and you got mad.
Okay,
You
it was a
cannot
rhetorical
accuse me.
It was wait. This was rhetorical. I didn't actually mean for you to like interrupt there. But if that wasn't clear, I'll
You
make sure not to do
stopped
it again, okay?
talking and waited for my response, and then you got mad when I responded. This is a
Okay,
joke.
go ahead. You can say whatever. You can
This
say
is
whatever
an
you want.
actual joke. Like, holy fuck. I never even implied anything about Scrub being uppity or anything. In fact,
Okay,
we had...
you didn't say he was uppity. What
Oh
you
my
said
dear
was-
God.
go
Okay.
ahead.
All right, I'm meeting you.
Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to mute you again if I have to. The fact of the matter is that the entire first half of our conversation was, first of all, very friendly. And I started to get a little bit frustrated as the conversation went on when multiple times he straight up ignored me to talk shit in his chat, which I heard him and saw him doing because I was watching his video feed. Now, I think that's kind of rude. And so I said, listen, are we just going to do like are we going to do this thing? And then he was like, haha. And then he started doing little dunks. And then it gets spicy. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with getting a little spicy, right? You know, let's say you go in the ring, you know, somebody decides to go a little low. They get a little bit of low blow on you. All right, we're going to play a little
Is
different
this the
thing.
talking for 10 minutes thing you were complaining about me doing?
Okay.
Because it seems like you're talking for quite a while now. So what I want you to do is I want you to think to yourself, do you constantly interrupt people? And is that a good way to have conversations, or is it a bad way to have conversations? Just think to yourself in your own head. You don't have to say it out loud, right? So what I want to know from you, right? I want a clear answer on this. Do you believe that your implicit biases are necessarily going to affect your behavior to some small degree?
Possibly to some small degree, of course. Everyone does. Just like you right now talking over me repeatedly. And accusing
You've
me of
talked
talking
over me far more than I've talked over you. I guarantee you.
strongly disagree.
I'm gonna throw a counter in on when I throw this video up.
Yeah, I know. You and the Scrub King too. It's hilarious. I know you think that's a huge own. You literally stole that
King in my life.
Yeah, sure. Well, you're copying exactly
I stole
what
it
he
from
did.
who?
You're doing the exact same thing that Destiny did. It's cool. Come on.
Is it also the
All right,
same?
so where's your argument? You're still just trying to get dunks.
I gave you one, but you didn't answer me.
Wait, I literally answered you.
You answered my
Do you
last
not
question
remember
about
what I
implicit
said?
biases. No, I remember you
Yeah.
answering the thing about
What
implicit
did I
biases.
say? Wait, what did I
right?
say? Just quick question, just to show if you're
You
actually
said-
listening
you
to me
said
at
yes.
all.
You said yes, it does, right? Like yes, obviously
It's
it's
the same way yours is too.
behavior,
Yep.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
So
Like the
I
same way yours
definitely
is right
am
now.
with you, right? Okay. I don't think that what can you point out like the implicit bias of mine that is like causing me to like over talk you?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
Yeah, the one that is I don't know. Let's see. You got.
Oh, well, that's terrific. It's the I don't know one.
Wait, I'm
so
sorry.
I know
what?
which one yours is, right?
No, wait. The implicit bias
Okay,
is first
so
of
if
all.
you don't
that
have an actual
Wait a
argument,
second. Do you want to come
all
on
you're gonna
camera?
do
Do
is
you want to come
posture.
on camera?
I would. Yeah, I'll come on camera.
Please come on camera right now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. All right. That's great. We have a little bit of a disadvantage here, Joe Biden. Come on camera, please.
I like Joe Biden. I think he's a cool guy.
Yeah. All right. Let's do it. Come on camera, please.
All right. Yeah, give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, I'm giving you your second. Let's have an id-poll fight. This is gonna be really fun.
Where's the? How do you? I don't think I have perms to do video. Do I?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. Can you see me?
No, I can't.
Oh shit! Then I don't know what's up with this. How do I? Yeah, no, you can't stream into this channel. It says I can't do video streams. You have to.
I'll give you temporary perms to go or privs to go into here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Come on, get yourself up on video there.
Ooh, can you see me?
Nope.
Okay, where's the? Oh, here we go. Here's the turn on camera button. I don't have good lighting, so.
Sure. Okay.
Oop. Here we go.
Okay, sick. So mask presenting, you are absolutely 100% have an implicit bias against femme presenting people.
Wait.
Yep.
Somebody who's mask presenting necessarily has a bias against femme presenting.
Oh, absolutely. In the same way that
Okay,
anybody
the
else
opposite applies as well.
Yeah, except guess what? We live under patriarchy unless you don't believe in patriarchy.
Wait, okay. So I believe in patriarchy, but I remember that during the DrHeemedOut debate, you used the conservative definition of patriarchy, the one that you used to prove that patriarchy doesn't exist. Yes,
I didn't.
you said that patriarchy, you did this like simplistic definition of patriarchy where it's just ruled by men, right?
Yeah. What? No, that is not what I used at all.
Okay, can you tell me?
Did you even watch my debate?
I'm not gonna.
Did you even watch my
hold
debate?
you to, I'm not gonna hold you to anything you said in the.
Hey, can you stop talking over to me? You are a mask presenting individual, and you are literally engaging in actual.
You talked over me far more than I talked over you.
No, actually, you haven't. Actually, that's not true.
Okay, I guarantee you it is, but
Okay,
that's
well,
okay.
I guarantee you it isn't.
What we can do is okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. All right, so are we gonna actually talk about anything, or is this just gonna be like your weird like attempt at like concern trolling and posturing? Because like I think this is a bad showing, and this is really getting boring.
Okay, I don't think that you're. I think that it's very clear to everyone here that you're posturing, but you can keep saying that I'm.
Like, what do you mean? Right? Like, in what way?
Okay, I think it's you're posturing because you keep doing this thing where you try to like portray me as interrupting you. You've interrupted me several times. You started out the conversation by interrupting me, and I guarantee you, not too long, you'll probably interrupt me again. Okay, so what I'm trying to tell you, right, is during your conversation with the Scrubs King, the definition used of patriarchy was something that I think personally is a bit simplistic. I think that a more accurate definition of patriarchy probably going to be something more along the lines of like when gender roles are used by capitalism, right, to divide people so that they can more easily conquer them. This is just like divide and conquer. If you don't like this, this is like intersectional.
I think that's a really like
this is just the
silly, I think that's a really silly definition of patriarchy. When we talk about patriarchy, wait. When we talk about patriarchy, we're talking about a system a system that's in place that systemically and regularly privileges the state of being perceived as a man over that of being a woman, and gives increased political, social, emotional weight to those individuals. That is patriarchy.
Somebody who's perceived as being a man.
Well, yes, of course. That's why we have things called male passing. We also have a thing called mask presenting. Absolutely.
We also have things called femme presenting.
Of course we do. Yes.
Yeah. So we have the inverse. So it doesn't really actually lend to your credence.
How does that not lend to my agreement? People who are femme presenting. Wait. This is important. This is really important.
Okay. It's very important. I'm sure. Go ahead.
You asked me a question and I'm trying to answer it, and you tried to rush ahead and answer for me, my dude.
Okay. Go ahead.
So yes, in this particular example, what we were just talking about is that yes, in our society, patriarchy implicitly implicitly implies that there are people who are femme presenting who, like for example, trans people, who they step into the public eye, and if they are perceived as feminine, they are lower in value by our society, by our political structures, by our economy, just because they have been perceived by the public as feminine. Now, the
opposite is true, I would say, actually.
What the fuck do you mean the opposite is true?
Yeah, in the case of a trans woman, right, you'd agree that like a cis sexist society, right, is going to perceive this trans woman as a man, even though
not necessarily. No, because
not necessarily.
No,
I don't think
absolutely
that's
not.
true. I think broadly,
you're wrong about that. You're actually wrong about
ahead.
that. Yes, if we have a cis sexist society, they will, if questioned, if there is disclosure, but if there's a passing trans person, that person inherits the downsides and the treatments. And this is something that you can see. This literally happens. We talk about this all the time in trans spaces. I've had multiple discussions with this with trans creators, that there's when people discover that you're trans, they can remove at will, whether you're in front of an audience that thinks you're passing and wants to treat you as a woman for that time, or they can just remove it at will and suddenly revoke your woman status and treat you as if you're a predatory man. Yeah, it's incredibly
You're
fickle.
arguing against a point right now I didn't make. So what I said was not that it necessarily was the case. I said it was broadly the case. You can stop doing the face.
I have a face. I'm sorry that I have reactions to your dumb shit points.
Yeah, I don't think any of my points have been bad so far.
I think they have been, and I think you've engaged in actually like.
You've convinced me, actually.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, because you said it twice.
You came on here hot as fuck, and you kept appealing to my audience and interrupting me, and now you're trying to get dunks and shit, and you're trying to do this stupid thing. Can you stop making? Wait, can you stop making that face, please?
Which face?
The face you were just making. You were making like a weird distortion where you were showing your teeth. I think it's called a smile sometimes. Could you stop doing that? It's really, it's really disrespectful.
I understand what you mean, but instead of doing the weird posturing stuff, can we just stick to the topic of the day?
I mean, I've been trying to, but you keep going for.
You're not trying to.
I literally have answered every question you've given me.
You're really not trying your best.
Okay. I'm literally about 5 seconds away from ending this. Do you have an actual thing to talk about? Because right now this has been completely lacking in substance.
Okay, I've mentioned several things. You just ignore every single one.
I have not ignored a single one of your questions.
Posturing and condescension.
I have not ignored a single one of your questions.
Okay, you haven't ignored the last few questions?
I haven't ignored a single one of your questions or dodged a single one.
I'm gonna throw a clip in right here. Okay.
Please.
So what I want to talk about.
Please do.
Is so I'm sure we. What was that?
Please do. Give me the clip.
Okay, no,
I'm tired of this. No, I'm actually tired of this shit.
I'm not gonna go
because you'll accuse anything and you'll say all this stupid shit, and then when actually asked for receipts, you're like, I'm not gonna go do it. Do it. Do it right now.
Wait.
Come on, dude.
What I told you is I'll throw the clip in on the YouTube video.
No. Do it right now, please. Please do it right now.
It's gonna be it'll be a lot of dead.
Yeah, it's really funny because you will never actually do this. People do this all the time. Wait a second, listen. Listen, I'm gonna talk now. It's my turn to talk.
It's okay. What we can do is we'll go through the VOD.
All right, listen.
So it'll be really, really boring, and we'll slowly go through the VOD.
Let's do it because I am very tired of being like actively like this is like what I would call actual like attempts at gaslighting. It's when you insist something and then when asked for evidence, you say, no, I'll provide it later, which you never will do, and they never do. People do this to me all the time. People come onto my show, they say, oh, I'll put a YouTube clip up. They never fucking do it. They never actually go and check and see if any of the claims are real. Also, your camera boomered out again. Are you good? Yeah, I think he left. I think he got nervous and left. His connection disconnected. I'm just showing you I didn't boot him. Just so you know, didn't boot him. I'm sure he'll say I did. All right, if he doesn't reconnect, like this is dumb. This is actually like hilarious. You're begging me not to talk to this troll? I mean, why? This is hilarious. I'm getting a little bored, but like nothing has been substance. It's literally just been him parroting the exact same jokes that Destiny did. 100%. All right, are you good? All right, he's not good. Yeah. All right. Okay. Okay. They disconnected? Okay. Yeah, they disconnected. All right, whatever. Yeah, I'm transphobic, I'm racist or something. This is like actually hilarious. Notice that just so we know, literally it came in accusing me of racism, never provided evidence when asked for it, then accused me of interrupting him when he repeatedly interrupted me, then accused me of not answering any questions while I answered every questions. What the fuck? You'd be down to have a chat? Not right now. Maybe later. Maybe I'll have Viv Wolf on. Remember, if I don't do an implicit bias test on stream for this person, that means that I'm actually racist. Okay. Well, their chat crashed. All right, we'll bring them back in. Here, we'll give them one. We're gonna give them 5 more minutes. All right, we got you back. Your computer fixed?
How's it going? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I'm getting bored of this now. Do you have a substantive argument to bring up? Because I would like to actually get on with stream content, and this is like actually really boring. I already had Destiny like say these really meaningless things. So
this is unironically you're giving me the Stephen Molyneux defense right now. Like, oh, this is boring. Like you weren't doing well in the conversation. So
how
now
is that a Stephen
right?
Molyneux defense? Like, okay,
it's the
wait,
same
I just
thing
gave you. Wait, listen. I just
okay.
gave you an option to do it, and your first attempt was to just go for a
I'm trying my best.
Just fucking say your point, my dude.
Holy shit! Don't have a meltdown. So my point is right that we have like implicit biases built into us, of course, and it's influencing our actions. Your actions were influenced by your implicit bias against the fact that the Scrub King was a black guy.
To what degree?
It was to enough of a degree so that you were like remarkably uncharitable.
What evidence do you have of that?
The discussion, the VOD?
Yeah. What evidence do you have besides your feelings about that VOD?
Okay. You realize that like all things eventually bake down to a feeling, right? Like when we're talking morals and ethics, right?
Oh, now you're doing. Oh my God! You actually don't have any evidence. This is just your feels.
I do. I told you it was the VOD.
The VOD? You're saying
yes, the
VOD is evidence of me being racist. I'm sorry. This is so ridiculous.
The VOD is evidence of you being uncharitable.
You think I was uncharitable? I spent
is evidence of you being racist.
Define what is your definition of uncharitability? Do you think Destiny was wait? Do you think Destiny was uncharitable to me?
Holy shit! Yes.
Okay, awesome. Do you think you're being uncharitable to me?
I think that I'm being too charitable.
Oh, nice. Okay. All right. This has been a nice meme. I'm glad that the evidence that you have is my feelings about the VOD.
You have to let the other person talk for like 30 seconds, please. I'm begging.
I just let you.
So you don't. You interrupt me every time, please. So the issue is, right? So everyone has these implicit biases. That's evidence, right? That everyone is probably a little bit racist, of course.
Okay. Yeah. You too, by the way.
I agree. No, me too. I have all sorts of implicit biases. Everyone does, right? It's not just you.
Sure.
But those implicit biases are probably going to affect your actions.
Depends. I think that most, especially when we look at studies from implicit bias studies, it's usually incredibly minor. Now, it depends, of course. There are some people whose implicit biases are completely unchecked. And there are others who do a really good job at weeding out their implicit biases. It's not just like because implicit biases exist that everyone automatically is X. And you have no evidence of me doing anything that's like except for your feeling of whether something was uncharitable or not. I spent a whole hour very carefully asking the Scrub King. Right? Wait, it's my turn to talk now. You just interrupted.
It's been your turn to talk for a while.
It hasn't.
But go ahead. No, it's okay. You can keep it.
You laid out an oh my God, it's so fucking annoying. Listen, so you came on here. Yeah. Well, then why are you here?
Oh, you know what? That's a good point. Why are you here? We should just end the call because clearly you have no good arguments.
I was streaming and you asked.
Are you going to mute me again? No, you demanded people come in and call you in.
No, I said people who want to argue with me
jump on and talk to you.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I held you.
You made this request, right?
No, what happened was, excuse me.
I'm not holding you at point either, right?
There was people in my chat who were talking shit about me. I asked them to come on. I said, if anybody wants to debate with me, you can come on and we'll have a debate. This isn't a debate. This has been you desperately trying to get dunks off, just like Daddy Destiny, and you're not doing a good job at it. Now, let me ask you something.
Very well on this either, okay?
I mean, you can think that all you want, just like you think and have no evidence based on what you said.
Instead of doing this weird personal attack stuff, can we just stick to the topics of discussion? Everyone has implicit bias.
Please, go for it.
Okay, everyone has implicit biases.
Yes, they do. I agree.
Racist. So when you say things like "I'm not racist," like you did earlier, that's kind of a dumb statement.
I never said I wasn't racist. I said I don't think my implicit. I literally said I don't think my implicit bias is enough to like any implicit bias I have is enough to impede my ability to communicate with the Scrub King. You're the one who's alleging that.
You did say that you weren't racist.
No, I didn't.
Okay, I'll clip it in. I'll
sure. Okay, maybe after discussion. Maybe I said I'm not racist. I don't think I'm racist enough to. I don't think that I'm racist enough. You're conflating like someone having an implicit bias to everybody being racist. I don't think I'm racist enough to not be able to have a conversation with somebody I've had conversations with multiple times.
Right now,
I've not walked it back.
Okay,
you asked
maybe
for
I did say. Maybe I did say.
No, I'm giving you. Wait a second. Wait. Listen. You think that me offering an olive branch and saying, okay, if I said I wasn't racist, well, let me clarify my position.
Yeah,
you take that as a walk back when I'm open. That's not disingenuous. You people, listen, I'm sorry. You DGGers literally don't know how to talk to humans.
I'm not a DGGer.
It's very clear you are. I'm sorry.
The only engagement I've ever had with Destiny was arguing with him on stream.
Nice. Yeah, okay. Well, you people, the people that engage like you do, the people who've come in as a flood from conveniently after talking with DGG, you don't know how to have conversations. When somebody says, "Here, let me clarify." If you think I said that I'm not racist, let me clarify what I mean by that. That's not walking something back. That's clarifying. You think that's a gotcha? You think having a conversation with a human being is a gotcha? You don't know how to engage with humans. You don't know how to have conversations. You just know how to emulate your favorite fucking debate streamer, and it's really fucking weird. They literally left. You left the call again.
Okay, now that you've unmuted me, muting somebody.
I didn't mute
you're
you.
Really
you left the call. I didn't mute you.
You did.
I was talking to you, and you popped out of the call.
No, you literally server muted me.
I literally didn't server mute you.
100% guarantee you did. It might have been
really?
accident.
Okay, actually, watch this. Hold on. Let's take a look. Let's take a fucking look. Let's go look at the server logs.
Yes, do it.
I'm looking at it right now. Here we go. Do we have... Wait, look. There is no server mute here.
There absolutely is.
This is the log. Right now, I'm showing it on my stream. There is no...
Is it unironically the audit log?
What's that? This is my audit log. It's right here.
I guarantee you server muted me.
Gina, you muted him? Gina, don't do that.
Yep.
That wasn't me. That wasn't fucking me.
It wasn't you?
That wasn't me.
Okay,
that was Gina.
You can apologize on behalf of Gina for muting me, and then like in the future, like you can check the audit logs before you try to call me out as a liar. Okay, champ?
You just accused me of muting you with no evidence. I didn't do it.
Oh,
One of my Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Than, like, the
excuse me.
Icon,
excuse me.
Really? No
excuse
evidence?
Me. You didn't have. Excuse me.
That just because something's not absolute proof, it's not gonna be evidence,
if
right?
you're not gonna actually talk, if you're just gonna get fucking freaking out and screaming about shit,
it seems to me
my mod muted you. I just talked to my mod to not do that. It wasn't me. I made it clear it was resolved in 5 seconds, and you're still crying about it.
You'd understand, right? You'd understand, right?
Holy
that if I see a server mute icon on my name, that's pretty good evidence that I was server muted, right?
Yeah, and if I say I didn't do it, maybe you should take a second to actually figure out what happened before you accuse things.
Wait,
and then I literally brought up my mute.
You accused me of just lying about it.
No, I didn't. I said you are saying I did. Yes, because you accused me of doing it, and I didn't do it.
You have a nasty habit of just making accusations.
Sinthe, this has been an incredibly unpleasant and meaningless and useless conversation. Every opportunity, every single opportunity that you had to actually have a conversation, you tried to go for literally parroted word for word dunks from Destiny's thing that he did last night. It isn't funny. It isn't unique.
You're unironically making the same arguments Destiny made towards you right now.
Okay. If you say so.
You are.
Do you have evidence of that?
Accusing me of yes.
Like what?
Like the fact that he said in the VOD, right? In your VOD. You're just copying things from Vosh. You're now telling me I'm just copying things from Destiny.
I mean, you are, though.
The same argument.
But I don't copy things from Vosh. You are actually word for word copying things from Destiny.
Everyone does.
You do? Oh, you're copying Vosh right now? Nice. Okay. Thank you.
I've been influenced by Vosh's
Sinthe,
right, bud?
Listen, this has been a predominantly unpleasant.
This was easy.
I mean,
I thought, actually, you know what?
You're literally sitting on here saying, I win, I won, I win.
Isn't that what you did during the Destiny session?
No, that isn't what I did at all.
You didn't? You didn't say like several times that you've won?
No, that's literally a fiction. That's literally a fiction you all have made up.
Oh no, you're
no, I'm dead serious. You DGGers made that up. You made that up in your delusion.
You keep calling me a DGGer.
I'm not. Because you clearly are. I'm not. All right, Sinthe, I know that like this was like your fun moment. I'm done.
The only reason I know about your discussion with Destiny, right?
This was fun.
Is because I saw it on your channel.
This was fun. Bye.
I'm subscribed to you and not Destiny. You're so disingenuous.
I'm not disingenuous. You're just annoying.
You're such a weasel.
I'm not disingenuous. You're just annoying.
You're such a weasel. This was so
how was I a weasel?
You were a weasel. Wait, you're weaseling right now. You're trying to dodge the debate.
No, I don't want to talk to you anymore because you're being annoying.
Because you wait.
This is wait. Let me be completely and perfectly clear. Listen, I'm gonna mute you and I'm gonna be perfectly clear. Here we go. We are going to talk right now about the exact reason why I'm booting Sinthe off. It's because he's actually incredibly annoying and impossible to have a conversation with. That's the reason. If that's disingenuous, okay. They don't know. This guy doesn't know what fucking words mean. So, yeah, that was fun. Let's get rid of this, and let's get there. There we go. All right, I've ended the call with this person, and yeah. Hey, Gina, don't do that again.
Yeah, all right.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Yeah, look, they fucking, yeah, get the fuck out of here. Do you think that was a debate? Does anybody else want to come on and try to... Do I actually enjoy this? No, that one I didn't enjoy, Dario. I didn't enjoy that at all, Dario. But yeah, I'll definitely, I'm glad to have all kinds of other conversations. Just that was like incredibly, incredibly stupid. Yeah, just don't do it. Oh, whatever. Yeah, listen, it's fine. Gina, just please don't do that. I can handle when I'm in a conversation, and it makes it really hard for me if you do stuff like that. That's all I'm saying. But this person was indeed very, very unfun. What time is it right now? It's 4. Okay, Sondsol, you're gonna come on later, right? Yeah. All right, anybody else want to come on and tell me stupid shit or actually try to have a conversation? Is there anybody who actually, you know, wants to do that? Or yeah. Anarchism? I don't want to talk about anarchism right now. It's 3:49. Okay, it's almost 4. Right here. That Zan video? Maybe. Okay. What do you want to talk about, ChudCity? What do you want to talk about, ChudCity? I'm not just looking to like talk to like have a call-in stream. I want people to fucking try and talk to me about this thing, because there's a million people coming at me and all of them are just as delusional as that person who just came in. I do think I fucked up at one point there, by the way. Just so you all know. I fucked up on not having him on camera first and had to assume his gender. That was my big fuck up there, just so you know. Never say I don't introspect. That was my fuck up. I didn't have him on camera. So he got to play id pull on me while I couldn't play id pull on him. That was my big fuck up. Got me on that one. GTD wants to talk about it, but they're not ready. Of course they're not. They're probably going to come in with like, you said the, you know. I didn't really want to talk shit, but I watched a little bit of Scrub King's video. It generally just seems like he's focusing on the wrong solutions to issues. All right, ChudCity, get in chat. Super capitalism. Yeah, he was. Yeah. Okay, well. Yeah, come on in. Let's talk about it, ChudCity. Come on in. He's actually black, yeah? Of course he is. It's just, I don't think there's... You want to... Okay, Flex, you can come in too if you want to. Flex, come on in. Hey, have fun, Ace. Yeah, I'd really like to have an actual conversation, but that was just pathetic. These people, that is like the lowest tier effort. Wait, feels bad, lol? What is feels bad? Why are you feeling bad? You want to talk to me? Dario, get in here. All right, let's talk. Here, Dario, I'm gonna talk to ChudCity first, and then I'll talk to you. Hello. ChudCity, what are your pronouns?
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yeah. What are your pronouns?
Sorry, it's he, him.
He, him? Okay. All right. What's up? What you got for me?
Hey, how's it going? Okay, first of all, I've only seen a couple of your videos.
Sure.
I'm super new to all this.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Oh yeah, so I've watched a couple of your videos. I'm super down with everything you've said so far and everything I've read. I haven't watched the initial debate yet because it's super long. I haven't had the chance, but I read the manifesto. I don't agree with any of it, but I watched a little of the Scrub King's stream because he's streaming at 6, I think, or right now.
Yeah.
It just seems like I think he agrees with you on the issues, but has like solutions that are based around what a young cis person or a cis dude might think would be good solutions. Like I only saw the little bit he was talking about like men need compliments and therefore people should give compliments. Personally, like I identify as like as close to not being cis you can be while still being cis. And so like
sure.
Yeah, being
cis
a brown
passing,
dude
I think, is the term that people use. You know, you might not necessarily be cis, but you know, you pass it for to most people. The experience you're going to have with most of the world is being cis. Is that
yeah?
accurate?
I don't know. I think so. I think I'm comfortable being cis, but I also don't like being cis. That's kind of how I identify.
No, it sounds a little non-binary, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine.
I'm into it.
Okay, yeah. So like, I don't know. Like again, I think that like the mischaracterization of everything I've said has been so blatant and obvious over the last couple days that it's actually laughable. Like people say, like they won't even get the basic thing. Like they accuse me of calling him an incel. I didn't fucking call him an incel. At least not in the beginning, at least not at the point that they said they did. I might have at the end of the conversation once we got really heated, but I definitely didn't earlier on. And then also I didn't title the video anything about mandatory girlfriends. It was literally about mandatory compliments. I also didn't even in the title, even in the joke title, I didn't even say that he said that. So I don't know. It's just been a whole pile of lies, and no one is actually willing to engage on the issue, on any of the issues that were discussed. And case in point was the last person who just came on, who wanted to try and accuse me of like some id poll gotcha, when it's like, do you really think, do you have any evidence other, like, that I was being racist other than just your feeling about the conversation? And they had nothing. Oh, the VOD is evidence. Okay, well, the VOD is evidence of you being racist. There you go. Like, it's just a nonsense conversation.
Yeah, 100%. And I think like you've discussed this before, I think, and a lot of people do. It's this whole weird culture of like, we're just going to throw down and fight about things. It's like, why, like, I don't think the Scrub King should have released a manifesto. I don't think Destiny should have released different manifestos either. Yeah, I think it's really, really shitty in general.
And for the record, like, just so that we're like really clear on this, like, I have disagreed with Destiny and Scrub King. I thought some of Scrub King's arguments were bad, but even in the follow-up to the debate, keep in mind this blew up like a day and a half after, or 2 days after the actual debate happened. After the original debate, I'm like, guys, I don't think like Scrub King is a bad person. I literally did a whole segment talking about how I liked Scrub King. I've made content with Scrub King in the past before. We've been on panels together. I don't think he's a bad person. I just disagree with his take. But it's not enough. You have to fucking line up with them, or they will go on this shit. And like, it is unique to DGG. I've never had this experience with any other content creator. None. Only Destiny. I've fucking gotten mad at Nazis with infuriated. Actually, there's one other content creator I've had a similar experience with, and that was Ariel Scarcella. Ariel Scarcella is the only other person whose community has just hate bombed all my videos. So,
and they're a huge transphobe, right? Like,
yeah, massive turf transphobe. Yeah. So those are the two people. Like, there have been like 20 hate threads on me, and one thread that was posted on DGG that was mildly in support of me, they downvoted to hell. The echo chamber is unbelievable, and people just deny it. They just deny it, and it's like maddening. I'm like, you all are just so not connected to reality. You won't even look at the evidence even there. Destiny had me on last night, and I had multiple people multiple people tell me they didn't think Destiny was in bad faith last night when he had me on, invited me onto his show to scream over me for 8 minutes and then tell his following that I am a harm and a danger, an active threat, or sorry, what did he say? I am actively harming trans people. I am actively harming women. I am actively harming every left SJW cause you can imagine. What a garbage piece of shit, disgusting, bad faith human being. And they will say that Destiny was being bad faith out of that interaction. I mean, good faith. Yeah, that he was the good faith actor in that. It is delusion. It's delusion is what it is.
Yeah, and if this is what online politics is, it's like, this is why I do a little bit of...
Sorry, go ahead.
In-person organizing. Yeah, I do a lot of in-person organizing, and like I've been trying to do more of this stuff just because like I do have a lot of shit to say generally, so I figured streaming and YouTube might be a good spot to do it. But it's so much easier to just do not easier, but it's actually easier to just be online and do the online work, aside from the many issues with the online stuff that come with it, like the harassment and the Twitter and all that. But in general, it's such a more comfortable environment to just like talk and deal with your issues in person instead of this like hyper. And this also is a patriarchy thing, right? People get hyper toxic masculine on the internet to prove their bro points, and it's not needed. We could just have some conversations about issues we disagree with, and not get all fucked up about fighting each other all the time about everything.
I agree with you 100%. And here's the thing, like, I'm sorry I popped up to say I disagree at the beginning there, but the only thing I want to just make clear, I do have something to say about that, which is that I don't think that this characterizes most of online politics. I've been in the Twitch and online politics sphere for a year now. I've streamed like almost like 800 hours in the year of 2020 in the politics community, and 90% of my engagements have been super positive, and the ones that haven't have been exclusively with two super personality cult factions of the internet: Tanky Twitter and DGG. Those are the two groups where it becomes like this, where it becomes a battle of personalities, where there's just fucking like harassment on all sides, a fuckload of transphobia. And trust me, my mods can tell you, any member of my mods team can tell you just how much disgusting transphobia and hate comes in only after we engage with DGG. I had an argument against Redneck, who is a hyper transphobe, and his community who backs him up is like a bunch of Proud Boys. They didn't even harass me as bad as this. It's actually absurd. And so I think that that online politics has the potential to be a really fucking cool place with good faith engagements, but there are some people who really aren't engaging. And it's interesting that the people who have the most influence over the narrative use it exclusively to wash their hands of the things that they do. Destiny spends all of his time online fucking workshopping his image and selling himself as the most rational person who's ever existed. Meanwhile, anybody disagrees with him and he goes fucking off the handle. Do you know how many people who used to be fans of him who then disagree with him once, who now his entire community hates? You know, I don't even have great positive feelings about Booksmarts, for example, but that's Booksmarts. Booksmarts was a big DGGer, and then he disagreed with Destiny, and now they fucking hate his guts.
Oh, Booksmarts fell out too?
Yeah,
that's so funny.
Damn.
Oh. Yeah, and I think another thing that I noticed is I think this is a misinterpretation of intersectionality. Like even with the last guy, like or the last individual. Sorry if I'm misgendering Sinthe. Sorry for in that. I think like I know it said any and all, but just in case. So like the idea, the only thing I could get out of this idea of like you being racist is like you were talking to a black man as a white person or like as a white passing person, but like that's a real misunderstanding of intersectionality. Like people with different identities can talk, and like you said, there's inherent racism, sexism, transphobia that we all have. But like you can work to at least not bring those biases into your conversations. And like again, I need to go back and watch this. Only happened a day and a half ago, so I didn't get to watch the actual debate. But I there's nuance and there's conversations that can be had. You can call out somebody and it not be based on their race or sex or gender. Like intersectionality, the whole point of it is to see the nuance, but not engage in those behaviors, and people work on that. And it sounds like you've done a lot of work to try and avoid those kinds of behaviors.
I do a fuckload of work. And I appreciate somebody acknowledging that a little bit, because I put a fuckload of work into how I engage with and talk with other people. And it's really funny to me that this person who came in was defending Destiny over the N-word Andy saga, and wouldn't realize that the N-word Andy fucking Destiny is the fucking guy who's trying to accuse me of being racist for having a conversation in which I disagreed with Scrub King. Do you know how many black people Destiny has screamed over? Do you remember? Does anybody remember his panel appearance with like, oh my god, like what with Nina, and where he was just, oh god, like he does ironic edge racism all the time. I didn't do any of that, not even close. So there's no evidence that says that my implicit biases, which I do have, as all people do, including black people in our audience, all people in our racist society have those implicit biases. But there's no evidence of it impeding my ability to have a good conversation with the Scrub King. I just disagreed with the Scrub King. I just disagreed with the Scrub King, and Destiny told his fans that I'm a harm to people, and so now they're all rushing in and finding any justification they can to come to that conclusion. So yeah.
I would love to talk to Destiny too, just because like I loved old Destiny, and like I still love Destiny as a person, because of personally my opinion on Destiny is like Destiny's gone through some fucked up shit, and that still impacts how he engages with folks. And I hold nuance there too, but there's some stuff that is indefensible depending on your values and your morals, right? So I'm never going to be like, strategic tactical use of the N-word for Vosh or Destiny or any other streamer is good. I'm not going to defend that. I can still hold nuance for those folks, and I think people should. But that doesn't mean like I watched that 3-minute video of him. Are you mad? Like that's not the Destiny that I've seen, and I don't know where that comes from. And I wish he wouldn't do those kinds of things. He has whatever right to do whatever he wants. But
Well,
I know
also,
Vosh doesn't defend that anymore. But
did
I mean,
you
like,
know,
in general.
did you know that like an hour prior to that, something I didn't see, Destiny told his audience that he was like, he just said, I'm going to engage in bad faith, and still they will say that he is in good faith, even though he explicitly said, yeah, I don't think there's any reason why I should engage in good faith with Demon Mama. If I ever have her on again, I'm going to scream over her and insult her to her face. He said
No,
that.
that sucks.
Yeah, so
I
I
didn't
just
see
think
that.
I think Destiny has lost his touch. I don't think he knows what made, like, I think he's lost sight of what made him a like popular online, and I think it's going to come back to bite him. And also, I think it already has, because he's burned bridges with damn near every creator in the space, and he's being surpassed by those creators. So, yeah.
True.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, I do think there were some, like, I think there were some areas of the conversation where I think I was spicy, but I don't think I was any more spicy than the Scrub King. I think people could, if people wanted to, I think it would be very easy for people to actually go and have a look at my discussion and come up with critiques of the way that I approached it. In fact, I think I just, there might be a stream in the future in which I do that with Vosh. That'd be great. I would love that. I have taken critique all the time, but I just don't think that's what's happening here. I think what's happening here is a fucking hate mob that wants to convince themselves that I'm the worst person that's ever existed, that's a threat to women and trans people, and I think it's really silly.
Absolutely. It's like, that's not, women and trans people are not worried about a trans person expressing themselves, or anybody expressing themselves in solidarity with trans folks and femmes in general. That's not what people need to worry about.
Yeah. Well, I
There's a lot
appreciate
more
your
of those
clarity on
stuff.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, like, and again, I don't actually think, from what I've read so far, that you said anything that is going to hurt trans folks or femmes or anybody. You're doing nuance, and I think that's really important. And again, a lot of the views you were talking about, it's like, yeah, sure, women and femmes can get co-opted and like support patriarchy, quote unquote, in that they might work in ways that benefit the patriarchy, but that doesn't mean that they're not still oppressed by that patriarchy, just because, or even positive stereotypes. Positive stereotypes are not something that benefit people.
Yeah.
So like,
sure.
yeah, it's like you can point to things that some women and some femmes might benefit from by being co-opted by patriarchy, but that doesn't mean that they're not still being co-opted by this like oppressive system.
Yeah, it's funny too, because we could have had that conversation. I could have had that conversation with the Scrub King, but he just didn't want to have it. Like, I tried multiple times. In going back and looking at it, I'm like, wait, I tried multiple times for us to have the conversation about, like, okay, well, are we going to talk about like how women, like certain types of women can benefit and also uphold the patriarchy? 100%. Do you think like trad wives don't help uphold patriarchy? Like, are you kidding me? Like, you think that Abby Shapiro doesn't purposely play into patriarchy because she sees it as a justified system? Come on, this is obvious. I talk about this all the time. It's just that was not the conversation that Scrub King was interested in having. And it seemed like throughout the conversation, despite my accusations of like having a preconceived notion, what it seemed like is that he wanted to push everything off onto women. And then when asked otherwise, he hadn't even done the thinking on whether or not that was the case. I don't know. This whole thing has become such a goddamn mess, and very few people have actually come to me with like meaningful critiques, mostly just calling me a bad faith, dangerous person and all that shit. So did you have any other like critiques you wanted to levy at me or whatever? Because I know Dario wants to get on here too. I want to give everybody a little bit of time to have their piece.
100%. Thanks for having me on for so long. The only thing I'd say that I think is not a criticism of you, but that I think cis men in the crowd who might be watching should hear, it's not up to women and femmes to support cis men just because cis men are feeling sad. We got to do that work ourselves. So if cis men want to create like spaces to support other cis men to help build through all the issues of patriarchy that we're dealing with, we can do that. We have the ability to do that. So if you want to build on that, you can talk to me and I'll help. I'm a cis dude who had to work through a ton of crap. I'll help all of you young cis dudes, and maybe you'll realize you're not that cis. But
hey,
thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate your engaging in really good faith, and I appreciate that.
Anytime.
Yeah, thanks for 100%.
Coming on. I'll be subbing to you. Peace.
Bye. All right, let's get Dario on. Hello, Dario. Hello, Dario. Can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Here, let me. You have creator content. Yeah. Wait, hold on a second. What the fuck? How do you not have the imp roll? Dario, you should be able to unmute yourself now. Dario, can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, you didn't have the imp roll. You didn't agree to the rules, Dario. Goodness.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's okay. It's all good. I
Right,
understand
nice.
You're an anarchist. You don't like rules. I get it.
True.
You know, anarchy is when there's less rules, and the less rules there are, the more anarchy it is, right?
Anarchy is when you go into a Discord and you don't read the rules section.
Yeah. What pronouns do you prefer?
They or he.
He? Okay. All right. Perfect. All right. So what can I do for you today? Do you want to be on video, by the way? I can put you up on video if you want.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay. You should be able
How
to.
do I actually?
You should be able to just click the video button. I gave you content creator role, so you should be able to. There we go. Hello.
Does this work?
Yeah, nice soft lighting. Looks cozy.
Thanks. Wait,
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it even better.
You have remote controlled lights.
Hell yeah.
It's been a
Look at
long
this.
time since
You
we
ready?
last talked, Dario.
Oh,
Hey. Oh, you got a little. Now you got yellow and blue. What is this movie
hell yeah.
poster?
oh yeah.
All right, sick.
No, so I don't know. I was a bit I guess I don't know. I'm a bit annoyed by like the whole like drama thing. But you said, hey, if anybody wants to talk in like good faith or whatever,
Yeah.
then you'd want to. And I
Absolutely.
thought, well, yeah, because first I was like, I want to stay out of it, but at the end I was like, fuck it. If you want to talk, we can like talk a little bit about like the VOD.
Sure.
Because I managed to watch all of it actually.
Okay, cool.
And yeah, since I'm talking to you, and I'm gonna offer the same to Scrub King as well. I have some points from like the whole discussion in terms of what I think you could have done better. If you want to hear that,
Absolutely, I would love to hear that.
Sure. And obviously, just to preempt it, I'm not gonna talk much about like what Scrub King did or like how he did, because obviously he's not here. So it's gonna mostly be like feedback to you. Sure. So there's three major points that I sort of wrote down as I watched it. I think the first one is sort of I think Scrub King also wrote a little bit about it in his manifesto or whatever it was. But it's like granting like obvious things, and it seemed like and it's maybe not something that most people think about, but it's like when somebody asks you something that's like very obvious that like everybody should agree on, if you sound like you're not willing to grant that as easily, or like you sound like very vague when you grant that, it comes off very like bad faith. It's like then it sets like the tone of the conversation very bad.
Okay, so like what's an example of that? Just
Sure. Yeah, I've got some examples.
Sure.
So I've got one very specific example. It was like the very early on when it was something like racism has gotten better for Black people, and you were like, has it really, like, has it? It's like, I mean, it's very obvious that, I mean, I would hope that you know as well, like, I mean, obviously it's gotten better, like, but that doesn't mean it's good. All right. I mean, you would think that, like, I mean, it's gotten better than slavery. It's gotten, like, I mean, it's a very obvious like thing you should be able to grant, and maybe you can, if you want, you can make qualifiers, but it didn't seem like a, I don't know, an important point.
Sure.
And
I mean, I think it was a matter of when. And if I recall correctly, in that context, it was like in recent. I think he said in like recent decades. And I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like we're at like a local low. Like I actually think we've had a bit of a swing back in the last few years under Trump. I think that's an important thing. Yeah, and that was, I think, if I recall correctly, I could be misremembering, but I'm pretty sure that was the context. So now, of course, if we're talking about since slavery, obviously, but like I believe, if I remember correctly, the context was over the last few years.
I feel like the context that I had the impression, at least, and I think if that was what you thought, then I would just ask like a clarifying question.
Sure.
Because then you were talking about different things. The context that I had the impression was that he was talking about like the women's like oppression, or like women's place in society, that had improved like over the past like decades, like maybe like the past 50, 40, 30 years or whatever. and like drawing an analogy to like black rights as well, because I hope you would agree that it's better than like maybe probably 50 years ago, right?
Oh,
it's
of
gotten
course,
better, and
undeniably.
then maybe it's gotten and
Yeah,
then maybe it's
absolutely.
gotten maybe worse like in the past year or two or something. Yeah, I don't know.
I would say that like in the past 4 to 5 years, basically all civil rights have taken a plunge downwards. I think that we're in like a local low. And I would argue that like depending on which group you're talking about, some worse than others. Like I think, for example, and I've talked about this extensively even on other panels, like trans rights were at like an all-time high under Obama. Now they weren't good, but they were at an all-time high. And then Trump came in and literally undid everything that Obama did and added things that didn't even exist before Obama got in. So
Sure.
yeah. So I do think that the context matters, but I recognize that like I don't know. To me, it feels like a charitable person.
Like it might it might have been, and again, like this again, I'm only critiquing you. So it might have, like, many of these things could probably have been solved with either like clarifications or like quick or like, I guess, we'll get to that. But that was like the first one. Is like and oftentimes when he would post things that I also thought were obvious, like you wouldn't oppose it, but you would do like you would say to a certain degree, or you would say, yeah, the things that you do sometimes. Like it's like a rhetorical thing.
Is it?
And is it?
Well, no, I'm like certain things are like when I say like, yeah, like sometimes it's just me thinking. Like, is it possible? Like,
sure.
I feel like some
it might
people
be.
read
It might
everything
be.
as like every single
No,
thing.
no,
It
might be like it might be right. It might be just
Sure.
something that you do, right? Some when you do when you think. But like I'm telling you, like how it came off to me as well, to me, and maybe to Scrub King as well, right? Maybe that's something you should think about,
For
or
sure.
like how you phrase things.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. And again, like when I make these, I'm just giving feedback. I'm not making accusations, right? Because it might just be that it's like an optics thing, right? That some people might get an impression and then
For sure.
people get annoyed or whatever. But that was the first thing. The second one was something that annoyed me personally, because that's something that happens a lot. I don't know how Scrub King feels about this, but it's like addressing sort of issues very specifically. And it seemed like you weren't as keen on doing that specific, like in at first at least. And I agree, like so in terms of like when you're discussing sort of these issues or like the tweet specifically, it can be good to add some context, or like to sometimes talk about sort of the surrounding material conditions in society and like how people will understand these things, or talk about the intersectionality with like the patriarchy and how things might fit into a bigger context. But I don't necessarily think you should sort of preempt the conversation with that. And I felt like you did that. Like I think I was like looking at the VOD, it was like maybe 45 minutes or something until you actually talked about the tweet.
Oh, no way.
And
we talked about it right at the beginning.
Something like,
we talked about it right at the beginning.
well,
yeah, we talked about it for like 20 minutes right at the beginning. Yeah. Yeah, when he came on, we talked about it right at the beginning.
Well, it depends. Maybe we might have disagreements on like what it means to like talk about it. But I that's at least how I felt when watching. I felt like you would, and like I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but I don't necessarily think it comes off, because this is something that would happen to me oftentimes when I would be on a panel or when I would talk to somebody. We would talk about something like very relatively obvious, like something like this, like a very relatively easy like leftist issue or whatever. And then instead of discussing the issue, they would be lecturing me about something that's very obvious that probably everybody knows, and we would waste time on that. And it would seem sometimes to me that even though they're not telling me that I don't know these things, but by them spending so much time explaining, I get the feeling that they're trying to portray it as that I don't know these things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So like, and I think that might have, like, you might have given off that impression to Scrub King. That's at least how I felt, is that when you spend so much time talking about sort of the patriarchy or like the like how women are in society today and stuff like that, it came off as you sort of at least insinuate, and I did this like in like a mischievous way or whatever, but it came off as like you insinuating that Scrub King aware of these things, or like how women like sort of interact in society, or feminism, or like these things. And I mean, knowing Scrub King and like looking at what he was saying and stuff, it sounded pretty obvious that he knew about these things, and you could move on to like the crux of the issue.
Well, part of that section was I wanted to make sure that we were on the same page with certain things. Like, for example, I was very meticulous in laying out that he does believe in the patriarchy, that he does believe that women have been systemically oppressed historically in the United States, and that a lot of it is still going on. So there was a segment in which I was sort of meticulously going through that because I wanted to very clearly, and if you go and watch the very beginning of it, you'll notice that at the very beginning, we come in and we start talking about the meme right away. And I say, yeah, my chat had various mixed feelings. It looks like people on Twitter have really, really mixed feelings about it. And then I said, I think maybe it's just a semantic thing, but if you don't mind, do you mind if we like dig in a little bit and try to figure out what some of the underlying stuff? So that was my actual goal in going into it, was trying to address some of the assumptions that may be going into a tweet like that. And I did literally say that's what I wanted to do with the conversation. And he seemed okay with it for a while, but then it seemed like it started to get like a little defensive and dunky. And then and then it got heated later on, but that happens. That happens. I don't feel like I was intentionally lecturing him at all. Maybe it came off as that, but I think the entire point of me laying that out was so that we could be clear that we agreed on some basic preconceptions. And I don't generally like to assume with people that I haven't had extensive debates with what some of their beliefs are. So I don't know. It's very possible he doesn't. He doesn't believe in that. I don't know what his views are on patriarchy. I wanted to make sure we had similar views.
So this is and this might just be like how you do things kind of thing. But I think for the future, or maybe when you're, I don't know, when you're discussing with certain people, I think it's better to assume that they know. And if something comes up that sort of gives you the impression that they don't, or that you have a disagreement, then you could talk about it and go into depth and be like, oh, well, maybe if he talks about women are the predominant, if we went into women have all the power in society, then you could be like, oh, well, don't you believe in the patriarchy? And you know what I mean?
I do feel like there were certain parts where that happened, but the exact timeline, I will acknowledge that perhaps I was too willing to lay out my positions in order for us to to agree on them, and I should have assumed a basic gesture that he was a feminist or whatever. But I don't know. To me, that feels like kind of like an inter-lefty slight. In that it's I don't know. I mean,
sure. I mean, I would say that depends on the people. I mean, you're talking to the Scrub King before, right?
But not on feminism. We've just talked about other things. Yeah.
Sure.
Sure. We've had disagreements in the past. I don't recall everything he believes in. And the fact of the matter is there are people who don't believe in patriarchy. There's a lot. I engage with a lot of those. I don't feel like I was being. Now I've been accused. But I recognize you're not doing this. I recognize you're not doing this. I know you're not accusing me of being in bad faith. What I'm just trying to say is I'm trying to clear to you that I was not doing that in bad faith. It wasn't because I assumed that he was X thing or not. I just wanted to make sure we were in agreement over certain things as we went on in the conversation. And I do feel like that was kind of important later on because there were certain arguments that were made where I feel he wasn't acknowledging the things that he agreed to previously. But anyway, regardless.
Do you have an example on that offhand? Yeah, I'm just curious.
Yeah, an example for me is recognizing that here's a great example. And this is one that I know he's going to get mad about. He doesn't agree with me on this. We don't agree on this, whatever. But this is my perspective. And if you want my perspective, I'll give it. Okay, so here's an example. If you conclude that the patriarchy exists and you conclude that the patriarchy existing means that women have lived in a societally disadvantaged position as a class, not necessarily as every individual, but as a class, then it seems to me to follow that you should be able to pretty easily recognize that most of the problem definitionally cannot lean on women. And he said in multiple cases that was the case, that this is on women mostly. Well, and then we had a back and forth about whether it was blame or not. I feel like that was very much semantics. But regardless, if we're talking about from the perspective of a solution of how we solve it, his outlook seemed to very much fly in the face of the conclusion that women have been disadvantaged, and therefore, and yet it seems odd to me that women would then have a disproportionately large amount of responsibility in solving the problems that they've been put under. you see what I mean?
I see what you mean, but it's very interesting because that's not the impression I got at all when listening to the
that's fine.
conversation.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
Yeah,
but I mean, like,
yeah, I'm just saying. I think that it's interesting, sort of how we can come from that conversation and have two fundamental, like, different understandings on like some of the things that happened, right? Because to me, like, having watched that, I felt like honestly, like, watching that entire thing. How long was it? Like 2 hours or something?
I know, it was really long.
Yeah, and it felt like, to me, it felt like during that entire discussion, I was having a really hard time actually understanding what you disagreed on. Right? Just
me
like
too.
as a yeah, but that's the issue, right?
But
I think
though. That's the thing. This is now. Look, now we're getting off onto like analyzing the actual thing. But for
Sure.
2 hours, I tried my best to try and understand what his position were at certain points. And there were points where I would ask a clarifying question, and he would mock me and go for a dunk. And that didn't happen the other way around. Like one of the best examples. One of the best examples was when he blew up over like this like threat versus aggressor, when I was literally asking for clarification on how it actually connected to what we were talking about, and he was spinning around a chair going, "Oh my God, you really just can't think, can you?" And like that's an example of a part where I was literally asking for clarification of what he was trying to say, and then he took that as like a dunk on me. So, and there's right now there's people in chat who are saying they felt that the Scrub King's position was unclear as well. And I felt that as well. And I tried to get clarity and I couldn't get it. And that's why I started to get annoyed. And I also got annoyed at a couple of other previous parts. But again, there was a recurring issue.
Obviously it's going to be, you know this, like pretty like obviously people in your chat and in your community are going to agree with you, and people in his chat and like his community or whatever are going to agree with him.
But you don't have to agree with me to feel that this was unclear. Like that's not a matter of agreement. Well, I thought it was unclear too. Like, do you think people are just going to say like it was like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. This is the thing. The charitability and in this conversation, like it is a little frustrating, but of course, part of this is because of the Destiny effect. Like, such a huge amount of people have come in that are primed to agree with the Scrub King because he's a member of DGG and all that. That there's going to be a charity imbalance. But there was no charitability, and there has been no charitability, even by Destiny, given to me that perhaps maybe he wasn't communicating his point all that well either. Like, I do agree that we got lost pretty hard at that part, but I don't think that was all on me.
No. I mean, I don't think it was all on you, but I definitely think that you, like, from my perspective, I think that you played a big part in that. Like, and like at the very least, just as big as him, right? And one of the things that I think sort of, and this is not like, again, this is not me like telling you how to do things, because obviously like what you're doing is working, right? And for
the most part, minus a few engagements,
Sure. But like at least for me, like just trying to figure out like what you're talking about and like how you're discussing these things, it was very hard to follow because it felt like there was no real structure to the conversation. And I think it would be way better if you sort of laid out your points or your specific disagreements and like, okay, this is like the one point that I disagree with, this is the second point, and this is the third point, just like the three best points. And you just go over those, because it felt like the discussion was going like in all directions all the time. And like suddenly we're talking about racism and bringing in like all these things. And it's just like,
well, I would say I agree with you on that one. And I will say, and this is my personal opinion, you can disagree with this if you want to, but I felt like the Scrub King pivoted a lot. I felt like he tried to jump to different issues multiple times, and that contributed to why it was so out of control. When basically all that I wanted to do in that conversation was try to get the Scrub King to understand why there are a lot of people that would walk away from that meme feeling like it was not communicating what he said that he thought it was. And there were a lot of people. I was not like, I'm not the whole reason why I asked him.
Well, I mean, there's always
going
to be there's always going to be a lot of people who think a lot of things, right?
Well,
that's
of course,
not really.
But I'm not saying there's like what does that mean? That's like kind of a equivocation.
Right? No, but I'm saying like
if a lot of people are walking away from a meme with one interpretation, and including myself, and I have a reason for why I come away with that, and I try to make it clear to someone, and they don't take that, I mean, that's going to be a disagreement. Yeah, I mean, that's just the nature of disagreement, right? But I just don't think. I think like I've been since then. Since then by Scrub King, by Destiny, and by a lot of other people, I have been framed as like I've been described as like, again, doing active harm, being extremely bad faith, and I don't think that's an accurate representation of what happened. Like, I do think there were mistakes made in my communication, absolutely. I mean, I literally had Vosh to critique me, but yeah.
Yeah, but again, what I'm saying is that I'm not here to discuss like what they did or like how they handle it. I'm here to discuss specifically talk about like how I think you handle it and how I think you can improve. And I think even if you feel, even if you personally feel the other person is being uncharitable or the other person is jumping around, like I think it's your job as like a communicator, even if they're being uncharitable or you feel like they're being uncharitable or bad faith or whatever, that you should go above and beyond to sort of like reel it back and like stay on focus.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I will say I think I did that for the first half of the conversation, but I did stop towards the end because I was running out of patience. But yes, I agree with you. And I think that's a fair critique, and I will be doing better in the future to do my best. Although I can't offer that to everyone. I'm not going to give I'm not going to give an incredible amount of charitability to like a Nazi. I just can't. That would make every conversation with them impossible. But yeah, I don't think that Scrub King is in that position. And perhaps I gave him like a few minutes too short of patience, in my opinion. But I do agree. I do agree that I think that there are ways that I could have avoided the conversation getting derailed. But yeah. So okay. So I think
this was actually and this was actually my third point. So I'm glad that you sort of thought about that you went into it yourself, and I'm glad that you sort of thought about this or had some self-reflection. I do feel like as the conversation moved on, it felt like you were losing your patience more and more. And I think and just like from an entertainment perspective, it was getting more and more entertaining. Probably like your viewership probably grew because like it was getting heated and people were like, saying things back and forth and you weren't really sticking to the topic. But just from a like, I guess from an interest perspective or like interested in the discussion, it wasn't like it was pretty obvious like what was happening. Like nobody was being charitable. Like anything was like,
Yeah, I mean, and I agree with you. Like, again, I think it's fair to say that like the last half of the conversation wasn't particularly charitable. And I will say, I literally said this in the VOD, so I don't really think that like, I feel like people will say like bad faith or whatever, even when somebody openly expresses what they're feeling and how they're engaging with the situation. But there were two separate points in which he asked me a question and then completely ignored the answer while like typing into the microphone. Like I could hear him going and I could see like him interacting with his chat. And to me, that was indeed very frustrating. I find that to be like super disrespectful. Like when you ask someone a question for a complex answer, and I give the complex answer and they don't even listen. And I can forgive that a few times, but like it starts to get really like, I feel like I'm justified in getting kind of annoyed with that. And then after that, like when I was like, okay, are we gonna do the dunk thing? And then he decided to go for some dunks, and then it's like, okay, all right, we're doing this. This is going to be a little blood sportsy then. And I don't know. Like, I don't think I'm like way out of left. This is the one area where I feel like there's been the most uncharitability, which is that it's like blood sports for thee, for me, but not for thee. Like if he wants to like be rude and disrespectful, but then I decide to do a little bit back, it's like, oh, well, Demon Mom is the bad faith actor. And I don't know. And I know you're not doing that, but this is my experience with the discourse around this. And I will agree, of course. Like, I mean, I literally said it in the conversation. I've never contested this to any person who's brought this up to me. I did get very annoyed in the second half of the conversation for good reason. I straight up 2 separate times where I was asked a direct question about a complex issue, tried to give an answer, and then was completely ignored and had to restate it. And then I was told very shortly after that I'm some like unthinking dumb fuck because you just literally can't think of it. Like, okay, like that's going to be annoying. That's going to put me into like, all right, fine. I see where this conversation's going. And like that part this is probably the one critique I'll push back the most on, which is just like, I don't know, if somebody wants to engage like that with me, they're going to get a little back and they should be able to deal with that. It's part of the debate sphere. You and I have had that. You and I have had spice, and we're fine. We're able to have a talk. But now the Scrub King is telling me that I should be no platformed and that like I'm like an active harm to trans people and women. That's ridiculous. Dude, come on. That is ridiculous. You have to be willing to admit that's ridiculous.
I mean, I think a lot of things that are happening around Twitch and like around all of this is extremely ridiculous. It seems like everybody. I'm just saying it seems like everybody all the time is just looking for escalation. It's just like, because it seems like, from my perspective, and again, I'm not critiquing you or him specifically here, but just like generally, it seems like on streamer like culture right now, it seems like escalation is what people want, and it's just like, as soon as you possibly, like as soon as anybody possibly can, it's just like pulling everything up to like level 10, and then you're like, oh, now we need to deplatform.
But I didn't do that. But I didn't do that, and they did, and Destiny did, and now Scrub King is. I didn't do that. When I finished my conversation with the Scrub King, and the first thing I said was, that was kind of some, like, I felt like I was like, some of those arguments I felt were kind of insulty, but I liked the Scrub King, and I literally, somebody asked me about it the next day before the drama started, and I literally, you can go watch my VOD. On my VOD, I literally am like, I like the Scrub King people. Like, I don't think he's an incel. I don't think he's a bad person. I just disagree with him on this point. And then Destiny, and then the next thing that even talked about the entire conversation was Destiny freaking out and telling 10,000 people that I'm a harm to them. I never did that. I never did that escalation. Yes, did I have a conversation with Scrub King? Of course. But that's not the same thing. Those are two completely different actions. And I don't know, it feels like you're playing a little bit of an enlightened centrist, just a tiny bit.
Well, I will just reiterate what I said at first, right? I'm here to specifically talk about like what I think my opinion is on like your performance and like how you could have done things differently.
But don't you think it's a little unfair for when you're reviewing my performance to say that like, oh, well, everybody did this when I didn't do that thing? I didn't do the escalation. I just had a conversation with him, and then it blew up into this.
Well, I mean, so different things can be escalating to different degrees, right?
Okay.
So I mean, I can grant you like right away. I mean, that's not a hard thing to grant for me. That I think calling for you to be deplatformed or whatever, like those things, I think that's silly. Like it was a fucking drama Twitch debate kind of thing that got heated or whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's silly.
I've been in 100 of them.
Sure. But I mean, this is just like the entertainment of like the Twitch thing, right? This is what the people want generally.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't think that's like interesting for me to talk about or address, right? Sure. I'm not here to address like the drama part. Fair. I'm just here to address like the rhetoric or like the discussion part.
Yeah. Well,
and I think one thing that people that I've seen people react to the most, like the strongest to, and I didn't at first react, like I didn't at first get it, like understand it this way, but I can kind of see where people were coming from once I sort of checked out the beginning more, is that I can sort of like, at first I wasn't sure like what people meant when they said that you were calling him an incel or things like that. But I can sort of see where they're getting that from when I sort of reviewed it a little bit again. Sure. I didn't watch the whole thing twice, but like the first half I watched twice, and I think it sort of goes into it, or it gets into it when you sort of you never directly call him like an incel or whatever, but at least like in the debate or whatever. But the way that you phrase things and the way you bring things up, or like the way you're trying to sort of like the educating him on certain things, you're sort of insinuating that he's making like incel arguments, or like that he is being an incel, or not being an incel, but like making incel-y arguments, or like that type of argument, where I felt like it was pretty clear that he wasn't, like to most people watching. And I think that's maybe where that comes from. And if again, and whether or not you're doing that, if he gets the feeling that you're doing that, then the conversation is going to be started off on a bad point, right?
Well, I mean, I did do my absolute best in the beginning to try and not like, because I didn't like, I mean, I don't know, people can accuse me of whatever they want, but I literally went into that conversation with no assumptions. Like the only thing I had was like, I literally said this before. I was like, oh, man, this meme's a little weird. You want to talk to him about it? Want to see what it's all about? That's it. That's all I said. And I genuinely wanted to get to the bottom of it. And I think people, I think a lot of people like assume I'm in bad faith for whatever reason. I mean, I have my theories on that, but I don't know. Like I guess I do think that at that point when I said like, I feel like that's a little bit like an incel talking point. That was probably more inflammatory than I even intended. But I do think that like again, I do think there's some credence to that too. Still, like at the same time, like I do think a lot of his arguments ultimately, what?
No, I disagree, but that doesn't matter.
Okay.
But you do realize that like there is like a huge thing about like I believe Irrelevant talks about this quite a lot, where like black guys, like specifically like young black guys, are very like prone to like the incel culture. Like that's a big meme that like a lot of younger black guys are incels. It's not like there's a disproportionate amount of black people, black guys who are incels, like of like the like you know what I mean, like the per capita or whatever.
Yeah, I didn't know that particular stat, but that's interesting.
Oh,
to know.
sure.
Yeah.
So I mean, I can see how that would rub him like the wrong way.
Sure. I mean, a lot of things have definitely rubbed me the wrong way since then, but yes, I do agree. Yeah, and I think maybe
it's POC in general, but like I think
Yeah, no.
Yeah, there's a lot of racism in it. Yeah, exactly.
I have no problem about that. We could have even talked about that if we wanted to, but I just feel like that's not what was interested in happening. And then after a certain point, it did become like a dunk off, and like okay, like the thing is like that's the only like I think that's one of the things that some people again, and this is not a direct response to your critiques. Again, I have been actually very happy to hear your critiques, and I appreciate them a lot. And I think they're very useful. I do think there's this tendency, especially in the circle of DGG, in the greater DGG community, of assuming the absolute worst out of everybody who disagrees with them, but particularly women who disagree with them, and assuming that I'm always calling them an incel or whatever, when in reality I'm like, I just feel like all I was trying to say is like I feel like that take is a little bit kind of sounds like what incels say. It's not me calling. I was very careful with my wording in there, and I probably could have been careful-er. But yeah.
And I understand. Like if you were sort of if you spend as much time clarifying that as you spent on like talking about patriarchy or whatever, then I think the conversation would have gone in a very different direction. Because
at that point, but yeah. I don't know.
Sure,
but
I think a lot of disagreement or like a lot of the hostility in sort of these conversations come from sort of people feeling that other people, like the opposing part, has done something or like crossed the line or said something that you yourself didn't necessarily feel, right? So I think for the Scrub King, it probably came very early when he felt that you were like painting him out to be an incel. And again, I'm not saying you are necessarily trying to do that. But like if he feels that that's what's happening, then that's gonna color the conversation unless there's some clarification there. And I think it came for you sort of in the middle part, or like the last 40% of the conversation, where you felt that now it was becoming a dunk off, so you sort of switched gears a little bit.
100%.
And that's I think what the big like the reason why it got so heated, or like because at the end of the day, like I think this is true. Like I don't think you actually disagree on that much. If you had a moderated conversation with like a third party who would just like take what each person said and then rephrase it a little bit, then I think it would be like a 15-minute conversation of you agreeing, basically.
Yeah,
but because there was like a lot of but like it felt like there was a lot of miscommunication happening, and I'm not putting blame on either side. This is just what happens when we talk, right? Like when we talk, like we're just making sounds with our mouth, and we hope that the other person in their brain understands what we're saying, right?
Yeah, but I mean that's part of the thing, right? Like I mean, again, like I agree with you. I do think there was miscommunications in this conversation. 100%. I 100% agree with you, and I do believe that some of those miscommunications were on my part as well. I don't believe I have some like perfect capability of interpreting things, but I will say that like resolving miscommunications requires a meta skill of being able to put things aside, and that has definitely not happened. I literally had him on again, and that was one of the most unpleasant discussions I've ever had with anybody. Like, and then also it was immediately after the screaming fest from Destiny, which was I think was just straight up like abusive. But yeah.
Sure. I'm not gonna comment on
you
like
don't
whatever.
Need to. I'm just saying. I'm just explaining my position on it and responding to your critiques. Did you have any further critiques?
No, I think that was like most of it, and I think for me personally, and this is just like, you don't have to like agree or disagree with this or whatever, but like for me it also feels like whenever like things get brought into like the streaming medium, like everything gets worse, right? Because I know, like, from my like real life conversations, like these are things that happen in real life as well. Like when I just talk to people in real life, sometimes we'll just talk past each other and we'll have disagreements when there's actually not a disagreement. Like this happens with my girlfriend sometimes. Like and it's just like, but online, when you're streaming in front of an audience, it's way harder to grant things, or like just take a step back and be like, hey, maybe we're actually talking past each other, or is this what you meant, or like some, like it can get harder,
I
especially.
agree.
And yeah.
I think it's a skill. Like, I think there's a spectrum too. I think there are some people who are very good at it, and also there's individual situations. Sometimes you just you just miss the thing, and then you get lost in the moment. And sometimes you get raided by destiny, and then you're like, oh shit, this is my opportunity. I gotta shine. And so I do think there's like different. I do think there's like varying scales of how much you can get lost in the sauce, so to say. But at the same time, like this is also the sphere that a lot of people are in. Scrub King, myself, Destiny, Vosh, all you. Even I don't know if you do it as much anymore. I haven't seen you on panels as much and stuff. But
I'm trying very hard not to. I've gotten very tired of like that's a discussion for another time.
Sure.
Yeah,
but like this is a space where there's lots of contention, there's lots of political disagreement.
Yeah.
And I think that I think those meta skills, like, I mean, again, I had just about the most like negative blowout with Endernax you can possibly imagine. Endernax and I were like this close from being like legitimate rivals, and we sat down, had a fantastic conversation, and ironed out basically all of our differences, and haven't had a single major like blow up since then. There's tons of people that I've done that with. It just didn't happen here. And in fact, it happened quite the opposite here. But I do agree with you. I think that like we have to be very careful as streamers who are engaged in political debate to not get lost in the sauce.
Yeah, I actually did a tweet about that. I spent a lot of thinking about, like, I was watching, because I sort of had this like, I don't know what spurred this was actually, I watched a debate that Vosh had with somebody. I don't remember who it was. It was pretty recent. It was like a relatively long one.
Yeah.
And I think it was like maybe with a conservative. And like during that debate, I was like, holy shit, I know what's going wrong here. And it's just people, and I'm not necessarily Voss, but like mostly like the other guy, was just like, he was having a very hard time with just basic conversational skills. Just like understanding, like letting the other person speak. Like step one of conversation is like making a point coherently, right?
Yeah.
Step two is when somebody else make a point coherently, you understanding completely what they said and addressing that. And I think it seems like a lot of disagreement online is just like people are doing debates and fucking trying to sort of own and like talk about very complicated issues, when it seems like most people just have a very hard time just talking to people, like just normally, like talking in a calm manner, understanding what the other person is saying, like responding to that. Like it just, I don't know,
No, I agree with you. I do think that's a huge problem. Like, I think that's a huge problem, especially on Twitter. I think it does exist to varying degrees on Twitch as well. It's very bad on Twitter. I think it's the worst on Twitter.
Yeah,
I mean, I literally came up with the imps code for that reason, to change the way that I engage with and try to help other people engage in a different way.
I mean, I don't even consider Twitter conversation, to be fair.
Yeah, no, literally neither do I. Like, I the way that I look at Twitter is it's a promotional site that's good for memes and occasional like thoughts that might be somewhat insightful. It's not a place for discourse at all. But yeah, I mean, I do agree with you, and I think it's something we can improve on a lot. Like, not just like any individual streamers, but people who are engaging online in general. I think we like all need to like be more aware of the structural limitations to the type of communication we're doing. Like, for example, I think communicating via letter is very different than communicating over the phone. Likewise, communicating over the internet is very different than communicating in person. But I mean, again, there is a two-way street to that. Nonetheless, we are all content creators on here, so we got to be able to engage in it and engage in it in a good way. And I think there are ways to do that. There are ways to do that that are outliers and bad, like particularly bad, and outliers that are like particularly good. And then there's kind of the average in the middle that most people are engaged in. So yeah.
Okay. Before I go, can I just do something before I go?
What type of thing? What are we talking about?
What? I want to do the meme.
This one? What? Here, hold on, watch. I'll take everything off the screen and we can get a double picture, memeable double picture of us. Ready? Here we go. Go for it. What? There we go. There. Now people can screenshot that and turn that into their own version of the meme. Dario, it was wonderful speaking with you again. We've had many disagreements in the past, but I always love talking with you. Thanks for coming on, and hopefully I'll talk to you again in the future, yeah?
Yeah. See ya. Have fun.
Bye. Look at that. That was a great conversation. All right, let's bring next person on. Is the next one going to be as good? Flex, you ready? Flex, are you ready, Flex? Are you fucking ready, Flex? You ready, Flex? All right, let's do it. Hello, Flex. Flex, 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 Flex. Are you there? Testing, testing, testing.
I'm here. Hello.
All right. And, hey, what are your pronouns?
He, him.
Okay.
I'm a guy.
All right.
All right. This might be a short convo, so
Sure.
I do apologize. But
No.
I just
you don't need to apologize for anything. It's all good.
I just wanted to, I guess, maybe get some clarifications here. So I saw a little bit of what you said earlier in the stream, and just for, I guess, clarification, I'm not really a Destiny fanboy.
Okay.
I just enjoy the drama, so, I'm just keeping up with this, and I saw this going down here. So I saw earlier in the stream, you said Destiny fans are obsessive because they call him Steven by his first name. And you said a lot of other stuff. Now,
Yeah.
was that just like performative, or do you really think like all of his fans are kind of like fucking weirdos?
Okay, yeah, if you want me to get my like there's a little bit of like me going off in that conversation, but I would stand by most of what I said. I have actually had it's a really weird experience. I've had a fuckload of his fans call him Steven in my comments, and I find that very weird. Like, if people were talking about me on the internet using my first name, but they were talking about me as a content creator, I would find that very awkward. But that's not even the extent of it. I do think that Destiny's community is like very parasocial and don't know it. And I think his community stands out as like a standout example of this. And I can give you some examples of this. Like, for example, Destiny lives his entire life on stream. In the segment that we've been talking about today, where he was screaming at me and calling me a piece of garbage, his kid's head is literally visible in the corner of the screen, him going and jumping around. And that's very parasocial. That gives people the impression they're living in his family's house. Like, he's there with his mom and his partner. Like, and people start to, I've met a lot of people who start to treat him like he's their personal friend. And I'll be talking to them like, Destiny and I had this, professional, and I mean professional for streamers, which is like hilarious. Like, streamers aren't that professional, but I mean, we had a professional engagement, a disagreement as streamers. And, but he tells his audience, nothing I do is performative. Everything is completely honest and nothing is hyperbolic, even though he also other times says that he's hyperbolic, but then he'll contradict himself and say, I never do any hyperbole, blah, blah, blah. He says these mixed messages, and it's very parasocial. And I don't see him call out parasociality in his community at all. Like, almost ever. It's something I talk about all the time, and I'm a tiny content creator. And I think it's important because I think parasociality can lead to some really unhealthy things. Like, for example, what we're seeing right now, which is my tweet. A lot of people got really mad at my tweet saying that my primary experience with Destiny and the DGG community has been transphobia and hatred. That is 100% true. My primary experience with his community has been horrible. It has been the worst of any creator I've ever engaged with, including some of the most virulent. Literally, I've had engagements with a Proud Boys community that weren't as obsessive and parasocial and invested in defending their favorite content creators, like they believe that like he's their friend, and I find that very strange. And
I think that do you think that he encourages that kind of stuff? Like, not just the parasocial thing, but the thing that you just said?
Yes. Yes, I do. And I have a couple of reasons for why I would stand by this. One, I think he's smart enough. First of all, I think Destiny is smart enough to know what he's most of the time what he's doing on stream. Like, I don't think he's oblivious. I think he knows that eating on stream and having personal drama and like having fallouts with his partners and his best friends is really good for drama, and that he will keep getting lots of donations while he does that. Now, for me, I am like, and you know, not try to being like holier than thou, but I find that disgusting personally. Like, I can't imagine making my like a breakup with a partner like a matter of public record. I can't imagine like, I don't know, like streaming like me hanging out with my kid or whatever. Like, that seems very, very across the line, or like all this sort of like very, very personal shit that he gets involved in. And I know he's smart enough to know that that gets him a lot of donations. He's one of the richest streamers. He makes a fuckload of money off of this. And the donos flow in when he's, I don't know, having an argument with his mom on stream. And like, I think he does a lot of that deliberately. And I think there's worse examples too. Like, a great example of that is in my first debate I had with Destiny. He said how he believes that if somebody like, I think the example he was specifically referring to there was Cyberwitch Lexi, who he has mischaracterized the shit out of her. But he said like he believed that like people like Cyberwitch Lexi should be like harassed off of platforms. Like, he's perfectly fine if that happens, and he's perfectly fine if that happens as a result of him blowing them up to his audience. So he acknowledges that his audience will do that, and he's okay with it. He's giving them a license to do that. And it gets even worse when he does something like what he did to me last night, which is where he finishes off his debate by explicitly, in no unequivocal, like in no misunderstandable terms, states that I am a harm to trans people, a harm to women, a harm to leftist causes online. And that, in my opinion, is basically saying, it is your duty as my personal friends to go save the world by taking out this person. That is ultimately what his words translate to when you put the things that he messages to his audience all the time. And I don't do anything like that. Never. I don't even tell my audience that like, you guys got to go defend me online. And he does that all the fucking time.
I mean, yeah, you don't do that, but you tell them to like your streams and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
but liking a stream, but some of this is, there's a spectrum of level of like, what's the word? Like clout vampirism? I don't know what the word is.
Right.
Like, you have to. YouTube makes you do that. You can't succeed as a streamer if you don't ask for likes.
That's fair.
And I will agree that like a lot of platforms like Twitch and YouTube do incentivize parasociality, but like, there's a lot of negative incentives in the world, and we have to learn as individuals to balance those. And I do not think Destiny even cares. The way that he engages with his community is like, if I'm completely frank, I think that the way that he engages with his community is that he sees them as like an army he can dispatch to do basically whatever he wants. And guess what? They do it. They do it. Every time.
Yeah, sure, but I think you could say that about a lot of people, as far as how they handle their fans. But I think it's a little unfair to say that Destiny engages and encourages parasocial relationships when, you know, he's been known in the past to be pretty aggressive against his own fans and, you know, lash out at them for differing opinions.
Well, wait, but that doesn't mean that that's not an argument against parasociality. So are cult leaders. Did you know that it's literally a part of a cult? Like, and I'm not trying to say that Destiny's a cult. I do think he has a little bit of a personality cult, but it's literally a signifier of a cult that that the cult leader will often make strange and sudden changes towards the members of that cult. Like, for an example, cult leaders will often like issue a command that's seemingly irrational, and if people don't listen to it, or if they do listen to it, they might be punished. And the point is that you become dependent emotionally on that person. You're willing to do anything without question because you just listen. And I think that that's like this sort of irrational, like sometimes abuse, sometimes love is not an argument against the parasociality. You can be incredibly socially negative towards people in basically making them into simps. I mean, in fact, people make fun of that. They make fun of simps who will take abuse from like a findom or something like that, who treats them like shit, and they keep giving nonetheless. I don't think that's an argument against parasociality. It just means that sometimes he's abusive towards his audience. And I do think he's abusive towards his audience. I think he's abusive towards other creators as well.
I mean, I was gonna say more, but
Sure, go
I'm
ahead.
not really that. Well, I'm not really interested in defending Destiny, to be
Well, that's
honest.
fine.
So,
I mean, I have strong
but
opinions about this, but I've also done a lot of thought about it. You know, I'm
yeah,
not coming out of nowhere with these.
it was just
Yeah.
I was just kind of lost on, you know, you're saying he's like eating on camera and talking with his son and stuff like that while he's doing live streams, and I know that he kind of takes his streaming really seriously, which is weird for people. Like he says like, this is my job, but like I mean, that's what he thinks. So I don't think that that's like something. I don't know. Maybe I just disagree that that's like he engages in parasocial activity. I don't know. Maybe it's just we disagree on that, but
Maybe. I mean, it could just be like, I mean, just think about it and come to your own conclusion. You don't have to accept my position completely, but I think it's worth like weighing it, right? Like, I mean, I do this, like I eat on stream. I have my dog on stream to sing, and those things are a little parasocial. I admit that. Like, I know that. I'm also very aware of how parasocial they are, and every single stream of mine, every stream you watch of mine, I remind people, like, I say, this is how I send off my streams every single time. Love you all very much. No parasocial. You are my community. I love you as a community. But thank you so much for supporting me, and I'm happy to be able to share that communal love with you. I say something along those lines, explicitly reminding people, like, I don't love you personally. I can't. That's impossible. I'm broadcasting to a camera in my room. You know what I mean? And that is not something that Destiny does. Destiny does not seem to care or have any awareness to the degree. And his is a much higher degree than me or any other. I don't know of any other content creator besides like, actually, no, I can think of a few. Hassan is another person who has, I think, a lot of parasociality with his audience. Now, I don't think he's a bad person, and I don't think he does a whole lot of bad stuff with that parasociality, but nonetheless, I do think he's very parasocial. Hassan spends half of every single day of his life online with thousands of people watching him. And those people often listen for 12 hours. He becomes a voice that they hear in every minute of their lives. That is inherently parasocial. And I believe very strongly that broadcasters have a responsibility to try and keep that tempered, because while it is a natural product of the current structure of the internet, it has the potential to do a lot of serious harm. And we've seen this in the past. I mean, parasociality as a term was originally invented in the 1950s to refer to people who fell in love with TV stars that didn't know them, that didn't even know they existed, and they had fallen in love with a TV star and were convinced that they loved somebody who was on their TV. That's where the term parasociality originated. It was invented, I believe, in like late 1950s. And so we know that this happens, and we know that streaming is has particular potential for parasociality. And personally, like, I've actually built structures into my into the way that I stream and the way that I build my community to try and again temper that deliberately. Like, for example, I encourage people to go join like my Discord, where they can meet other people and actually socialize with people who are not me. They can make real friends through the internet that aren't just me, the broadcaster. I encourage people to be passionate about my content. Yes, of course, I'm passionate about my content, but don't become attached to me as though I'm your friend. I can't be everyone's friend. It's impossible. And there are some people in my audience who are also my friends, but I'm very clear with them. Like, for example, I can give you an example of this. One of my mods I am very close with, and I said, hey, I literally had a conversation with them where I said, hey, listen, I feel like we're friends. Are you comfortable with being a friend with me? And they said, yeah, I'm comfortable with that. And I said, thank you, because I feel like I care about you. And so we had a conversation like that. And the reason for that is because these mediums have an incredible vulnerability towards becoming unhealthily parasocial. And I think we need to be very careful about that. And I personally, genuinely, and I'm telling you this very honestly, take this very seriously. I don't want to harm people because of the parasociality of this medium. Yeah. So. Yeah.
Oh, that's fair. And then my last thing I wanted to ask you was about the. You didn't explicitly state this, I'll admit, but it kind of comes across that you're. I don't want to say insinuating, but for lack of a better term here, that maybe there might be some kind of issue with the majority of Destiny's fan base or DGG fan base with transphobia. Do you believe that is the case?
I never said that. People read my comment as that. I think that's no. I don't think that the majority of people in Destiny's audience are transphobic. I don't think that matters. Like, I think there is a notable amount of transphobia in his community, and I am not even close to the only person who said this. I have had closed doors conversations with multiple creators. I have had panel discussions with women who have come across, also misogyny, by the way. Misogyny and transphobia are both things I think that run very strong in the DGG community that Destiny and the DGG mods haven't quite acknowledged to the same degree, and I think they need to take a proactive approach. My server has a very proactive approach against this. Again, I'm not the only person whose server is like this. I know a lot of others, and there are varying degrees of proactivity that you can take. I think DGG has not done, and I think Destiny has not done a good idea or a good job of actually weeding that out of their community. And my experience with his community has been emblematic of that. The moment he disagreed with me on Twitter, I was just having my normal Twitter experience. The moment he disagreed with me on Twitter, I immediately got 5 or 6 different people telling me that I should die or hang myself for being trans, explicitly. And those people only came in as a result of his interaction. So even if he doesn't encourage that explicitly, the fact that he's fostering that in his community and that it has happened every single time DGG has moved its eye onto me and to other trans and female creators in the space means that it's a big enough problem that I think it should be taken seriously. And the funny thing is, if you bring that up, they will get mad at you and accuse you of bad faith and all this shit. And it's like, no, I'm trying to tell you very explicitly there are problems. And also, just so you know, people were freaking out and accusing me of not being willing to improve DGG, as if I owed anything to DGG after the way they've treated me. But I did. I have actually reached out and sent a huge collection of photographs to his mods, including one of a thread on his Reddit that was on the front page of his Reddit that said how to deal with the demon mama question, which is, by the way, that is a direct reference to the Jewish question, which is the Holocaust. That was the answer to the Jewish question, just so you know. I feel like that is an obvious example of his community, and that was front page, and the mods didn't do fucking shit about it. Now, maybe they have now, but I feel like that would never fly in my community, ever. Not even once. It would not even exist. My mod team is good enough that if anything like that was to ever show up, we would get it like that. Proactively. We wouldn't even have to wait for the content creator to go find that. We would have that taken care of. And in fact, I know it because there was exactly one time where hate speech, in the last 3 days, where hate speech was directed against somebody who was on my show. And I literally, I found out their account had been created less than 30 seconds prior. They had never been in my community before. And I personally IP banned them. And people can go and look at that and see me doing that. I did it live on stream. I literally typed in IP ban this person. Bam. Myself. That's how seriously I take the modding of my community. And I don't think Destiny does that at all. So yeah, I just I don't think the majority of his audience, I think the majority of his audience don't even like plug into most politics. I mean, he has 10,000 viewers. Like, that's a lot of people. But you can't just say like, oh, well, it's not just about the majority. It only takes a minority of people to be spewing virulent hate to make that place unsafe for people. If there were transphobes lurking in my audience all the time, my space would not be safe for trans people. And I don't even run like a quote unquote safe space. My server is a place for contention and disagreement. However, there are very specific lines that are crossed because this place has to be usable by anyone. I want women, I want trans people, I want fucking non-binary people, furries, I want people, whatever you are, I want you to be able to use this space effectively. And if people, and if people are rampantly dropping hate all over the place, oh, the thread is still there. Nice. I'm glad that I have a JQ reference talking about me and the Holocaust being referenced on Destiny's site even after reporting it to the mods. This is what I'm talking about. So yeah, that's basically my thoughts on it. I think there's a lot of fucking amazing people in DGG, and I know they'll never admit this, but a lot of them have come over and joined my audience since then, and I know more will. But you know, I think their approach to modding it and to ensuring, I don't think it's a safe space to most people. I don't think most trans people find it a safe space. I certainly don't, and I have a fan base that'll, you know, back me up to a certain degree. Yeah.
Okay. And my last thing, you kind of in this conversation that you just said that you compared your community and how you run it to Destiny's. Do you feel like you could do a better job than him if, let's say, the roles were reversed and that you had the size of his community? I mean, do you think it's fair for somebody to be like, it's not fair that, that was even that shit you're talking about that was on a subreddit, the Jewish question thing that was going on in reference to you? Not fair at all. But do you think it's fair to critique them for the time frame it's taking them to take some of this stuff down when, as we know, with a lot of people online and just in America in general, they're not very welcoming towards the LGBTQ plus community in general, especially the transgender community. I would imagine this is going on in more than just Destiny's community. I'm sure Vosh gets this a lot. I've seen Vosh get comments that he's transphobic and stuff like that. Sure. But how do you think, how fair do you think it is to critique somebody when they do have a lot of rules set up and they've put themselves in a position to be seen as I guess an ally of the trans community? I don't know how I don't know what he calls himself exactly, but he's defended transgender community and LGBTQ plus rights before, but I think it's fair to say that he doesn't do enough. But what do you think he could do that's better, as besides maybe?
Do you want me to answer the first question about, like, do you think I could do better if the roles were reversed?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. I am so confident in that. And in fact, maybe we'll see. Maybe we'll see in a year or 2 or 5 years. Maybe we'll see if I can. But I'm quite sure I could. In fact, I know and here's the reasons why I know that. Because Destiny not only has a legal team, he has, as far as I understand, a paid mod team. He has like a fuckload of tools at his at his fingertips. He has an absolutely huge amount of money and volunteer support. He 100% could. On my server, we have, like, I set up very early a lead mod who I can trust. Even if we have some disagreements, even if there's some bumps, we had one earlier, but that's fine. It's resolved very quickly. It was resolved within 10 seconds. I have a lead mod that I can trust. I have a team of mods that I can trust. And if I ever get that big, I will be paying my mods. My mods will be paid to take care of this shit. I can't do it now because I don't even make close to enough, because that's just the way it works. But Destiny definitely does, and I'm quite sure he has a paid mod team, and I know he has a paid legal team. So if he can do all that, he can absolutely do better. Again, do you really think that, like, a front page joke referencing me, the Demon Mama question, as a reference to the Jewish question? Do you really think that that's like too much to ask? And this happens all the time. Again. Like, I don't expect, I mean, there was multiple attempts in my first conversation with Destiny to frame me like I was, like, trying to ask him to, like, have the most purest community. And I explicitly stated multiple times, no, I don't think so. I don't think it's reasonable to hold a content creator responsible for every bad thing that could come from their community or every asshole who's lurking around. But there's a line, right? There's got to be a spectrum. We have to recognize, like, there's different ways of handling this, and I know that I could do that. I know for a fact that I could moderate that more. And guess what? There are other creators who do. There are huge content creators who are like 10 times Destiny's size who have way better moderation teams. They're just not in politics. If you go and look at other people, like, if you go and hang out in the chats of, like, some professional gamers who have advertisers where they can't have, like, they can't even come close to having fucking hate speech in their chat. These people will have the snappiest mod teams you can possibly imagine. You know what I mean? These people will get on this shit, and they'll be because there's money on the line. There's advertisers on the line. They care about it, and they're invested in their community. Destiny just isn't. And it seems in some ways that he actually makes a lot of money by allowing quite a lot of pretty angry and hateful people to mill about in his community and not take a proactive approach. So yeah, I think he could do a better job, and I know I could do a better job. And guess what? I know other people who are similar size to him who do a better job. Vosh is one such example. Vosh's community, are there people who are like dumb assholes who will go and swarm? Yeah, that part is inevitable. But Vosh does a very, very proactive job at keeping his community clean and safe, and he has a massive mod team that he pays a lot of attention to, including Vermin, who's amazing and has given me feedback on how to make my community better. So there's other people are already doing a better job. Destiny just right now, he doesn't take any critique from anybody. He just sits there and thinks he's the best that's ever been. And even though other people are doing things better, he's not willing to learn from them because he thinks, again, I have a feeling that he has kind of concluded that he's the peak and nobody else could possibly be doing anything better than him. And I think that's a little arrogant. But yeah.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question. I'm sorry if I didn't answer all of it.
No, you did. I think you did. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. I didn't know that he paid his mods. That's crazy. Yeah, I
Maybe he
definitely
might
agree with you
not, but
there.
I would hope so. I sure hope he does. Like, I intend to pay my mods. As soon as I make enough money to pay my mods, I will be paying my mods. At least, I will be paying at least a core mod team of, like, lieutenants who will be paid to keep my community good. My community is my life. You know what I mean? It's my living. And I don't want, and this comes down, at the end of the day, it comes down to principle, because if you want to, you can have a Keemstar-like community where Keemstar's community is just full of fucking horrific monsters, and he makes a lot of money as a result of it, but it's a horrible place to be for most people. And man, you can do it that way. I don't believe in that. I believe in communities that don't like malignantly ruin other people's lives and farm small people and like bully people. Like, I mean, the whole Etika thing, like, holy shit. Like I would argue that like people like Keemstar, whose communities are that out of control, like arguably have blood on their hands.
Oh, Keemstar is way worse than Destiny. Not that Destiny's bad, but yeah.
again, there's a spectrum, and I think that Destiny is, as far as our spaces go, I think he has one of the worst communities in the politics space, like easily. In fact, I think he has
even Nazis.
What's that?
Even like Nazis,
they don't have like community. I mean, like for example, Nick Fuentes has been isolated to DLive. Like, his community is horrible and toxic, but they've been banned off of every platform because, interestingly, those platforms have taken an aggressive stance. But yeah, I mean, as far as locally, like as far as the creators that are in this space, yeah, I think Destiny's community is incredibly toxic. And again, that's just from my own personal experience, and you could talk to other content creators and see if they think similarly, if you want to like get to the bottom of that, or if you think that my perspective might be warped. But all I can tell you is that the amount of hate I've gotten is fucking unbelievable. Unfucking believable how much hate I've gotten from that community. And it doesn't happen I mean, I do get passive hate. I'm trans. Like, I get passive hate, but the volume is like, it goes from like, maybe I get like one hate thing a day to the second Destiny involves with me, I've got fucking 20. I've got fucking 100. I've got people fucking writing an essay about how I'm a subhuman person. I mean, literally, you can watch the VOD of my conversation with Destiny, and you can see right afterwards, not the little recording that I did, but if you go watch the actual original VOD afterwards, I got like 5 or 10 accounts that came in that were called like Demon Mama. One was like, Demon Mama is a racist, trans people are subhuman, and these people came in and were using the T slur against me only after Destiny ended his stream and yelled about how bad of a person I am. None of that was in my chat before. Those people made an account specifically after he told me I was a piece of shit that shouldn't be on the internet and whatever. And then bam, that's what happens. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I'm sorry if I'm taking up your time.
No,
One
this has
last
been
question.
a great conversation. Yeah.
You said Destiny is directing people to deplatform me.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by that exactly?
Yeah, I think I can give you a couple examples. Like Destiny said multiple times, like, people should not engage with this. I don't have his exact words here. We can go find the various clips. But he's like, yeah,
I'll take your word for it.
What's that? Yeah. I mean, I'm being a little bit what's the word? Paraphrasing here, but Destiny and Scrub King have both said you should not engage with Demon Mama. Like, literally just saying you should not engage with Demon Mama. She is an unhinged person who is doing active harm to women. That is the definition of canceling someone. Like, being like, this person is a danger to women. They must be stopped. That is like as far as you can go, besides being like, this person is a danger to children, which is like, okay. You're just straight up. That is straight up canceling. They are trying to cancel me. That's why I titled this. I don't think I'm lying about it at all. That's so.
Yeah, if I could, I guess ask a little clarification on that. As far as the canceling thing.
Sorry, 1 second. Mythaldu, who is the admin for Vosh's website, one of the admins for Vosh's website, Destiny literally told his chat to attack the site servers of another streamer, and they had to spend 12 hours cleaning up and monitoring after that. Like,
is that a reference to the Vosh thing when they had a falling out? I remember seeing that.
It's pretty bad. He's done this on, and keep in mind, this is what we know of. We don't know what he actually says behind closed doors, but gauging by what he says in public, and what I've talked to other, again, nobody has given me permission to talk about this, but I've talked to other major streamers in our space who've said they've had very serious things. I've literally been cautioned to, like, be careful around DGG because of how aggressive they get and how hard they will go for your income. They've destroyed, I know that a lot of people don't know this because it's like ancient history at this point, but they've destroyed other people's communities. They've put people back like a year in actually being able to build a streaming community because of how much damage they've done. Like, they are very aggressive. So yeah. I think that directly labeling somebody a threat to women, a threat to trans people, a threat to the left and all social justice values, which is what he said about me, and that wasn't a joke. That was explicit. He's very explicit about that. Like, I think that is an absolutely fits every definition of an invitation to try and deplatform, especially when you say, no, I will never engage with the person. No one should be engaging with this person. She is doing harm. That is trying to kill my career, whether they like it or not. Destiny's just a huge hypocrite when it comes to that sort of thing.
Yeah, and just for clarification, chat, I am not a fan of Destiny, so I am not defending anything. Just a reminder.
It's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. No, he's a fucked up dude. And I disagree with a lot of his shit. Especially like that Kyle Rittenhouse take and all that. But
a lot of people disagreed with that, but yeah.
The thing I was going to ask before, cancel culture. Now, my interpretation was that cancel culture was like people coming after you to try and deplatform you, as in like get you taken off of, like, let's say YouTube, and like go to YouTube and be like, this person should be on there. But you seem to define it differently. Do I have the wrong definition here, or could you clarify that?
Could you restate your definition again? I'm sorry, I just received a DM that was very rude of me, but I got pulled away. Somebody wanted to come on. I told them I'd have them on, but go ahead, please restate that again. I'm very sorry.
No worries. So as I interpreted cancel culture as now, excuse me, I'm a little bit of a boomer, so I don't know all these terms.
Sure.
But I thought cancel culture was when people would go out towards like the specific services like YouTube or stuff like that and tell them, literally deplatform, like, hey, why do you have this person on your platform? Like, for example, like Nick Fuentes on whatever it was that he got canceled off, and now he's using something else. But you're defining it as something different. Do I have a wrong interpretation, or could you clarify that for me?
No, I think the term like cancel culture is incredibly vague. I actually have I've actually done a segment on this where I talk about how, like, I think the term cancel culture is really vague, and I usually don't like it in general, but I do think that, like, there are some examples of this. Like, for example, I did a stream about ContraPoints and how I feel like if there's an example of like cancel culture, ContraPoints is probably one of the better examples of somebody who's been the victim of cancel culture. Like, cancel culture in my mind, like, is this sort of, again, it's a vague concept of people getting really offended and trying to silence someone through various means. I mean, even, again, some people, like, I think Republicans and right-wingers tend to have like an incredibly loose version of it, where if you disagree with them at all, it's cancel culture, or if they're like literally spewing hate speech and violent speech and they get like taken off of a website because they're a liability, that's cancel culture. I feel like that's really vague, but at the end of the day, like, the most, like, sort of the best distillation of cancel culture that I feel like I can come to is that it's when you try to shut down someone's ability to continue to do something, usually their work, because you disagreed with something they said. That is like the broadest definition of it. It doesn't necessarily immediately only refer to like getting reported off of YouTube, although that can certainly be a part of it. I would say that, like, labeling, first of all, giving your followers license to harass people that you disagree with, and then also labeling someone as somebody who's doing active harm to a number of things that your audience and also the person that you're talking to care about, like, is an example of cancel culture. It's saying this person is doing a great amount of harm. They need to stop doing that harm, and you all have the license to do it. Whether that means, it's plausible deniability because you let them do the thinking as to what they need to do. But it absolutely is, in my opinion, an example of cancel culture. But again, I think cancel culture as a concept is really complicated, and I've had like a number of conversations about it. I usually don't think that the term is super, super useful. But there are a few occasions where I think that are outliers that live up to the general definition of cancel culture pretty well. And I think this is one of them. I think the way that like Merrick DeVille was treated on Twitter is another one. I think the way that ContraPoints was treated is another one. I think another example of this, the right engages in cancel culture all the time, by the way. They've always done that. Like I talked about this always. I say, like, they engage in the most raw form of cancel culture you can imagine. Like, I mean, when Ellen DeGeneres was on an ad for I think it was JCPenney, that like a fuckload of Christian right-wing organizations straight up boycotted JCPenney until to try and make it so that she wouldn't appear on that ad. They literally want her to be canceled from the public eye because they are offended by her existing as a lesbian. That's like the rawest form of cancel culture. Of course, there's a million different ways that people will use it. But yeah.
That's fair.
So
appreciate it. Thank you for having me on. And I gotta play Overwatch with my broski here, so I'm just gonna say thank you for having me. And your chat was very nice, so I appreciate
Flex,
it.
thank you so much for coming on. I really appreciate you asking me these questions, and also I think it was a great conversation. I hope you've been enjoying your day, and I hope you have a great time playing some Overwatch.
Thank you. You too. All
Yeah,
right, bye.
thanks. Bye. Okay, so wait, is it time? One second. That was a really good See? I told you. People call me like people call me fucking unhinged. I have all kinds of great conversations with people. People who disagree with me, people who want to pick my brain. GTD is finally ready, but now is the time. But GTD took so long. I'm supposed to be having Sondsol on. Hold on a second. Let's see. The tippy taps? You mean like? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll have GTD on. GTD, I'll have you on. All right. We're going to have GTD on, and then we're going to have Sondsol and Shark on, and we're going to have a talk with some other creators. All right, let's do it. Hello, GTD. Hello. GTD, can you hear me? Hello. Hello, GTD. I cannot hear you. Can you hear me? Hello? Still can't hear you, GTD. GTD, goodness gracious. Hello. Okay. Test. Okay. All right. Still can't hear you. You're not muted. Try resetting your Discord and making sure that you go into your gear and make sure you have the correct mic and headphones attached. All right. Disconnect, reconnect. Here. There you go. All right. We're waiting for GTD. No, it hasn't. This is mostly people who wanted to debate with me. I guess it is kind of a call-in stream, but it's mostly people who want to fight with me. How are we doing? How's YouTube doing? Hi, YouTube. How you all doing today? Is it going to be different? Oh, boy. GTD is oh boy. All right, listen. I hope you all doing good. Much love to you, YouTube chat. No parasocial or eno. Just communal love, okay? We need a word for that. I need to come up with a word for that. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, all right. Where's GTD? The fuck is GTD? All right, we got a mod ping. Okay. Pingies. I'm getting... Who pinged? Yeah, absolutely. 100%, Danny. We can talk about that sometime. I feel like I've talked about that a lot today. Communal love? Group love sounds like a sex thing. Group love? That sounds like a sex thing. GTD, what the hell's going on, my friend? Who pinged? Oh, okay, yeah, I'd love to do that, Danny. Of course. Sorry I've been making so much work for you this week. Fuck. Wow, really? Interesting. Much respect. Yeah. Okay. All right, GTD isn't coming. All right, GTD, I'm giving you 5 more minutes. We're going to take a little chill pill here. We're going to calm down and chat with chat. I'm sorry, Sylvia. Listen, Sylvia. Take it easy. remember, you all are my volunteer mods because I can't pay you yet. You don't have to do anything that you don't want to. Nothing. Never. You never have to feel the pressure at all. Okay? Take your time. He says he fixed it. Okay, tell him to get back in chat then. Tell him to get back. Okay, all right. All right, here we go. GTD. You have not fixed it, it appears.
I have fixed it.
Okay, there we go. All right, GTD. All right, GTD. What are your pronouns?
Just he, him.
Okay. Just? What do you mean just? Everyone's important. Listen, he, hims are important too, all right? Listen. Very important, all right?
Okay. Okay. Just so we're clear, how generally I like to do this is basically that, like, if you say something that I disagree with, I'm going to stop you and interrupt you, only because there's no point in you continuing on with the argument if I disagree. Does that make sense?
No. I don't really think that's super cool. I would appreciate if you would let me actually finish sentences and arguments. Even if you disagree with them, you can then contest them afterwards. That's how most most charitable conversations, you allow one another to finish their thought before you interrupt them, because you assume they're dumb or whatever.
Oh, it's not because I assume you're dumb. I'm just saying, like, well, if I disagree and then, like, you make a whole lot of propositions that I then disagree with, it seems kind of like a waste of time, but we can do that. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And then, do you think, like, would it be easier just so no one goes, oh, I was interrupting, this person was interrupting, we just say if we've finished talking?
I mean, sure.
Then,
I mean, the thing is, like, I don't have that type of conversation with most people. It's usually just really obnoxious and like aggressive people who I have that type of conversation with. I think I would like to assume that we can just have a conversation like normal people, and like, of course, an occasional interruption is fine. Like, that happens in any discussion. But like, I don't know, if you want to do it like military style, like over. Yep, roger that. We can do that if you want to.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, I just want this to be chill. Like, yeah,
Sure.
I'm a Destiny fan. I'll be upfront about it.
Sure.
Whatever. But yeah, I'm just trying to have a chill, good faith discussion. Like, I promise.
Okay.
I want to hopefully show you that not everyone from DGG is like a piece of shit.
I don't think everyone from DGG is a piece of shit. I feel like I've said that many times. I just do think.
Yeah, no, I just heard you say that. Yeah. I'm just saying, like, just reinforcing that.
Okay.
Okay, so your chat rushed me, so I've only got like 3 things.
Okay.
I would have made more, but yeah.
Sure.
So, I was just curious on this one. Do you think the space, this isn't really like an argument, I was just curious. Do you think the space would be better if Destiny was like deplatformed?
No.
Like, no. Like, you think it would be, you agree with me then that it would be worse, and like, because he does do like a lot of good and stuff.
I mean, I don't know if it would be like worse, but I don't generally just agree with deplatforming people. Like, there's extreme examples. Like, I think, for example, my opinion would be like Nazis and people who are like genocide advocates. Those people I do think should be deplatformed in many cases because they tend to make spaces unusable. But no, I don't think Destiny needs to be deplatformed. I just think he should be criticized, and he should learn to take some criticism on the chin.
I think he does. Like, I don't want to argue this point because we have no way to tangibly argue this, but like, I think he does take criticism a lot of the time in good faith, and he does listen. I mean, like, call me crazy or whatever, I am a serial Destiny watcher, and he's mentioned multiple times like things he's changed his opinion on, people that have changed his mind, like criticisms he's been given, and taken in and changed. So,
well,
I mean, feel that's something, but
I can't speak for his entire life. I don't know him. Like, I was not a Destiny fan in the past. I've seen some of his best, best content that he's ever done. I've watched some of his stuff, and then I have my interactions with him. And in my experience, he's been incredibly resistant to that. And again, a lot of people I know are like that, but yeah.
I think it's unfortunate because, and you probably heard this, like, you spoke to him like at the time, like after he was like, departed on Twitch, like, and like he's basically like had a lot of conversations with like left people that, in mine, even like Vosh's opinion, like he would agree is like completely like bad faith. So I think he's just lost a lot of patience, unfortunately. I'm not saying that's like okay, but
yeah, but I mean that's the thing. Like when here's the thing, like that's charitable. You're granting him charitability, and that's fine. But like it's also like, you gotta be willing to engage in charitability to other people as well. And I do agree, like, personally, on a personal level, I think some of the people he's talked to have indeed been bad faith. I mean, I've made my personal feelings and my personal thoughts about Peter Coffin, for example, pretty clear. I've been pretty harsh to Peter Coffin and Mike from PA in fact, I had a huge drama with Mike from PA, in fact. But like, I don't know. I've had lots
I wasn't trying to lend him charitability. I was just
yeah.
understanding like why he is the way he's at kind of thing.
Sure.
Like I'm very like people will disagree or whatever, but like I'm a very empathetic person, like to an extreme degree, and I really think about what leads people places because I think that's the only way we're actually going to solve like any issue in this world. It's like even if you hate someone or you think they've made like a really terrible mistake, like you have to understand why that happens, not just like what they've caused.
And I agree with you, and I think I can understand. I don't know. I feel like I have a decent understanding of the way that Destiny engages with a lot of lefties. But just to provide some context as far as like my engagement with Destiny's engagement with me was, in my opinion, the definition of bad faith. When he had me on, like we had a friendly conversation, like very short but friendly conversation off stream, and then I went to go get on my stream. I was like, all right, yeah, sure, give me 20 minutes, I'll come on your show. I just got to get my camera up and get my stream going because it was on an off day. I wasn't planning.
Was this the first time you spoke, right?
First time I ever spoke to Destiny. Yep.
Yeah.
And I went online to see that his stream title was Minecraft, or I think it was Call of Duty with Mutin and talking to some crazy person from Twitter.
Yeah.
And I was like, I see. And so then when I realized that he was not engaging in good faith, I named my stream. This was demonstrably created afterwards. I named it Fallen Titan and Pseudo Gamergator Destiny Challenges Demon Mama, because if we're gonna go for the clicks, we're gonna go for the clicks. I think that's fair. I think that was one of the things in our
I didn't
discussion.
Care about the title, but
in our discussion though, like I mean, like I feel like we were equally aggressive. And I think that he afterwards got very, very, very angry with like the fact that I kept up with him in bants, even though like he drew first blood. Like he was the one who drew the comparison of me to like being a Vosh clone to being like a clone of him. He even explicitly lied about his and my website. And like I find that
you were like throwing shots at each other.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, again, like you know,
whatever.
it's just But the thing is, when the problem that I have is like in a lot of these engagements, like DGG and a lot of people from DGG and people who engage with me who are favorable to Destiny, who are friends with Destiny, will just overlook the things that he does. They'll just ignore it. And it's like, wait, Destiny's made a whole career out of being a Dunkmeister, and then he's gonna be
okay, two things. I agree with you, of course, but like every community and every fan base is exactly the same. They will always overlook the person that they mostly like or mostly watch. Like you have to agree with that.
I disagree.
I completely disagree with that. But,
well, that's fine. You could disagree. But the fact of the matter is that I don't think all fan bases are created equal. I do think there's a certain favorability that's present in all fan bases by the nature. Like, obviously, people are choosing to come watch my stream instead of watching somebody else's or whatever. But there is not an equivalence between Destiny's community, DGG, like as a whole, and in the way they engage with other people is starkly different in mine and in many other people's experience than most other communities. The community I've like engagement I've had with like random people, even random people I've completely disagreed with and really don't like, has not even been close to as toxic as the engagement I've had with DGG. I do think that there are communities that are worse than others. I think that like the like shoulder shrugging going, all communities are bad is just I feel like that's a false equivalence, and I think it's a lazy way of like sidestepping, not of you personally, not of you, but yeah.
I agree that I would say it's like a spectrum, of course. Like there's worse communities and there's better communities, but also like I don't know what these communities are that you're talking about that are good or whatever, but like I mean he has like a massive community, so it's really like possibly unfair to compare like a much, no offense, but a much smaller community.
I mean, do you want me to give some examples?
Do you
want me to give some examples? Because I can.
You can, but I probably won't. I wouldn't know them, so I wouldn't.
I mean, that's fine. Well, here's the thing. This is my small challenge to you as a Destiny fan. Maybe it's worth trying to understand what other communities are like, because you might discover that, oh, actually, I've been here in DGG and this is the community I know most, but actually it is actually worse than a lot of these other communities. Because the fact of the matter, I think it is. And I think it's not hard to tell. If you go and hang out in a couple of other big politics streamers communities, none of them are nearly as toxic or as single-minded of an echo chamber as DGG. And I think a lot of DGGers don't know that because they've never existed in another community online. And so they just assume all other communities are exactly like theirs. Yeah, like Hassan's
I mean, that's
community
wrong
is...
in my case. I've been in Hassan's community.
Yeah, I mean, Hassan's community is high energy, but they never... Like, I've never seen Hassan viewers fucking brigade another content creator besides literally with Destiny, where that was a bloody interaction between those two content creators. But the way that Hassan interacts with all kinds of other content creators, no such toxicity from Hassan's community. Same goes for Vosh. Vosh's community is pretty spicy as far as communities go, but still notably less so than DGG. Like, his community is actually really chill. And in fact, I have people in my community who are who have modded for Vosh, who have been witness to Vosh's community and are willing to attest in their own experience that it's a significantly better community than other communities they've existed in online. Like, that it just gets bam. Like, there's a lot of contention in the server, but fucking outright hate and crossing the line gets punished right away.
Okay, I would say because I've been in Vosh's community too. Like, I've watched him a lot. I'd say that I agree. Like, I would say that personally, most of Destiny and Vosh's chat is like chill and cool, but then there's obviously like some people that are arseholes and say things like kill yourself, and I in DGG I call that shit out. I think it's super wrong. I hate it when people say shit like that. I will call that out in the DGG chat when I'm there.
Yeah, I mean,
I would agree. Hang on.
Sure. Go ahead.
I would agree with you that probably the margins are probably bigger in Destiny's chat because he tends to be more like combative. But I want to say this, like, I agree with you that Destiny tends to be like more aggressive or combative or whatever, but like part of his appeal and why he's actually able to bring like people more to the left or whatever is because like he's entertaining. So it's like he has to find this balance, like right or wrongly, of kind of like being a little bit of like an asshole, but then like still having like decent conversations, because the bit, and you know this too, right? You can be like not insulting, but you know what I mean, like where you just go at someone and it's like entertaining.
Yeah. Oh,
Like,
I
that's part of, like,
regularly I regularly tell people that I'm a spicy bitch. I also tell people, like, I mean, I literally, my branding when I was back on Twitch was the demon of the Twitch community, of the Twitch politics community. But there's a big difference. There's a huge difference in the way that I engage with that and the way that Destiny engaged with that, which is that I'm very honest about it. And Destiny tells his fans he's never performative, which is a lie. That is a lie. And anybody who believes, hold on, well, like gotta let me finish this one. Like anybody who believes that Destiny isn't performative is wrong. You are definitively performative the moment you switch on a camera and set up your lighting and frame conversations and like, I'm just honest about that. And so is Vosh, by the way. And so is I don't know actually how much Hassan talks about it, but yeah.
I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding. I don't want to, I didn't timestamp this, so I don't remember, but sure. I think there was a bit of a misunderstanding because I think he meant that his opinions weren't performative, not that his behavior on stream wasn't performative. I mean, I would have to go back and check. But
yeah, I mean, there was even a joke.
That was what I got from it. But
okay, yeah, I mean, I think it's possible that that's the thing, but to me, that seems like a little bit of a sleight of hand on his part, and it is in his benefit, because if his followers believe that he's always telling the truth, well, then they trust him. They're more willing to give him money. They think he's like saving the world instead of just being a streamer. And I never lie about just being a streamer. At the end of the day, these are my opinions. I'm a political edutainer, and I brand myself that way because I don't want people to think I'm like some kind of cult leader. I'm not trying to build a cult. I just want to have a nice community and do some good shit in the world. And yeah, if I can go fucking big, I'll go fucking big, but I'm not going to lie to people about it.
I think he's said multiple times that he's just a streamer. Like, this is like
maybe
fun for him, and he does stuff for his own satisfaction, not necessarily that he's gonna like save the world. Like, he says this lots of times.
Maybe, but I mean, at the same time, like, I have a clip of Hassan in here, talking about a reference to, this was from like a couple of days ago. Hassan made a reference to Destiny telling Hassan, nothing I do is performative. And there's a clip from him from the N-word Andy saga of him saying the exact same thing, insisting nothing I do is performative. And that's just a lie. It is a bald-faced lie.
I'd have to see the context of the clip. Like, I just can't speak to those clips.
I mean, I just recommend looking into it, especially if you're a big fan of Destiny. I think it's important to have, like, I think it's perfectly fine to be a fan of Destiny. I know a lot of them. I know a lot of people who are fans of Destiny.
Well, that's why I'm here.
Yeah, of course.
I've been watching you for like last week. I'm not here just to hate. Like,
I appreciate that. I mean, I appreciate you watching me.
I do go into other people's communities. I've been into Bosch's community. I've been into Hassan's. I've been into, like, I'll go into a community, and if I feel that it's not like a horrible place to be, I'll stay there.
Okay.
Or the creator isn't like a piece of shit or whatever.
One quick question I have for you, before we go on to your next question or next point or whatever.
I've got a few. We're like.
Well, this is just a clarifying, like not even a clarifying question, just something.
I just want to get through them all before you like kick me off. But
I'm not gonna kick you off. Don't worry. I mean, we have we have still another 20 minutes. So, but
okay, well, we haven't even got to like.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, all I was going to say is just try to consider that even if a community is comfortable for you, it might not be comfortable for other people. Like, for example, well, I mean, there's a lot of things like this. Like, for example, a community that is like full of people who hate Jewish people is probably not even going to be necessarily that bad for people who aren't Jewish. But if you're Jewish, that community will be intolerable to you. And likewise, and even if there was a couple of people, like if you were Jewish and there was a couple of Nazis that regularly hung out in your friend group and were talking about exterminating you, those people might make your life, it might make it impossible for you to enjoy a space. And I do think that a lot of places like that, like a lot of places like DGG, for example, in my opinion, foster too much negativity and make it toxic for other people. Hey, Lonnie. Hey, you got some love, real quick.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, thank you, Ivy.
I don't want to sound like, I don't sound weaselly, but like generally, like I just generally think the size of his community, it makes that really hard, and I think he does do a really good job. He does constantly will ban transphobia, any of that shit in his chat all of the fucking time.
Still a lot that gets through though.
He does. I can't speak for his Reddit. I don't know how much. I don't think he has any involvement in the Reddit. I don't know. But like with the DGG chat and his Twitch chat and his YouTube chat, like it's really heavily like modded probably. So I think he does a pretty good job of making sure that the community is mostly welcoming. And I'm there all the time. So.
Yeah. I mean,
and I think I'm reasonable. I'm not like an asshole.
Yeah,
so
I don't think you're an asshole.
If I disagreed, like.
Sure. I just think that again, I think there are varying degrees, and in my experience with it, and again, it's not just mine, but I can speak most to my own. In my experience, I have gotten a lot of very explicit transphobia as a result of interacting with them, and I think that they could probably do a better job cleaning that out and making sure that's completely unacceptable.
I agree.
Yep.
I'll completely concede to you that all of the transphobia you received was completely unacceptable, and I saw it on Twitter, and I was very upset about that. And I think they are doing good, but I agree with you, they could be doing better. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have another point?
Yeah, I've got a few here.
Go for it.
So, I think you kind of talked about it earlier, but like, what is your like? I think you have possibly more extreme deplatforming like lines than Destiny does. Like, because you would agree that like Nazis should be deplatformed, or like people that are like, disseminating like fake news. Like, where's your line, basically?
I'm sorry. Can you clarify that? Like you said that you think I have different views about deplatforming people.
Yeah, deplatforming or canceling them or whatever.
Yeah. I mean,
like a content creator or just yeah.
Yeah, both Destiny and I agreed during the conversation that like we agreed during our first conversation that like we could both agree that like Nazis are like we both think are like sort of acceptable to get off of a platform. And my logic behind that is that I think that there are some highly manipulative and highly violent ideologies that will ruin any space that they're involved in, and so that while I do prefer free speech, as much as possible. I think that in the name of actually having functional spaces that aren't just cesspits for most people, especially marginalized people, it's like I think that like we have to be willing to say, okay, these people can't exist in these spaces.
Sorry, I just like they're easy ones though. I'm just cutting
sure.
off because I want you to get to like the harder ones that are like the more gray line.
Okay, so give me an example and I'll try and tell you my thoughts.
Like, I don't know if I want to get to an example. Like, if Destiny believed that, I mean, I can bring up the example that you talked about in the discussion, but I just don't know how useful that is. But
Sure.
and I don't necessarily want to talk about. But like, if there was someone that Destiny believed was disseminating fake news or just completely like misappropriating arguments, or being like really like harassing and abusive, it would make sense that it was okay for them to be driven off platform, right?
I mean,
and they were really harmful. Or
yeah,
do you just have more extreme like?
Yeah, I mean, I think he could come to that conclusion. I think there are some people I can think of that are like that. But you have to have evidence for that, and you have to be able to illustrate that claim and make sense of it, in my opinion. And I don't think he's done that. I don't think he's ever done that. I don't think he did a good job. We can talk about specific examples. Like, I mean, I know he talked about if we want to talk about like from my conversation, he talked about Cyberwitch Lexi. He sent me his evidence, which was 3 copies of the same image, all of which were, in my opinion, totally fair Twitter critiques. Some of them were a little mean, but nothing was like talking about Destiny having to be deplatformed. It was just her opinions on him. And like, yeah, some of them were a little mean, I will agree, but this doesn't represent like an example of like over the top harassment, not even close. And like, and then you can literally find even worse examples of him engaging in really, really bad rhetoric that I think that he also admitted was bigoted, which I think that we both agree that we don't like bigoted hate speech because of the outcomes it has in our society. And also keep in mind, I never advocated for Destiny to be deplatformed ever, but he did advocate. He did advocate for the people that he was critiquing to be deplatformed. I think Destiny is has very extreme standards for who he thinks should be deplatformed. But the standard that most matters in my experience and in my analysis of him from all the evidence I can find, the one that matters most is whether he likes them or they agreed with him or not. And I feel he goes really far on anybody who disagrees with him. And as far as like, if they piss him off, he's willing to destroy them, even if they haven't actually done anything to harm him, like he did with me. And I do believe he did that.
A really good example that like he has strongly agreed with Wash, but he's never said that he needs to be deplatformed. Like he's constantly said that, like, even now after like they had that whole falling out, he still said that he thinks that Bosch is a good like influence.
I mean, the back end comments, in my opinion, are and that was one that was available publicly. I think that like
I saw that.
Yeah, I think that is deplatforming. I think that if you're like encouraging or even strongly insinuating that your followers go after somebody's livelihood, and you could even go so far as to say like, I mean, did actual harm to like the team that actually puts a lot of effort into keeping that website going, I think that's a perfectly fair and reasonable, falls within the definition of deplatforming, in my opinion. So I do think he's engaged in it, and he clearly engaged in it with a lot of people online. I mean, he said that Lexi should be. Now he's saying that I should be. So yeah, I think he does it all the time, and I think people just let him. Yeah.
In the case of Lexi, I think like there was a lot more evidence that he didn't show. That she's been pretty bad. I just don't want to get into I just don't have all the receipts.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I've seen the receipts, and I just don't agree. And that's the thing. Like,
there was a lot more than just that, though. Well, but again, like, this is just a pointless discussion because it's just like he said, she said.
Sure, but I mean, but that's the thing, right? Like, if you're gonna, I believe that the standard, that the evidence for arguing that someone should be deplatformed is very high. Like, for example, and I think that even Destiny would agree with this. In fact, he did in the conversation we had when I said you could agree that even if we're like, let's say we step out of the prison abolitionist lens, because I know that's the thing that we tried to get to, but we can agree that there are probably some people that, given our current society, need to be imprisoned, like a serial killer, right? But we have an incredibly complex process by which we try to determine whether that person is actually guilty before we slam them in prison. I would argue that that's a good thing, that we should have those standards. And what I also argue is that Destiny doesn't uphold those standards, and he does it very selectively based on how angry he personally feels at that person. And he's willing to lower the threshold for what determines somebody's right to be, when determines somebody should be deplatformed in a way that I strongly disagree with.
I think if like you had given him time to fully go into that stuff, I think he would have given you a better argument. I think it was just kind of on the fly, and it was like, oh, here's some tweets. But I don't want to get into that too much. In terms of the like Vosh stuff, like I don't really like what he did there, but like I don't know, like he'd just been like departnered. Like obviously he was super angry and upset.
But here's the other
thing.
Doesn't
make it okay, but like
does
make it okay. He was obviously really angry and upset, and I think even he now would probably admit that that wasn't.
Can I comment on this whole, like, on my thoughts on this, the deplatforming thing with Destiny? Like, first of all, like, he's been damaged for sure. And by the way, mostly not by, I would say that, like, again, and I said this in the conversation, I don't think he has even close to the evidence to try to allege like a conspiracy from like Vosh and Vosh's friends, especially because I have like literally receipts, because I was really frustrated about the way that argument went, and I had people who were able to help me find the receipts. Like Zay Squirrel is somebody who's like way more obsessed with Destiny, and I would argue actually does push for him to be deplatformed. But at the end of the day, even with that in mind, Destiny has been a partner with Twitch for 10 years. They've given him a lot of leeway, and he crossed a line. And I wish that it hadn't happened that way, but do I think that Twitch is out of their rights to say, like, we can't do this anymore? No.
Well, Destiny
like,
would say
he
that.
is, at the end of the day, he is responsible for his own rhetoric, and he says this about everybody else. He holds everyone to the standard. It sucks. It sucks he got departnered, but Twitch was in their rights. And it's not it's not like it was like he was crucified or anything like that. He said something that is like that is completely toxic to a lot of people. And I talk about this in my my Drama Mama DSA Destiny, which I went into that conversation being as absolutely good faith as I possibly could be with regard to Destiny. And I said, like, whether we think he's right or wrong or anything, it is a fact that if like a Republican oppo group found that clip, which they have, they could use that to damage Democratic candidates. And he has to acknowledge that. Politics is dirty. And if you put out a clip in which, in which you've said something that could be used very badly against you, and you're going to try and enter into actual politics, cutthroat politics against Republicans, you have to be careful. You have to. And sometimes it's going to mean that there's some people who won't be able to work with you. I have friends who are politicians, and they've said, listen, no hard feelings, but like, I can't always vouch for you.
Associate with you.
Yeah, I can't associate with you because you talk about anarchy. And I'm like, okay, I get it.
I think he said that he was never angry that Twitch, like, he wasn't angry. Like, obviously he's upset that he got departnered, but he wasn't angry with Twitch thinking they were out of their right. I think he was just angry because, like, I don't want to get to, I guess, rightly or wrongly, he felt like it came from someone that he saw as a friend or whatever. Or it was in a community of someone that he saw as like a friend.
Yeah, and then that part becomes whether he's right or wrong. And if we, like, that's a big conversation we could have. I think he's wrong. I think he doesn't have the evidence to try and frame people for it or to then justify the way he treated them afterwards. I just don't.
I think he had. I think this isn't really an evidence thing. It just goes back to the Xandor conversation. Like, I just think he has the. I just think he can say that he was upset that, like, Vosh didn't do enough to really, like, stop people taking what Destiny was saying at, like, the worst, like, faith version.
Yeah.
I think that's fair to say.
Well, I mean, he can express those feelings, but he did a lot more than express those feelings. Like, I mean, he didn't just express feelings. He, like, denounced Vosh. He accused them of being the main, like, thrust behind it. He made a lot of accusations. He made a lot of accusations even in the conversation I had. And again,
I don't think he said Vosh. He said community, and he said, like, the.
I mean, he said Conyer,
girlfriend,
but I mean, like, Vermin has talked about this many times, and like doesn't involve themselves in the discourse at the current moment. But like, Like, this has been discussed. Like, again, I just don't think the evidence exists for him to make the claims that he's making. His claims are very big, and they require evidence. When you make big claims, you need to have the evidence to make those claims. Yeah. So, anyway, we're running a little tight on time.
Okay.
Did you have another thing you wanted to bring up?
Yeah.
Sure.
Like, this is just okay. I was gonna ask you a question you've been asked a million times, but did you ever call the Scrub King an incel?
Yeah, I did call him I don't know if I called him an incel directly. I definitely strongly implied that he was an incel after our conversation. Actually, it was not after the first conversation. It was after the second conversation. After the first conversation, people directly asked me whether I thought he was an incel. I said, no, I just think he had some incel-y kind of takes. I don't agree with them, but I think he's a fine person. In fact, again, you can go watch the stream that I did right after that, like where somebody asked me. You can find it.
So this is the problem, because I did, and like I'm not here to like whatever, but like at 6 hours, 21 minutes and 50 seconds, like you literally said something like, oh, like I didn't before, but like now I literally think he's a little incel or whatever. Like, so you did call him an incel.
Yeah, wasn't that after the second conversation we had?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I just said, after the second conversation, yeah. Like, oh, and like, by the way,
you said you were implying that he was an incel, not that you did call him an incel.
I
Let me
finish. Okay, go ahead, sure.
And like, this is just a critique I would say, like, maybe you're saying, like, because when Dario said, like, oh, did you call me an incel? You just said no. And maybe your defense would be like, oh, well, I just meant after the first conversation. But like, the impression when you ask someone, like, oh, like, did you say this? It's not like, oh, did you say this at a specific point? It's like, did you call him this at any point, right?
Well, I mean, wait. When you asked me that, like, I feel like I was very honest. I said, yeah, I feel like I did. And then I said, actually, I don't know if I directly did or if I didn't, but I did very much ride on the incel thing after the second conversation. Absolutely. I don't fucking care. After the second conversation, he was so fucking rude to me. He held up a fucking clock to the screen. Like, fuck that. Yeah, that's incel shit.
Like,
yeah, absolutely.
When I hear like Dario ask you and then you say no, do you
no, because we were, but wait, but we were talking specifically with Dario. The context of the conversation was very specifically the first conversation, and I did not call him an incel in that conversation. So
I don't know. I was listening and I didn't feel like it was talking about the first conversation.
It was.
I mean,
it was.
You're going to say that.
We were explicitly talking about the first conversation. I mean, that's the whole thing. His three critiques were based off the first conversation with Dario. He said he didn't watch the second conversation. I think that's important. Okay. Like, I think that's an important thing. Like, establishing a timeline if we're going to levy accusations against people is like really important to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You still think he's an incel?
Do I think he's okay? Let's see. If I'm going to be completely honest, do I think he's an incel?
Yeah.
No. I mean, incel is like, it's kind of an insult. Like, I don't know. Like,
yeah.
No, like, I don't think he hangs on an incel forums, but I think some of his arguments are very immature and also very patriarchal. I do believe that. I do think some of them are. I don't think he's like, I don't know if he's like fucking really an incel or anything like that. But
do you recognize that the word incel like holds a lot of weight there? So, like, I mean, like there's being hyperbolic, but then calling someone
sure,
like,
but like so
like,
does
holds a lot of like.
Yeah, but do you think that me calling him like an incel as like an insult carries as much weight as both him and Destiny, literally telling thousands of people that in no uncertain terms I'm actively harming trans people and actively harming women? I'm sorry, but that is a double standard if I've ever heard of one.
I don't know. I'm not talking about Destiny though. I didn't hear him say that in that stream. And
he said that in his tweet, the literal first tweet he made about me today. A massive thread that's getting tons of attention. So okay, yeah,
I haven't seen that. But
sorry,
okay.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm sorry, but like this again. This is where.
Twitter,
yeah, this is where I get a little bit like I'm gonna defend myself a little bit because I think the double standard is massive. That if I'm just like, yeah, dude, that was kind of fucking incel-y, then he's gonna go on a giant freak out and then like be like I was destroying his character, while simultaneously they literally are telling their fans with no uncertainty that I am harming women and harming trans people. That is so like. That's such a double standard. Like I like one throwaway insult. Oh, I think he's stupid or whatever. Like I think he's an insult, whatever. Like, and then like no, I feel like this is like.
But like when I asked the question and then you like, when I ask you like, do you think it's unfair? And then you kind of go to Destiny. It's kind of a bit like whataboutism, and it's like, well, I'm asking you like directly, like, do you think that it would, you can be hyperbolic, but then using a term like that holds a lot of weight, you think that that's like fair?
I mean, I don't know. I don't know. My mental jury is out on how much weight the term incel should have. But I guess
I can tell you that it has a lot of weight. Like, I know I'm a fucking straight white male, whatever, but like I can tell you that like mentally, like it's not fun to be called an incel.
Well,
It doesn't
it's
make
not fun
you
to be called a
feel
dumb
good at
fuck
all.
either, and I was called a dumb fuck. It's not. You want to know what one of the most insulting things that anyone has ever done to me is fucking imply that I'm not kidding you. Like
I know, I heard you talk about. I know,
I know,
yeah,
but
but like,
come on,
but like,
come
what
on, you gotta realize this is a double standard.
I know, but it like having
It's a double
whether it's a
standard.
double standard or not doesn't equate to like whether it's like a wrong action.
Oh
right?
wait, do you think it was wrong of me to insult him for being an incel? Like, is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, like I think like dumb fuck is like doesn't really hold that weight. Like it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like, oh, you're dumb. People don't really think that much about it. But then like incel or racist, or these hold like a lot more weight to them, right? Like
Maybe I don't put incel on the same level as those. So maybe that's
because
just a different personal difference. I don't
like,
personally think I did anything wrong by after
a
that second
lot of people
conversation.
see incel as like a woman hating, like
Okay.
ridiculous, like like literally like the worst like piece of woman hating scum on the universe. Like that's what incel is like seen as.
I mean, that's not the way I
So
look at it, but if that's the way some people look at it, that's fine.
that's the way most people look at it.
Sure. I don't think you have the information to make that assertion. I don't think you actually have the data to make that claim. But if you think that's the case, that's fine. I don't think that's how most people look at it. I don't think most people see it as like the worst thing you could ever call somebody. I think it's just another term, like, oh, you're being a fucking weird neckbeard or whatever. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad. So no, if you're asking my opinion on whether I think I did anything wrong after that horrible, like, bad faith second conversation, being like, yeah, I actually do think he's kind of an incel. Nah, I don't think I did anything wrong there. I don't think I did anything wrong at all. Like, I think at that point, it was very clear. Keep in mind that he had that second conversation after watching Destiny scream at me and say those things. So, and Destiny raided into him, told him that he was raiding into him, and his chat at that time was like literally screaming.
He raided into Big Boss Post.
Oh well,
not true.
Okay, so maybe he didn't physically raid in, but he literally said you all can go watch the Scrub King if you want to. To me, that's like a soft raid. I can't raid on my site. I can suggest people to go watch someone, and I can host. I feel like that's the same thing. I think that like a pseudo raid where you say go watch this person if you want to go see the thing that I was just screaming about. Like, I think that's a pseudo raid. Sorry.
If he wanted to, then he would have just raided them directly, right?
I don't know.
I'm not talking about Destiny, but like whatever.
This feels like a lot of charitability. He sent Destiny directly sent a ton of people. He explicitly told a lot of his fans to go watch the Scrub King afterwards, and they did. Like, Scrub King literally talked about it on Twitter about how many more views he got after Destiny shouted him out.
Yeah, of course. But like, here's why I don't think I'm being super charitable, because I will literally come on here and tell you, okay, like Destiny absolutely was bad faith to you when he spoke to you.
Okay.
On this, like, I thought it was hilarious. It was amazing content. It was really funny, but obviously he was super bad faith. And I'm a little bit disappointed, because when he levied those accusations at you, I would have really liked to hear like why he thought that you were like harm to all these spaces.
He doesn't.
Like,
he's lying.
Honestly,
he's just trying to get people to get mad.
Well,
at me.
I hope you two have a conversation. Like, he calms down, you actually have a conversation about it, because I think that if you can actually both come at it without being too heated at each other, it would actually be like an interesting conversation.
Yeah,
yeah,
sure. I mean, I think maybe he should come and apologize to me, and after he's done apologizing for labeling me a danger to the community I care about most in this world, aka trans people, then maybe we'll have a talk. I'm not gonna fucking grovel to someone who's browbeating and abusing.
Sorry, I know you're gonna like disagree with like the incel word, but it's kind of a similar thing where it's like, oh, maybe he got super mad and he said something, but he doesn't really mean it. But it's kind of the same as you calling Disrupt King an incel.
That is not the same. Well. I'm sorry. That is not the same. That is like, I don't agree that that's the same at all. Not even close. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Strong disagree with you.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But do you think I made some fair points?
Yeah, I mean, I think you brought up some things. I don't really, yeah, I mean, we had a great conversation. I think this has been a good conversation. I don't agree with a lot of, I think you grant a lot of charitability to the streamer that you like the most, and I understand that to a certain degree. I think, personally, the weakest point was this last one.
Yeah, that's fine.
And
I think I'm pretty level-headed.
yeah,
I
you
don't think
are.
I
You are pretty
brought
level-headed.
a super amount of like charitability to Destiny.
No, I think this was a good. Listen, GTD, for what it's worth, I think this was a great conversation, and I've enjoyed talking with you. I don't agree with you on everything, but there's a perfectly good faith conversation, and maybe we'll talk again in the future. All right. I got to go talk to some other content creators who I told I was going to have on.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, you're fine. Again, thank you for coming on, and thank you for being willing to lay out your points and your critiques in front of my audience. I really appreciate that.
Did I lay it out in a good way? Like,
Yeah,
I think I talked very well. But...
Yeah, I think you did perfectly fine. See, we had a really nice fucking conversation. It was good. All right?
Yeah.
All right. You have a good day, GTD. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I'll come back if I have anything else to talk about, I guess.
All right. See ya.
Yeah.
Okay, so we are now having on Sondsol and Shark. Wait, what? Hold on a second. I'm waiting for them. They'll be here. Yeah, Sonsol's going to be here, and Shark, I think. I'm going to have to put their actual names on, but for right now. Let's check in on YouTube chat while we wait. Hey, YouTube chat. How you doing? A lot of haters in chat. Hi, haters. Hi, haters. Hi, lovers. GTD, that was a good conversation. Don't let anybody tell you that wasn't. That was a good conversation. I don't agree with you on everything, but I think it was good. And as you can tell, this entire day has just been me fielding questions from people. So... whatever. It's not like I shy away from people critiquing me. See? All right. Hey, Lodic, how's it going? It was pure garbage? Oh, maybe we'll read it after this. I don't know. We've been sitting on this shit for a while. I have other content I want to do. Oh, by the way, I am going to announce something, just so you know. Yeah, there's a manifesto. I know. Hey, listen, everybody listen up. Everybody listen up. Gina, I'm going to have to ask a request from you. Okay? All mods who are active today on YouTube and on the site, all of you, we're going to split the donos from today across the entire mod team. Okay? One time, I literally can't do everything. I can't do this every time, but you all have been working over fucking overboard. So just so you know, the mod team is going to get split between all of you, all of the donos that have come in today. And we've had a lot of them. We've had a lot of generous donos. I am going to, here, let me just add, I'm going to copy this. Hold on. Wait, let me do this. Mod day. Here we go. All donos today go split between mods. Here we go. We're going to put this down here. Hold on, I got to get this into like an acceptable size. Oh, that's too small. What the fuck? Give me a minute. We're waiting for everybody to get in here and then we'll... It's going to be a bit of a work to do it, but that's how it's going to be. We're going to do that. I was thinking about this before stream and I forgot to announce it at the beginning because shit was so hot right off the get-go. But yeah, here we go. All donos today split between mods. Mod Appreciation Day for all of the work you all have been doing to keep our little, our community well. Okay? So everyone, if you want to support the mods today, that's how you do it. And there we go. Hey, thank you so much, Wolfgar. Exactly. There we go. There we go. There we go. Hello, 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 hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Good. All right, hold on. I got to get your Twitch handles up on here. And do you both want to be on camera, or like, are you cool with being on camera?
Yeah, here.
Okay,
let
that'd
me
be really
turn off
great,
my
'cause
camera on my end.
Okay, so hold on. Okay, so twitch.tv/Sondsol. And Sondsol, your pronouns again? Sorry, refresh me. I have bad memory.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Pronouns.
Oh,
again?
yeah. He, him.
He, him. Okay. And Shark.
Same as well.
Okay, him. Okay. All right, and let's see. I just gotta make sure I get your Twitch link correct. It's Twitch Shark3ozero, like
Yes.
O as in the letter O.
Yep.
Shark3ozero. There we go. Okay.
It's
get
saying
this
that
on.
I don't have permissions to.
Oh yes,
use
I can
my
fix
camera.
that. Give me one
Yeah.
second. Yeah, sorry. I have to make sure you have the content creator role. And sometimes I miss people who are content creators just because I don't notice when they join, and then
No, I see how it is. I'm not
you're
enough.
okay.
I don't have enough internet clout
yeah,
to get
for
the role.
sure,
It's
for
fine.
sure. Even though you've been on my show like 3 times. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much, Brit Mouse. I'm occasionally going to be thanking Donos, because as I just announced, all of the Donos for the rest of today and from retroactively to the beginning of today are going to be split among my mod team. All of the people who are active and working today and over the last few days. So yeah, there you go, everybody. All right, let's have a chat. Let's have a chat, shall we? Oh
Yeah.
God. Oh, this is. Oh God. Oh no. Why is? Oh no. Hold on. This is my chat box is destroying our ability to see anything. Here we go. We gotta make chat small. Okay. Oh no, the text. Oh God, why do I do this to myself? Holy shit. I'm very sorry about this. I'm just trying to make
No,
it
you're
so
totally
that
fine.
it's visible, and here we go. We'll do this right here. Yes, that will make it very readable. And then I need to put up the other text from this. Here we go. Mod day. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Streamlabs is a pain.
Yeah, well, I'm using OBS, but it's also, but yeah, it applies. All donos today split between mods. Let's shrink this and put this right here. Here we go. Here we go. There we go. Okay, sick. All right. Everything has been fixed. Like sanity and order has been restored to the stream. All right, what we talking about? Hit me up.
So for me, when I watched finally the first half of the first debate, and then
Sure.
I watched everything from Destiny hopping in yesterday with an incredibly the most embarrassing display I've ever seen out of him. That was really fucking weird. From there through the end of your second conversation with the Scrub King, I feel like the drama is pretty useless in my opinion.
Sure.
I think that it's I don't see much use in talking about that too much, but I feel like there were some things missed on both your part and his part throughout that conversation. Me and Shark have been talking about it since I started streaming.
Sure.
And I just kind of like want to go over that in general.
Okay.
So when Shark, I don't know if you want to say anything really quick.
No, go ahead, buddy. You're the leader now.
Yeah. All right, cool. I'm in charge. So when we're talking about like the meme itself, I can agree. The meme is pretty poorly worded and leaves a lot of room open for interpretation. Is using guys as friends, does that mean like you're leading them on? Does that just mean like being friends with guys? Can men and women be friends? Like it is equivalent like in emotional damage to using a woman for sex, right? I think that I would generally agree with that if we change it from using guys as friends to leading guys on. And that's like the first big thing, and we can kind of jump off from there. There are a couple of things that I'm sure that we'll just kind of naturally get there from that. But would you agree on that at that baseline, like at that like edit to the meme? Would you agree with that?
That it's like like leading people on or whatever is bad.
I would say specifically men in this case.
Okay, yeah. I mean, if we want to keep it in the same frame as the original one, which is painfully heteronormative, then yes, that's perfectly fine. We can do that. We can stick within that. And yeah, if you'll recall, we actually agreed on that at the very beginning of the VOD. Like I said, like, oh, okay, I assumed you meant it this way, but I think you can, you know, and then I said it's probably mostly a semantic thing, but I think that there are some reasons why people are like correctly, like are like not necessarily correctly, but are understandably misunderstanding the joke, especially with the wording and especially with like the fact that you were willing to say nuclear take. I 100% agree with the OP and all this stuff. Yeah, but we talked about that in the original VOD, and then we kind of said, and then after that I was like, well, do you mind if we dig in a little deeper and try to find some of the like underlying beliefs here and see what we can figure out? Like, yeah, so yeah, I did. Yeah, I would say I would agree with that by and large. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So like that's something I had a baseline, because I feel like at some point it turned into this compulsory contrarianism where it would go into yes, we both agree men have this issue, but like also on the other side women have this issue, and then like people would, like both of you would agree, and like then it would go down this whole rabbit hole. The thing that I would mostly take issue with is the reframing, and also to start this off, also I agree with almost everything both of you guys said, but the way that it went down and the way that the conversation went was really, really unproductive. And there were some things that I do disagree with. And Shark, if you can help me, I'm forgetting like the specific things here that I was talking about just like 10 minutes ago.
So we were talking about talking about like a specific issue that pertains to men, and then dragging like the women's side of the issue into it, which is true, that happens. But the thing is, for me, I talk a lot about men's rights and men's issues, like in particular, and I've seen this a whole lot with a lot of people who, and I'm not saying like you in particular, I don't know you enough to even make that assumption.
Yeah, this is the first time I've ever talked to you besides the DM I sent you after you called me a lib. But yeah,
it's true. Lib mama.
Yeah,
nice. I don't know anything about that.
No,
it's all right. It's all right. We can have that one next if you want
to. Oh yeah, definitely. So that's something that I see from a lot of people who kind of brush away a lot of men's issues when we're talking about a specific issue. I feel like a lot of people would jump down someone's throat if especially me, who I've been in Louisville, I've been to the Breonna Taylor like protests and everything. If I was talking about like Black issues, and then someone brought up like even like Native American issues as well, I mean those problems are real, and they need I think and they need to be talked about, but always like, hey, what about this, and then bring it over to that when we're talking about this specific issue, it comes off as invalidating to me.
I'm sorry, what was your point with that? No offense, I don't know what you mean. What are you referring to? Did I do that at any point ever?
Well,
I don't think I ever did. In fact, I would argue he did that.
He did that? Well, yeah. I remember
multiple times.
I remember specifically when I may have lost it.
Oh, darn.
Here, yeah, it's really unfortunate. Wait, let me see if I can because I haven't watched it in like a second, but I do remember. Yeah. I do remember this specifically, that that when like men's rights are sometimes being brought up, that the other side of the coin is.
Did I do that?
As well, I believe you did.
Okay, well I didn't, and I would urge you to please rewatch it again.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, you will discover that is not the case. So listen, I don't know you at all, but Sondsol, I really like you. But do you guys actually like have anything to talk about? I've been getting reamed over this for like 24 hours now, and like if we're just gonna like, I don't know, if it's just gonna be like things that I didn't say, it might annoy me just a little bit. Like I'm pretty exhausted about the topic, but like if you have actual critiques that I actually said or anything that I actually did, I would really love that, as opposed to like, I don't know what this has been so far.
Okay, well, I guess I don't want to take up your time if you think that this is a not useful critique or anything. Mostly what my problem with the actual like content of the debate was the kind of contrarianism, and at a certain point it got to a point where you guys would both say that you agree, but you would be disagreeing on, like, so for instance, the part where it was the emotional response of a guy having the perception of being led on to like racism and stuff. There was like agreement, and then you would say something along the lines of like, but it's like it's not exactly the same, right? And like kind of like bring it all the way back. I mostly have critiques about rhetoric and stuff like that. If you want to talk about that at some later time, I understand the exhaustion that can happen from.
No, I'm just
and like you being attacked and stuff. That's really bad.
Yeah, but I just like you brought up something I didn't do, and then Shark brought up something I didn't do, and then now I don't exactly know what you're referring to here. A lot of these just feel like very like, I don't know, like they're a little vague, and I'm not trying to be defensive. It's just like
right. No, okay, well,
like I'm just confused right now. Like, so what's the problem? What did I do wrong? Like, I had a debate with DrHeemedOut, and then following that, I've had just nothing but a wave of abuse, including Destiny and DrHeemedOut now both urging for my deplatforming, and also explicitly saying that I'm harmful to trans people and women online, and like I'm supposed to like, am I in the wrong there? Like, just because I had an argument with the guy? Like, I mean, we all have arguments. We have panels every single day, people arguing, and you know, even if you think I was a stupid dumbass and all of my arguments are wrong, like how does any of this like apply to what's happening now?
Right. Okay. Well, this is
like any of those attacks.
Huh?
Well, I'm not defending anything from like DTG or like Scrub.
I didn't really say you did. I'm just asking. I'm saying that is what's happening.
No. Yeah. So, yeah, this is I don't know what the like level of like attacking has been. I don't want to be
it's really bad. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I can imagine. I was mostly just looking for like a chill conversation about this, but I don't want to like over like emotionally exhaust you from the level of hate that you're getting right now.
Sure. I mean, you're not like, you don't have to kitty glove me. It's just like I would.
No,
I just like I'm on stream. I'm
right.
I'm working. Okay, so, I'm doing stuff. You know, I got other content to do. I want to have. If we're gonna have a conversation where people are gonna critique me, just critique me. Get the critiques out. Let's do it. Let's talk about it.
I want to ask one thing. I remember you guys were talking about domestic abuse in particular.
Sure.
And Scrub King had a weird thing to say about how he like understood why men were well, he said it was bad that men were like taken as the aggressor there, or like the most dangerous one, or something. If there's like if you like hear a screaming match or something along those lines.
Yeah.
And then he said he understood why that happened, but he said it was bad. And then you had a disagreement, and you said that his point actually defended taking the men up in that scenario, because he brought up the fact that men in this instance, if that was going to be happening, obviously it was like a woman and a man in a room and there's yelling or something, the cops get called. The man would have the ability to do more damage, even though there's the possibility that he can't be more threatening. And
I think that his argument that like the police target the man first would support my argument about patriarchy being used to harm both women and men. The assumption that men are always the aggressor, that men are the people who do things, and that women are the people who have things done to them, aka this is the objectification of women. That is a very basic like feminist concept and critique, is that women are seen as people who have things done to them, and that men are the people who do things. We never got to even talk about this because he was trying to get a gotcha on me about Rittenhouse or something, but this was my point that never even got to be talked about. The fact of the matter is his arguments of saying that, oh, well, women like if a woman ever says anything to a man and the man responds and is justified by thinking that that's like flirting, that this all builds up to the idea. It builds into the idea that men are the people who do things and women are the people who are have things done to them, and that women always have to be in a position of subservience and objectification in comparison to men. And we never actually discussed about that because he literally, the definition of a pivot, pivoted to talking about a knife and a gun, which I said was confusing to me. And I really wanted to understand it. But at that point in the conversation, he was full on in dunk mode. And no matter how many times I tried to communicate to him that I don't understand where he was going with the analogy, with the pivot, that never happened. So I don't know, like, people were calling me a complete dumb fuck over that point. Like, literally, that was one of the parts that a lot of people fixated on, called me a dumb fuck and whatever. I just didn't understand what the fuck he was talking about. Because the way that I understand it, and again, this is my understanding of feminism as well. I didn't just like pull this out of my ass. Like, this is something feminists have talked about. Well-respected feminist theorists, that's the word. Theorists have literally talked about how the way that patriarchy is constructed, assuming that women are objects and men are agents, does have some circumstances in which it really harms men. And one of those is that they will be assumed to always be the aggressor. So he did ultimately agree with me. He just didn't want to admit that I had a point about the way that patriarchy is constructed. At least that's what it felt like. Or maybe he was just too concerned with something else. Maybe he does believe that. We never got to it. I tried multiple times. Even in the follow-up, I tried to reset the conversation so we could actually talk about that, and he didn't want to. He held up a fucking timer to me and all kinds of stuff. So yeah.
Do you get that? Do you get the analogy now?
What analogy? Wait, which analogy? To Carl Rittenhouse or whatever?
I don't know. I don't want to get into the Carl Rittenhouse thing.
Oh, okay.
But like the gun and the knife thing.
The gun and the knife thing? No, I still don't understand what he was going for with that. Because like to me, that is not even like really a parallel situation. And when you're thinking about who is like I said this, I don't remember who I can't even remember who I talked to about this. But when we're talking about like threat versus aggressor, like there is another question that has to be answered for you to make sense of that, which is to whom. The person with the knife is the aggressor and the threat to the person with the gun, because they are being charged by a knife. And as it turns out, a gun isn't an automatic win. If that guy with the knife gets up to you, he could kill you. But to the police who are coming in after, the guy with the knife might also still be the threat. Imagine if, like here, let me give you another example of this. Let's say the guy with the knife succeeds. The guy with the gun tries to shoot at the guy with the knife and misses. And the guy with the knife stabs him in the chest and he's down on the ground. And the police rush in and they're like, oh shit. And the guy turns with the knife and he's holding a knife that's dripping blood on it, and the dead guy on the floor, and is looking at the cops. The guy with the gun is not the bigger threat, nor is he the aggressor. So the analogy makes no sense to me. It never did, and it still doesn't.
Well, I think like if the dude's dead already, I don't think that applies. But
if he's just bleeding on the ground, these are the things. Like in an analysis of aggressor and threat, both of those are things that you have to ask to whom.
Yeah, but then you have to like flesh it out before you even get there.
Yeah, but right? He wouldn't do that. He refused to do that.
Sure, but could I?
Sure, go for it.
Sure. So what I was thinking when I heard it, right, is if there's two people, let's say nobody's gotten each other yet, everybody's fighting or something, it'd be the same way that there'd be like a bigger dude or something, and someone with a knife in a house fighting. You know, it sounds like a Looney Tunes type thing, but but you know, if neither person has hit each other in like an apartment, obviously but it's an analogy. So if that was the case, and then someone's just coming up to it, if they have to like stop someone or assess who can do more damage, I think for lots of people actually, if they look at just the situation like in a vacuum, then they could be like, oh yeah, the person with the gun, they could do more damage. You actually have to get up to someone with a knife. You have to, hit them in the right place to actually kill somebody. If you're shooting at someone with a gun, you can hit other people. You can hit, other things. You can miss. You can, obviously hit somebody. You can hit them from across the room, something along those lines.
Sure.
So in that case, it makes more sense to me. Someone has more power in the situation. I would say that a gun probably is more powerful than a knife. I mean, obviously at some distance, probably. So in this scenario, I mean, it seems flawed, but in this scenario, it seems like if that was to happen, then he can see why, and then you can like bring over like how men are usually seen as more aggressive or whatever.
Right.
You can see why it would make sense. But I would agree
but again, like, okay, yeah, I can see why some cops might conclude, or like there might be a societal standard for cops to target men because they are, I mean, statistically, they are more likely to be the aggressor, and that I think that is still incorrect, and that shouldn't necessarily weigh into it. But also that they are, you know, likely to be the greater physical threat. But again, that agrees with my point. That is a large part an assumption based on our preconceived notions of gender. So where is the analogy, and how does this actually argue? Like, he was being the one who's being very, in my opinion, very contrarian there, and I was trying to understand what he was asking, and it just doesn't. The hypothetical doesn't make sense to me. Like, I mean, what's the point? What is he actually saying? Oh, that like people are wrong in making this accusation, and the patriarchy reinforces that? It does. That's what I was saying. He was trying to say the opposite, but he didn't make an argument for the opposite. He made an argument in favor of my position.
Okay, I think that the big meme here is that watching the debate and watching the aftermath, or I say the aftermath, the second day, what my thing is that I couldn't like quite grasp what either of you guys' points were, and what my kind of thought coming into this was going to be just take it from the ground level and talk about the meme and then go from there, because I don't like, ultimately my thing is I don't think that any of us like disagree except for on some very minute things on the meme itself, right?
I mean,
and,
I don't know. I think that the Scrub King and I do have genuine disagreements. I just think he wasn't willing to discuss them because he was personally afraid that I was gonna like that he was gonna be accused of being an incel, or something like that. And it's just like, oh, well, like just spine up to your own position. Just if you believe these things, like the thing is, like I think that he puts an undue my assessment after all of this is that, like, I think that he basically, like, his position appears to me to be basically doing everything possible to pretzel himself into a position where women have to do most everything, and that men just kind of have to ponder about the complexity of society. Well, women have to need to start complimenting men right away to fix the problem. And I even offered him an out in the conversation where I said, well, don't you think that, like, maybe, like, men paying other men compliments would be a really good way to start this process, to like start breaking down that toxic masculinity? By the way, that is again not another thing that I brought out of my ass. Like, that is a thing that has been suggested by feminist theorists for decades, that men have really toxic relationships with one another, and it leads to them, because women are seen societally as the objects, that men abusing one another ultimately ends up projecting onto their wives and their children and their friends and their sisters. And this is been well discussed. This is not like new gender theory.
What do you think about women feeling? What do you think about men seeing women as being alien? Like really different. For me personally, I've been in a lot of men's spaces, and I thought it's always something that's been really interesting. And I think it may play into this a little bit, in the sense that women have always been seen. Well, women aren't just like seen as this thing that they're like different, right? They're like, I mean, they're like built different. We communicate in a different way, and they're seen as really alien, and you don't know really how to talk to them as well. I think obviously toxic masculinity plays into that as well, not really trying to be emotionally connected to yourself and trying to understand people on an interpersonal level.
Sure.
So if that's the case, and I'm not going to say like, oh, women just need to start walking up to random men and just start giving them compliments. Obviously that opens yourself up to a whole lot of harassment and maybe even assault, in some cases. That's true. But how far do you think that that just like the men complimenting men would be, and what steps does that have to take? And also I want to ask, like, what do women do to play into toxic masculinity?
Oh yeah, I mean, I had a conversation with I can't remember who I talked about this with, about some things I think about the ways that there are some women, there are many women who do play into toxic masculinity. Absolutely. I mean, I can think of an example from my own life. Here, I'll give you a little anecdote that I think illustrates this very well. In my own family, my mom was the most organized and like and proactive person in the house. She was by all means the most equipped to be the leader of the house, but because we lived in a we grew up in, like, I was a part of a cult, and that cult taught her that she needed to be submissive to her husband. It actually ruined their marriage because she was like, why aren't you doing this? Because he just wasn't that way. And he also felt like he should be entitled to all these things. And that understanding, the idea that she felt like he should be doing all of the things that she was good at, and she couldn't do the things that she was good at because she's not supposed to do that as a woman, tore their marriage apart. So that is a way that a woman who believes in a very toxic, the most toxic form of patriarchy I can imagine, can harm themselves. And yeah, there's a ton of examples of this. I think like trad wife culture, like for example, Abby Shapiro is like the biggest stand for the patriarchy and I can imagine. In fact, I've done multiple videos on her and how she just makes apologies for a system that ultimately harms her and limits the men in her life. I'm a gender abolitionist. So like when it comes to talking about like whether men and women are aliens and whatever, like, to me, I'm just like, yo, I'm trans. Like I recognize that like men and women are way more similar to one another than they think. And it's mostly socialization and the preconceptions that people have that leads to these weird fucked up relationships. But, also like, this is something I tried to talk about in the conversation, but it got like completely ignored, like utterly. Like, this was actually, and also turned into like a dunking point where I was talking about specifically that I think that there are men who receive a lot of positive attention. And then, you know, it's not all men, but it's a handful of men receive a lot of positive attention. And I don't think it's just attractive men or like super, I mean, I don't mean just attractive men. I mean, super attractive men. Like obviously somebody like Hassan, who's just fucking crazy hot, is going to get a ton of positive attention, like literally a model. But there are also all kinds of men. There are like all of the men in my life, all the men I know get a lot of positive attention from me. I'm not interested in them at all. I just give them that because they're kind to me, because I know they're safe. And the fact of the matter is that most women do not feel safe around men because our society has, as we established in that conversation, centuries upon millennia of the abject suppression of women and seeing women as objects. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of shit like that. But that conversation was impossible to have in the original one. So we can have that now if you are interested. I mean,
no,
sure.
I can see that. So for me personally, growing up in like the Black community, I've seen a lot of. I remember this was a topic of debate a little bit in your discussion with Scrub King, where it was like some groups holding up a system that could hurt them as well. And obviously you explained like your mom there. I think you brought up Black people holding up holding up racism, if I remember that correctly.
Yeah, I think there are some Black people who uphold racism, but that doesn't mean that like racism is only on the shoulders of like it doesn't mean that we should have a message of like bootstrapping, that if only the Black people would be less easy to be racist to, then we would fix the racism problem. No, the fact of the matter is we need to identify who is most responsible for perpetuating racism, and the people most responsible for perpetuating racism are certainly not the victims of that, although there are some who contribute. There are also trans people who contribute to transphobia. Blair White is a fantastic example of this. I would argue that Candace Owens is a great example of somebody who is Black herself and also contributes to supporting and denying the existence of systemic racism. I don't think this is.
I think the idea is a little bit. So I feel like what may also have been happening is like a level of degree there. So it could have been like only if Black people were less easy to be racist to, and Black people played like very, very minute roles at the fringes of this like whole structure that is systemic racism.
Sure.
For me personally, I think that they actually play a very big role in it. Absolutely. Because for me personally, in my family, I have absolutely seen a whole lot of racism, even against Black people in the community. So for one thing,
colorism, right? Colorism is like a big thing that gets brought up.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I remember this study in particular from a random jury. Always the light-skinned people get similar sentences to white people, and the dark-skinned Black people get like disparate sentences. And this even persists in all Black juries with all Black judges as well.
Sure, but that we also have we have a different term for that because it functions differently. Colorism unfolds in our society different than racism does, and that's why we have a separate term for it. Like colorism is not the same thing as racism. Is it tied to race? Is it informed by white supremacy? Yes, but it's not the same thing as race, and we have a distinct term for it because it has different nuances. Likewise, we have different terms for, patriarchy and things when patriarchy doesn't go so well for men. And like, I think there are a lot of men who suffer under patriarchy. For example, one of the I think, for example, trans women suffer really bad under patriarchy, especially, both before and after transition. Like, for example, if you're like a trans person and you don't know you're trans and you're like, everybody's identifying you as male and you're trying to live and fit in trans spaces, it is a almost universal experience that trans people pre-transition have horrible experiences with bullying and trauma in those male spaces, even though technically they are identified as male passing and belonging in those spaces. There is something different that makes it so that they can't fit to those roles as easily and therefore are punished for it. I think that's true. Also, gay men are also the victims of patriarchy. Also, men who just femboys are the victims of patriarchy. In fact, in the gay community, there's a fucking huge ongoing, and this has been around for a while, of femme men get mistreated really badly on dating sites in comparison to mask men. Like, yeah, there are all these different nuances for sure. But again, in that conversation, we never talked about these. We could have. But yeah.
Okay. For me, it just seems like degree. They're different. But I think they can play into like the same systems. And for me, I think for lots of men, and you probably know this as well, they like revolve. One of the things is like, even though they objectify women, they revolve their lives around kind of what women would want, if you know what I mean.
You mean like they constantly think about how to win women over and like
like how to win women, how to appeal to women, how to talk, like how to talk to women, like the whole like even like what's it called, like pickup, like the whole like pickup culture came out of that. I mean, me personally trying to find my masculinity, I watched like Alpha M, but I didn't watch like any of the other guys, but I did watch things like Alpha M, and that plays into a lot of it. And I feel like obviously the onus to like change the system isn't on women, but the role that women play in changing patriarchy I think is like very substantial. Because even right now, one thing that's happening is a lot of change from women, what they want in men, like the typical like stereotypical sort of like traditional and traditional like masculine man is still desired and maybe even like seen as still pinnacle, but there are other like ideas of men that are being put up that are even like probably being like pushed by. I'm not like saying like the women change what they want and then the men change afterwards, obviously, but there's like a degree there, like a portion that see like women changing what they want and then change in that way that could also help.
Okay. I mean, I've never once did I disagree with the idea that women have a part in fighting patriarchy, not even close, and I don't. I have restated.
I don't know if that sounded like I said that you don't believe that women have.
I do, and I tried to make it clear.
But it's like really substantial.
Like, I think here's the thing. I think there is there's this weird back and forth that happens a lot of times, which is that and part of this is because of the MRA red pill incel push. That have pushed this idea that see, Stacys, they're the ones who perpetuate this toxic masculinity. If we just didn't have the Stacys, if there was just, if these fucking Stacys would just, didn't just want to go after all the like hunk, like Chad men, then we would have no problems with this. If we were just, like in the most extreme case, issued girlfriends, there wouldn't be any problems. They blame patriarchy on the primary victims of patriarchy. And my pushback was saying that like, hey, this happens all the time. This isn't just an incel thing. This is a part of society that the responsibility to fix things gets pushed onto women. This is discussed in like the concept of emotional labor, in relationships, in all kinds of ways that this is discussed about. And I felt like that was something that was happening over and over again in the conversation, especially at the very end, when all I was asking was, okay, you've been very clear with what you believe women need to do to fix this problem. What do you think men need to do? And the answer was, oh, I don't know, society and men could probably foster more positive spaces. Like, okay, but you have a direct thing. You know what women got to do right off the bat. Let's talk about what are the other things. Don't you think that it's a little weird that you have like right ready to go, bam, exactly what women need to do to make you happier, to make you and your faction happier? But despite the fact that you belong to the class, that is ultimately the perpetrators of patriarchy. That doesn't mean every individual is guilt for sin. This is just systemic analysis. Don't you think that it would make sense to, like, I don't know, maybe have a couple of those on hand as well? And when you don't, doesn't it seem very much so like you're making the argument that ultimately women have to not only be the primary victims of patriarchy, but also be the primary actors in fixing patriarchy?
I feel like when we talk about this, and maybe I'm missing something with ADD brain. I feel like the thing that comes across is that his main point was that it's all on women and not on men, and then it's the opposite for you, right? And I feel like and I could be pushed on this pretty easily. I feel like it's almost equal parts, because men can't break out of that sort of thing themselves if that's all that they know, right? Like to what degree do you think that women should be engaging in trying to bring down patriarchy? Because I mean, I live in the deep South, right? And a lot of the women here engage in like toxic masculinity as well. Oh, well, you're not a real man if you don't do this,
right.
that,
I agree.
that sort of thing.
100%.
And so like the sort of thing that I want to I would ask you is, to what extent is there a responsibility for women to do this, right?
Oh,
I would agree that
there's plenty. Yeah. Like, I mean, again, I talk about gender abolitionism all the time. And the reason why I talk about gender abolitionism is because I do think that gender abolitionism is probably the most holistic way of solving a lot of these entrenched problems. And what that means is that we stop making assumptions to the best of our ability based on people's genders, that we stop assuming that men have to be masculine, or that men have to be into these things, and we really try to not impugn people for being different, for being slightly different, for men who are softer or quieter, that we don't engage in this like jumping on men, being like, oh, like you're what are you crying? You think that's so manly? Like, I don't like that toxic masculinity stuff, and I don't engage in it, except for very rarely. Like occasionally I'll call like Destiny like a bitch or something like that when he just went off on a huge thing. There's probably some small ways in which I've even engaged in this, but I mean in really severe ways. I mean, again, my own experience growing up, like, fuck, my family was full of that shit. There's a lot of it. It's just that I don't, I take great suspicion and I have a lot of critique for narratives that have the exact answer for what women need to do, but then don't even bother to think about what men could be doing and how men could fix these problems. And the thing is that a lot of men already know this shit. They already know how toxic it is, and they know that they could fix it, and they should engage in this. And guess what? There are tons of men in my own community. I have a fucking bunch of awesome men in my community who talk to each other supportively and are breaking those cycles, and women too. It's just that there was this insistence, and I keep in mind in the discussion I had with the Scrub King, there was an insistence on me, and I literally asked him directly. I'm like, do you think that women have, they've got the main thing? And he said on multiple points in that conversation that yes, ultimately, while he wouldn't put the blame, he wanted to be very careful about the wording. Okay, I get it. Ultimately, the onus did fall, in his own words, majority on women. And if that's the case, I don't agree with that. I don't think it falls majority on women. I think it falls majority, in my opinion, on men, because men have access to halls of power as a class, again, not necessarily individual men, but as a class, they have access to money, to better pay, to the ability to actually influence things. Men who can have a much easier time getting popular as an artist or as a streamer, and then they can use the fact that they don't get harassed sexistly all the time to protect and buff up women in their space to fix this problem. That's the thing. If you are a man who's benefited greatly from the existence of patriarchy, just like if you're a white person who's benefited greatly from the existence of white supremacy, I think that it would be a good thing to do your best to try and fix those problems so they don't persist beyond like where you are. And I just felt like that was getting contested and pushed back on really, really hard. And also then I was getting constantly ignored, interrupted, and attempted to be dunked on, despite my position being, pretty straightforward if people actually let me explain it. So, yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, I think the onus should, well, at least, honestly, most of the the onus to fix the problem should be on the people who are doing the more damage with the situation. What do you think about, because I remember this was brought up, what do you think about, like, I remember he brought up, like, your inhibitions and your decision making being being impaired when you're like horny. What do you think about that?
I thought that was okay. I think that was the part that I said that I felt like that was like an incel talking point. I think that was the part where I said, man, that sounds like a lot like an incel argument. And I stand by that. I think that's ridiculous. Everyone gets horny. People get horny all the time. It is a natural state, just like you getting hungry. Being horny or hungry or angry or sad is not an excuse for doing harm. And it's not an excuse for getting out of various things. There are a lot of lonely and sad people out there, men and women included. There are a lot of horny people out there, men and women and everybody in between, and above and beyond who have ascended the gender. There's a lot of horny people. And I find it to be almost like that argument, the argument that I mean, he compared it directly to being drunk or high, which to me is like, that's ridiculous. Like we don't let people drive vehicles when they're drunk. We don't let people like operate firearms. I don't think
we should let people drive while horny either. I feel like that's
true.
I mean, I don't know. I've been really
post-nut clarity is real.
I mean, yeah, but like usually when people talk about post-nut clarity, they're not talking about whether you're going to go kill somebody. They talk about what you're like, whether you're going to jack off to like the Doom Marine fucking a TG'd skeleton or what, and then you go, ooh, afterwards, maybe I shouldn't have jerked off to that. That's post-nut clarity, not, I'm going to have a completely different worldview when I'm horny versus when I'm not. Oh, I think women are objects when I'm horny and I think that I can do anything to them versus when I'm not. That's ridiculous. And I think that's like not only infantilizing to men, but it's insulting. Like it literally sounds, it is, and I'm not kidding you, the argument that like being horny is not a rational state of mind is the exact argument that Christian groups use to tell women that they have the responsibility to not tempt men. That is quite literally rape culture. And I recognize, and I don't think that that's a stretch at all, the argument that horniness, especially male horniness, is an altered state of mind in which people then, okay, well then I don't think, if that is true, if I was to accept that was true, then I would have to believe that men should be kept away from anyone else when they're horny. And I don't believe that. That's ridiculous. That's outrageous. So no, I think that's one of the most ridiculous.
I think comparing it to like being drunk or high, or like especially if you're like near blackout drunk or high, I think it's just that's pretty ridiculous. Or saying that we should excuse any damage that some person does in that state is bad. But I think just saying, yeah, you probably have slightly lowered inhibitions is when you're like highly sexually aroused. I don't think that's like,
yeah, but I mean, so do you when you're hungry, like, and to the exact degree that we literally have a word for it. It's called hangry. Like, sure, okay, but that's usually if somebody fucking punched you in the face or went way over the line and then they were like, sorry bro, I was hangry, you wouldn't really think that was a really good excuse. You would just be like, oh yeah, okay, dude. Like we recognize there are all kinds of things that can affect our moods, all kinds of stuff. But that's not an excuse in any way for acting out. In fact, we don't even excuse people when they're drunk. We don't actually excuse people when they're high. If somebody does something horrible while they're drunk, well, they got drunk and were very irresponsible. You still have a responsibility even when you're in an altered state of mind. And in fact, I actually think there's a Destiny video on this about talking about how he handles consent with drugs. Like, this is a huge issue. Now, again, I think it's laughably outrageous to try and imply that like horniness is an altered state of consciousness. And mind you, you can go watch the VOD. I made sure that I asked him to clarify that position, and he stood by it. And if that's the case, which he did, I think that's laughably ridiculous. Because if that is true, that men are so horny that they cannot like exist decently around women, well then I think that maybe the second wave feminists were right, and the only answer would be to abolish men completely as a class, or else humanity will never succeed. But I don't want to conclude that because I don't think it's true. But if you're going to make the argument that horniness is an altered state in which men cannot be trusted to not harm women, which is what that argument ultimately is, if you're saying it's that equivalent, well, all right, I guess it's time for male prison island. But I don't believe that. Maybe Descrub King believes that. It sounds like that was what he was arguing for. I don't think he ever thought about it through, but that's what he argued. So
I think, honestly, I do think he thought it through, because he was speaking like not too long ago before I started streaming about how he did like research into it, about how it like lowers inhibit. I didn't see his entire argument of it. He was talking to like Merrick about that earlier, and that was it is I've literally never heard that before in my entire life. It is an interesting point.
Okay, well, can we both like acknowledge that's like please, can we acknowledge that's outrageous? Like,
to say sorry, like I missed what is outrageous. Sorry,
the idea
basically. Oh, you can go ahead.
The idea that being horny is a significantly altered state of consciousness that could be reasonably equated to being drunk or being extremely high.
I think that's pretty
outrageous,
pretty absurd.
Okay, thank you. Thank God, because everyone has been acting. I'm not kidding you. Look, this is a little bit me commentating and bringing in the outside drama. But oh my God, everyone has been arguing like that is not the most absurd thing, completely ignoring that he made that argument, and me saying that's ridiculous. I think it's fucking ridiculous. I think that's fucking ridiculous.
To a certain extent, I could say that like it's less of an impaired state and more of like enhancing desire, but like that's like the furthest I would go. Like you still have like mental autonomy, right? You still have agency, and it's not something like, look, I'm sure that like many people in chat, both in your chat and in my chat and in Shark's chat, have all been in situations where like they wanted to go a little bit further, but then the other person said no, right? And like you wanted to, but you didn't, because you still had agency.
Yeah,
right?
That's what makes the difference between a good person and a rapist. And honestly, I don't think that people should be like applauded for not raping someone. That's like being like, hey, congratulations, you didn't rape someone today.
Like, 1 second, just to address something in my chat. Is it absurd if someone's tipsy or someone's depressed? Wouldn't we consider both compromised in some way? Not to like, okay, so when we talk about the legality behind like driving drunk or something, you're not putting the drunk person on trial. You're putting the person that was sober and made the decision to drink on trial, right? Like that's like kind of where it comes from. At least like the I don't remember, some legal YouTube video I saw said that.
Yeah.
And so like it's not, it is absurd to say that you're judging the person that is not horny and not the person that was horny. Like that's like, it doesn't track.
I don't know.
At
like
all.
There's a number of implications of this argument that I could lay out. Like, first of all, I would argue it is indeed an ableist argument, not directly, but indirectly by its implications. But most of all, the most obvious answer is that it betrays a almost comedic lack of familiarity with being horny and or drinking and or doing drugs in a way that like almost made me laugh. And No, I am not going to budge ground on something that I believe. That opinion, the idea that horniness is like definitionally an altered state of mind, and men can more or less be justified in behaving different ways because they're horny, because they're in an altered state of mind. I think that is by almost definitionally rape culture. And I fight against rape culture because I think rape culture is what has led to, you know, a fifth, is it a fifth or is it a quarter of all women in the United States having experienced serious physical sexual assault? It's pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, it was.
I think we got to deal with that.
20%. Yeah. Okay. I have some people that are DSK stands in my chat.
Okay,
and
sure.
they are saying by my logic, we should be able to criticize someone for taking advantage of a drunk girl, but not a depressed girl. And no, like, again, like,
are you
you
this
shouldn't
is
take
why?
advantage of
Oh my
a-
god, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
this is
sorry,
where I
yeah.
start to do that. This is where I start to like break out the like. I don't want to say it. I can't say the I word. I can't say the I slur. Everybody, nobody say the I slur.
Yeah,
Listen.
I'll try and take this.
If
Look,
you- yeah.
so like, yeah, so when you shouldn't take advantage of a depressed girl either. I don't know, like, if you're saying that from your previous comments, what I'm understanding is that you're saying that like women are taking advantage of horny men. I think that, number one, I think that the amount of times that that's happening in real life is not as high as people think. There's like this perception that, like, if there's a girl that is nice to you, right, as a guy, if there's a girl that's nice to you, then she wants to be with you, right? And then if you're like super horny and you think that she likes you and you find out she doesn't, it's not taking advantage of you, right? There are some people, and I think that everyone here would agree, like, there are some people that do want attention from the opposite sex, and want to, you know, just kind of ride that wave of like attention high, right? And they'll take advantage of someone that and like lead them on. I think that is a problem that happens, but the prevalence of it, I think, is overstated. I don't know to what degree it is, because of the way that men are starved for positive reinforcement.
And also, let me
yeah.
just weigh in here. Listen, I am a woman. I have dated almost exclusively women and femme-leaning non-binary folks for my entire life. And guess what? I've been led on before. Yeah, it happens. Sometimes people lead you on. That doesn't give you like a license to, like, I don't know, make excuses, and it doesn't change the facts of society. Like, yeah, there are some people who are really irresponsible. Like, holy fuck, one of the hardest chapters of my life was just somebody who was so irresponsible with my emotions, and it sucked. And I would argue that person was a bad person. But, like, that doesn't mean that, like, I'm entitled to sex with them, even if they led me on. It doesn't mean that, like, I am entitled to living my life as some sort of, like, miserly, like, misogynist, just because, like, I don't know, some trans women broke my heart. Like, it happens, okay? Like, I don't know. I think that, like, it's very hard for me to engage in good faith with the argument that with somebody who's trying to say that they should be able to have sex with a drunk girl because they can have sex with their, like, depressed girlfriend. Like, holy fuck. That is terrifying, and I really hope that you rethink the way that you look at relationships between men and women, and or maybe check yourself into a prison, because you sound like a rapist. And
what if you don't? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. And I was just gonna say that, like, being depressed is like, okay, like, this is where I feel like there's like some desperate need for people to actually talk to a therapist or somebody who actually understands mental health. Being depressed is not like an altered state of consciousness. We have a term for that. It's called an altered state of consciousness. It's like what happens when you do fucking shrooms or a fuckload of cocaine, or you get drunk off your ass and you cannot perceive reality the way that you normally would. That is an altered state of consciousness. Being depressed is a minor mood swing. Even severe depression is, by comparison to an altered state of consciousness, a very minor mood swing. Now, if you want to talk about really severe things, guess what? We already have conversations, laws, rules around this. Did you know that if you rape somebody who's severely mentally impaired, you can go to prison for that? Because guess what? If somebody is so mentally ill that they cannot acknowledge reality, they might be considered legally disabled, and you have taken advantage of them. This is the reason why you can't just go and like, I don't know, pull a JF Gary Epi and lure someone who's severely mental ill into your cabin in the woods outside of America and then abuse them. Yeah, we call this is a bad thing. This is not a complicated thing. Depression, like people treat depression like it's like first of all, again, this is where the ableism comes in. Do you know that most Americans right now, most young Americans are depressed? Do you think that means you can't have sex with any person because they're mildly depressed? Depression.
Some people in my chat are saying, yeah.
Well, they're fucking, I'm sorry, with all due respect, I'm going to be a little spicy here.
No, that's fine.
Holy fuck. That is ridiculous. Please log off the internet and go have some life experiences. I know. Or you know what? Log onto a Discord and talk to some people and listen to them, because that is 100%, that is rapey as fuck. And I'm sorry, I know you probably don't mean it that way, but Jesus Christ, this is why I now realize that I'm going to have to talk about gender issues. Like, holy fuck, people on the internet have literally no concept of what a normal relationship with women is. And they think that if they think that you can't, that like it's an equivalent between like your girlfriend is feeling sad today versus your girlfriend is drunk. Well, if I can fuck her when she's sad and she says yes, I can fuck her when I get her really drunk. Dude, that is rape. Fuck off. Holy shit. Sorry, that makes me mad,
No,
but I feel like I feel like I'm
yeah.
rational to come down hard on that sort of thing.
No, and I feel so too. They're saying that's not what they're saying. I just can't track what they're saying.
I think mostly what they're
because of
trying to
that-
say would
yeah.
be like they don't agree with the positive, but they would agree with the negative.
Okay.
So if you shouldn't have sex with someone who's very drunk, you should not try to get in a relationship or have a sexual relationship with someone who's having like a really bad like depression episode or anxiety episode, and you're the person that they go to. That is a comparable level of abuse for that person in their mental state. Like, let's say that there's someone that you know is having a really bad I don't know, maybe like I'm not gonna say like anxiety attack, but like it in like a really a bad state of mind, and you're the person that they go to for that. If you like lever that into getting sex from them, that is also very bad.
Oh, I would agree. Like, for example, well, here, let me give you an example of one that I think would be bad. I think depression is like a hilariously bad example. But like if somebody was having a severe schizophrenic episode, like you had a partner and they were having paranoid delusions and or hallucinations, and you used that to have sex with them, yeah, you would be a rapist. That is not, I don't feel like that's a hot take. There you go. That has nothing to do with fucking depression. These people just need to actually know what they're talking about.
Okay, what they're saying is, if someone is in a depressed state and they wouldn't normally sleep with you, but because they're very depressed, they are, and you're taking advantage of the fact that they're sad. Of course, I think we all agree that like taking advantage of someone because of
I think that could be
emotional state. Yeah, like it's taking advantage of someone's like emotional state, to coerce them into sex.
I mean, yeah, but I mean the level of coercion, of course, matters, right? Like obviously, if you're like being really pushy, but like what are you saying? Like I don't know, like I've been really sad and I've had sex with my partner consensually.
No,
I was
don't
just
think
like
that.
I don't know, like this
they're
seems
saying.
like I don't know what this feels like. This feels like a very strange whataboutism that is that seems to come from someone who doesn't have an understanding of how moods are, what emotions are, and what like altered states of consciousness are, and how different those things are. That's all I'm saying. Like you can be in a bad mood. Like for example, like I can make tons and tons of rational decisions while extremely horny. I've done it most of my life. I'm a very horny individual. There you go. Now you know about it. And I make rational decisions all the time. It's really simple. It's really easy. Now, here's an example of something else. Unless I explicitly like tell my chat that I'm doing that. Like for example, when I did election night, I was like, I'm drinking and I'm smoking tonight. There you go. You get to have a drunken high stream. Other than that, I do not use drugs or alcohol while I'm on stream. You want to know why? Well, because it puts you in an altered state where I don't do my best and I have different thoughts and whatever. Now those things can be perfectly valuable, but I don't combine those two. Yeah.
Yeah, on the point of the original post, right? If you take someone who has, let's say, like, dude, let's say ethnic incel instead of a cultural incel. Okay. Right?
What? All right, let's try.
Yeah, you know what I mean, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like, you have an ethnic incel, right? Obviously, I mean, in this case, they don't hate women or harbor any like ill will towards any like other group of people.
Sure,
They're just a very sad person who doesn't have good interpersonal skills.
Sure.
Can't really talk to people. Doesn't have a friend group. Maybe even doesn't have like a real family to fall back onto. They're just like they're just that type of person, right? When it comes to, obviously not the relating back to the post, obviously not the physical, like, some, you could be impregnated if you're a girl and someone like uses you for sex, right? But even still, if it's like a consensual hookup, that I think that that problem still exists.
Okay.
So if you have that, would you agree that the maybe you can even say maybe not like comparable, but if someone uses that person in that same state as like someone like leading someone, or maybe not even like leading someone, like kind of, I mean, I would say, honestly, I'd say probably being like a little bit abusive, if you know like about their life, and you like,
that could be really like that could be basically what you're saying is like, if somebody who is like socially like inexperienced and they got led on by like a girl or whatever, or like that girl like engaged in like a really like one-sided friendship where they were taking a lot from somebody else or something along those lines, like that would be, are you trying to ask if that would be a bad thing?
If it would be a bad thing, but if you would you say that would be comparable to using someone for sex?
Using someone for sex? Yeah, depending on the circumstance. Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, I mean, and I agreed to that at the very beginning of the conversation. It's just that as we went on from there, some more like weird statements and really troubling things came up. Not rape, absolutely not. But no, but like using them maybe. Like if a dude like lied and was like, "Oh yeah, hey baby, like I can't wait to see you in the morning," and then they fucked and then he like just ghosted. Yeah, that's pretty hurtful. That could be really hurtful to somebody, and I would say that's pretty fair to say that's like equivalent to like, or at least very similar in the same ballpark of like a dude getting used as like a one-sided friendship where the like woman is deliberately misleading him and stuff like that. But the problem was, of course, again, if we not right now, but in the context of the original conversation, I tried to suss out what those lines were, and his line was that a dude would, and I quote, this is as close to a direct quote as I can possibly get from my memory, that a dude would be completely, and he said that very explicitly multiple times, completely justified to assume that a girl was flirting with him if they even so much as commented cute on his photo. And I think that's a really ridiculous line. And I think that plays into exactly what I'm talking about. Like, if girls can't even give a compliment to men without being perceived as being flirting and coming on to the man, and that's justified in his worldview, I disagree with this worldview. And that's what he said.
I remember that being brought up in the second conversation you had with him.
No, it happened in the first one. But yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Did he not talk? Maybe I'm just misremembering. I feel like there's a certain level of like social, like, of course, like we've already got over the fact that like a lot of this is just like social conditioning.
Yeah.
But if a girl walked up to me and just like said, "I'm looking cute today," it would feel very strange. And I don't know how to normalize that without having a bunch of very negative consequences at the outset. Of, like, we should normalize girls giving compliments to guys about their appearance, right?
We can't right now because of because of the mentality of, well, quite frankly, people like to scrub king. We can't, because if you live in a world where even so much as complimenting a man's appearance is considered coming onto them, well, that will by definition be a hostile world, and you will not get that, because the thing is, like, I mean, here's the thing. Again, I'm very lucky in that, I guess, in that, you know, I've only been like sexually harassed a few times, and that, you know, my male friends, I walk up to them and tell them I think they look good all the time, and there's no assumption that I'm like macking on my male friends.
But that would be different because saying like, oh, you have a nice shirt, you look nice today. Wow, you actually did your hair.
Like,
That's
you
incredible.
look cute
You washed
today,
your
whatever.
face.
Do you know that women, like, I don't know, like, maybe this is something that men don't know. I mean, I think there are a lot of men who just literally don't have any social interactions with women at all. But like, do men know that like women compliment each other all the fucking time? That like women are just constantly supporting one another? Like, for the most part, not all women, but a lot of times. My female friends are like super fucking supportive of what, like, we all support each other a ton. And I think that like also a lot of the men I know, after this conversation, I reached out to some of my closest male friends and asked like, how frequently do you get compliments? And they were like, these are ones of course that I trust. And they're like, oh, pretty frequently. Like, nobody feels uncomfortable to give them compliments. So it looks like once you open the door for it to be safe for them to do so, where they're not going to be expected to have to turn you down for a date or have to deal with you macking on them and giving them pressure, well, hey, looks, as it turns out, women are more than willing to give compliments. But see, there's this worldview that women are just like secretly hiding away all the compliments because they secretly hate men or some shit. I don't know. It's so exhausting.
I disagree with that, because like I wouldn't immediately like, you know, like start molesting someone that said that I was cute. But like,
it's not even close to what I was talking about, but yeah.
Oh, sorry, but you mean like macking on them or expecting to, like, you know, it would feel weird, and I guess that's like the societal part of it. Fuck, there was a second part to what I was gonna say, and I've lost it because.
So you said women compliment each other.
All the time.
A lot, right?
Yeah.
No, it's definitely. And for me and my guy friends, my boyfriends, we compliment each other a whole lot. Like, hey man, nice ass, you looking like a whole snack today, right? Then it's like a little bit more hyperbolic, even if it's, you know.
Well, yeah, it is for women too.
Like a little bit, yeah. So if you like look cute or something, so that would obviously in my head be boiled down to you look nice today, right? But that wouldn't be boiled down to you're cute, like in particular. If I was just like outside doing my thing and a girl like stopped and was like, you're really cute, I can be like, you look nice, thank you, or you're really cute too. That sounds more of an opening, because I got complimented the other day about my denim jacket that I was wearing. I was at work. This girl was like, I really like your jacket, you look nice. I was like, oh, thanks. And that wasn't anything. But if she said, you're really cute, something like, I feel like that'd be a different conversation.
Yeah, but I just am like, but I mean, that's great. We're having a different conversation than the one I had with the Scrub King. And the way the Scrub King went about it was to instantaneously say that a guy would be 100% justified in interpreting that as flirting. And I just don't think that's true. I don't think they would be. And in fact, I mean, fuck, I can think of examples. I mean, I remember I was once walking in Capitol Hill here in Seattle, and a guy who was an older guy who like I think some people might be like kind of creeped out because he was like an older kind of disheveled guy, probably homeless, came up to me and was like, hey, I think you look really great, and I love your lip piercing. And I was like, oh, thank you. And it really warmed my heart. And he didn't push. He didn't flirt afterwards. I didn't interpret it as flirting. He just came up and he was like, hey, I think you look really good. I love your lip piercing. And I'm like, thanks. That was wholesome.
But that would be the same thing as like what I said originally, which is you just look nice and not you're cute.
Yeah.
Or like,
I mean, I don't remember the exact wording he said. Like, but people, you want to know another example of this? Okay, here's another example. I was in a gas station, and again, I am very gay, and like I don't exactly hide that. And I was dressed something similar to this. Like, I just had my like sort of like general like kind of like soft butch outfit on, and I went into a gas station, and there was this tall ass dude, this tall guy with really fucking clean cut. And I don't really I'm not super attracted to men or anything. And we were standing in line, and I'm really fucking tall. And I walked out, and he climbed it, and he had a really nice car too. And he leaned out, and he was like, damn girl, you're fine as fuck. And that's what he said to me. And I was like, whoa, thank you. And that was it. And it was great. and that was somebody explicitly like saying something very strong, and I didn't interpret it as flirting, just somebody telling me I looked really fucking good.
Yeah. Okay, I have 2 quick questions. One from chat, and then the second one that I just remembered. I'm going to do the second one first because otherwise I'm going to forget.
Sure.
So like, do you think that there is a way that women don't know how to compliment men because of this? Like from personal experience, I've talked to Shark about this before. Like I've been at bars, and I feel like because women either like don't know how to like compliment someone, or how to do things without like immediately coming off like super flirty. They'll do something that is very like not like it depends
are you asking
on,
like
the different person. Do you think that like women don't know how to compliment men because of like this as well, right?
I mean, I think a lot of women know how to compliment men. I just think they don't do it because they're nervous. Like,
okay.
Like, do you like? I don't know. Like, again, I am not a het woman, and like and I'm also big and strong, and like I told this story to DrHeemedOut. If you remember this, I told the story about the guy blocking me with his van. And like, that is an experience me as somebody who's not interested in men, not going after men, not going and like looking for men at bars or anything like that, has experienced. I don't blame women for being very scared. I don't blame women for feeling pretty nervous. And there were multiple conversations that happened on my Discord afterwards with mixed gender conversations about how, you know, a lot of men who are honest with themselves, they don't fucking feel scared out in public. Women do. Women get like... Yeah. You know, harassed, they get wolf whistled all the time. It's a very common experience for women. And like, yeah, it sucks. I do think that like that, there's certainly a part of it that's on like women. I don't know that it's that they don't know. It's just they don't, because again, like most women are trying to keep their attention from men. Most women, not all, to a minimum until they find a man that they trust or that they think is like particularly, hot or virtuous, that they actually want to, and then they engage. But that's because of how fraught gender relations are in our society. I don't think that that's like because they don't know how. I think women do know how to compliment men. It's just they know from personal experience that they're going to be constantly getting unwanted attention from men, and they don't want to invite any more to them, especially knowing that there's a ton of men out there who will take any compliment as a sign of flirting, which DrHeemedOut proved.
Yeah, no, I mean, like any compliment. Like any compliment is a sign of flirting. Like, yeah, I mean that's pretty bad. I think we've all probably I don't know, but for me personally, if I'm hanging out with some of my friends, if that ever happens, yeah. I mean it happens sometimes. We read way too into it, and that's hopefully you have somebody to like pull your head out your ass when it comes to that. Well, but in that scenario that you brought up, where the dude like poked his head out of his car, and you're like, damn, bro, you're fine as fuck. Yeah. That in no way seemed as like not even an invitation for flirting for you at all.
No, he literally said that, and then he waved and closed the door of his car, and that was it. And he left. He didn't come after me. He didn't do anything else. That's it. I said, thank you. Like, I was very, very nice. He didn't ask me for a date. Nothing. He just said, it was literally, I'm not kidding you. I remember this. This was such a random experience that happened to me 3 years ago. I remember this because it was such a positive experience. No expectations, just someone saying I looked nice on a day that I didn't even think I looked nice. So yeah, that's actually great. I wish we could have more of that.
Sure. I mean, yeah, no, absolutely. But in that scenario, he seemed like he was leaving, so I'm not even sure if he wanted like more of a conversation. Yeah, and you know, obviously you didn't.
But the example that I brought up, just for the record, like in the example I brought up on with DrHeemedOut was not even in person. It was just like a dude sends a dude like that has like loose, you know, knowledge of another girl. They're like, you know, they're not friends, they're not necessarily enemies or anything like that. They just kind of know who each other are. Guy sends a picture, is like, hey, how do I look? And then she's like, hey, you look cute. And then he said that example that I gave out was an example of, it would be perfectly justified for that guy to interpret that as flirting. I don't think that's reasonable. I think that leads to a world where we can't say nice things out around each other. And that's not even again, that if that was the only thing we were talking about, that would be one thing. But if we go into reality, it's there's so much more than this. Like most girls don't even. Well,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you go for it. Sorry.
No, I was just saying like
yeah. Sorry, I'm dumb as fuck. You finish your statement, then I'll go.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. I've been talking a lot because I've been getting questioned a lot and stuff, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Like I was just gonna say, like I think that that was just the first of like of what I had intended to be a couple of questions to kind of figure out where these lines are. And to me, that indicates that the line is incredibly low if men are men are completely are in his own words totally justified in feeling like that was flirting. I feel like that sets the bar really low. And I would say, okay, like and here's the thing. I know from experience that most women, if they do that, are not even going to be like bothered if the guy ends up flirting a little bit back. But it almost always goes worse than that. It's so common. Like, fuck, sexual harassment is so normal in our society, and we have to start pushing back on that by breaking these sort of preconceptions, by like breaking the idea that women can't say anything to men without it being interpreted as flirting, is especially when there's, and again, this was within the parameters of a conversation that was 100% cishet. That was the assumption that everyone is heterosexual. What do you think? Like all like lesbians should like not like should expect to be flirted back whenever they compliment a guy? Nah, I feel like this is such a dystopian world.
I think that in terms of like the heteronormative part, I mean I'm bi, but I've never been in a relationship with a guy, and so it's kind of hard to. And I'm not like a huge part of the LGBT community where I am at, or like even growing up, and so like I can understand why it might be like difficult to think outside of that and think that it's in any way different. The thing that I want to ask is like when I think that there might be a difference in just like terminology and justified, because I might be able to see what Scrub King is trying to say there, because in justified he might be thinking of it like justified in his emotional response being a certain way because of how they were raised, right? Like society. But I think that I could agree with that. Like it would be a justified thing in terms of how they're thinking because of the way that they were raised. It wouldn't be justifiable in like the greater scope of things, but do you think that's possibly what he meant by that?
Like, maybe, but we never got to it. Like, I don't know. Like, we could have had that conversation about what he meant by justified, but he was very strong in that statement and immediately wanted to talk about other things. So it didn't happen.
Well,
now
let's try and go down that line then.
For
like,
sure.
If he meant it in the way that I just said, do you think that is more defensible?
Maybe. Like, it depends on how far you take. How far you stretch the word justifiable. Like, for example, I understand and can like I can intellectualize and understand like how a racist might come to the position of being racist, but that doesn't mean I think they're justified. Like I think that like all people are the and I think I talked about this with him. I don't remember 100%, but I
vaguely remember this.
Yeah, like I don't think I do think that like okay, so sorry, I lost my train of thought there a little bit. Yeah, so, okay, it depends on how far we go with the term justified. Like, I would not say that, like, a racist who, like a very racist person who had, like, a bad experience with someone of who's not of their race is justified in being racist. I would say that maybe it's understandable how they came to that position, but that doesn't mean that it's right. And that we never actually finished that point to determine whether he was saying whether he thinks they're correct in that assumption, or whether and when he says justified, or whether he means like, oh, I can understand how they got there. And we never got to that point, and that's okay. Like,
I think if we're being charitable, I think that he would agree with what you just said, but I mean,
the following points did not indicate that, and that's the thing. The following points, that's where I started to say I don't even know if it matters if he says that, because his following points would indicate that he thinks that they're totally valid in all those things, and that he thinks that women need to like just more or less buck up and give more compliments. Like that's how it felt like the conversation went. But even in this context, like, Do I think it's understandable how men would come to that understanding? Yeah. But I also think, like, I can understand how they came there, but I also think they're wrong. And I think it's important that we challenge people. Like, you don't, like we shouldn't just say, oh, yeah, I get why they would think that, and that's an excuse. No, you have to say, listen, like maybe a parent or a brother or a sister who goes, hey, like, little bro, like, I know that girl said that, like, your Instagram photo was cute, but that doesn't mean she's in love with you, you know? And then he goes, oh, really? And then you go, yeah. And then they go, okay. And it's like, well, why do you think that? And then you talk about it, and then you have a talk about it. Like, you have to, like, we can't just, like, say, oh, well, it's understandable, therefore it's okay. It isn't. It's not okay. And especially because, again, especially when we take the step back and we stop using just the hypothetical, because the reality is that men in our society, like, rape culture is absolutely still a thing that still exists to this day. And it goes way beyond just men thinking they're entitled to, like, a lot of men thinking they're entitled to, like, a lot of attention because they got a single compliment. It goes way more than that. Like Lonnie just said in chat, like, she got a dick pic from a guy that she hasn't talked to in like 3 months, just out of the blue. Like, that is normal. Dick pics are so common. Like, I don't think a lot of guys, like, actually know how much sexual harassment women actually get on a regular basis. 3 years. Oh my God. So there you go. Even worse.
I think that there are a lot of guys that don't really get that kind of frame of reference until they are able to, like, make friends that are just friends with women. Because certainly I did not realize how common that was until, you know, like, maybe like 2 or 3 years ago. But yeah, that is a really fucking weird thing that is very, very common. And I can't say that I've ever been in the frame of mind to just send an unsolicited dick pic.
I'm very glad.
I
mean, I think a lot of guys aren't in that mind, but at the same time, I think there is so many guys who are so entitled to female attention, to female sexual attention specifically, that it is still a massive problem, which has been downplayed in this entire conversation.
My question there would be, how much of it is entitled to women's attention, and how much of it is just, like, really, really, like, egregious levels of loneliness? Because I notice, like, in the male friends I have, all the dudes, like, and, you know, I'm a fairly nerdy dude. Most of my friend, I'm the Chad of my group, and that's saying something, right? I'm not like a workout buff or anything. And so, like, a lot of these guys are, like, really, really lonely, and I don't think they're the kind of guys that send dick pics or anything. But I wonder how much of it is, like, a feeling of entitlement, and how much of it is just, like, incredible loneliness and thinking, like, well, maybe this will, like, it would be an incredibly fucking crazy leap of logic, but it seems like perhaps it's a leap of logic that is taking place in a lot of people.
Well, it's a leap of logic that is built off of that only exists, like, that occurs to people as a product of a society that tells them that's, like, something okay to even consider. And, like, I think the fact of the matter is, like, I think we can all sit here and admit that's really fucking bad. Sending an unsolicited dick pic is pretty fucked.
Yeah, no.
But nonetheless, but there's nonetheless a lot of people who do it. So we have a society that makes that sort of thing normal. We have that entitlement is, again, not individual men necessarily are all individually entitled, but as a class, men do feel entitled to the attention of women. And I think also, like, the other answer I would give to that is, like, there are many ways to solve loneliness, and some of the ways that you try to solve loneliness might make you more lonely. And I, like, for example, I think trying to solve loneliness by joining an incel space is probably one of the worst things you could ever do to ever actually have a shot at leaving loneliness. Incel spaces. What's that?
That's just silly fuel.
Yeah, it is. I mean, literally, they have a mentality of, like, lay down
and rot.
Yeah, lay down and rot. Yeah, or whatever it's called, lay down and die, or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, lay down and rot. Like, yeah, there are a lot of ways that you can choose to try and solve a problem, and some of them are worse than others. I would argue that the sliding scale of the ways that there are many men that try to solve their problems with loneliness are pretty fucking bad, and they come at the expense of women who have done nothing to deserve it. And I think we should solve that because I think that's a huge problem. But yeah, yeah.
One thing that I wanted to, because I was still thinking about like the compliment thing.
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes to that, I feel like would you say like it isn't? We may be working off different definitions of flirting.
Mm-hmm.
So it wouldn't be like they take that as flirting, but
Mm-hmm.
more as they feel like this is an opening to jump to things that don't logically follow, like pursuing this person or outright like asking for like a date or something, or like commenting on them like sexually, and like these are the things that'd be the problem, and not like if someone's is like, oh, you're cute, and then you're like, oh, you look very nice, and that's like an opening for a conversation, and then at the end you ask for their number.
No, I mean, like, I think obviously like people still have to flirt, people still have to have engagements. I mean, otherwise people will just retract away into like a lonely life of never talking to one another. Obviously there are some risks involved in all social engagements, but again, this was just the first of a question designed to figure out where the lines were, and it was that bar was set right there of just like, oh yeah, men would be totally justified to think that this is flirting. It's like, oh boy, okay, so this person that just accepts the status quo is fine. That the status quo of all of these assumptions being made of women constantly feeling burdened by their activity, feeling like they live in prisons. And I mean, this is the thing. If you talk to women, like if you go listen to some of like the Prime Kai's all femme presenting panels and listen to how women talk about how they feel about being able to express themselves. Many women in our society, most women probably feel like they cannot express themselves freely, ever. They feel like they are constantly policed. They feel like they have to be incredibly careful with every single thing that they do. Every action they do is being scrutinized. And I agree with that analysis because it's true. And the numbers of rapes, the numbers of sexual assault in our society does speak for that. I just think we have to recognize that that's a problem and fix it. And it's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable, but it does mean we have to address it. So it's like, I don't know.
When you mean scrutinize, you mean in like a way that is like possibly perceived as flirty or like in some sexual way? Or...
in every single way, not just that, but think about this, like think about the schools, think about the number of schools in America. This is just a small example of what I'm talking about. Think about the number of schools in America that have dress codes that are incredibly strict about what type of clothing women can wear, so as to not literally, often sometimes written into the dress code itself, so as not to distract teachers and students at the school.
Yeah, I've had a conversation with them from Kai.
Yeah, but I mean,
happened on my school,
yeah,
and it was
commonplace,
leggings, and you had to like come. We got a new superintendent, and so she changed it to now women can wear leggings. Big ups. Yeah. They do have to cover their butt with like a cardigan or something. And the thing is, like on all the posters, it was only women. So I got like me and my guy friends, and we all wore leggings that day. And but that's a story for another day. It was really, honestly, it was really funny.
But see, to me, that's a positive way of fighting back against sexism. You literally took, like, I mean, it's maybe silly in high school or whatever, but you took direct action to show how ridiculous their policy is. But those policies are nonetheless, and for how it refers to this argument, commonplace. And so that's what that's what I was trying to make clear desperately in that conversation. And I don't think it was ever allowed. And I think now, as I'm looking back at the crater that is my timeline and my DMs and everything like that, I'm just like, yeah, you can't even talk about sexism without getting told that you are a active harm to women, and by two gamer guys, by the way, two dudes who've determined that I'm a danger to women and I'm a danger to trans people. Yeah, okay. So yeah, that's I don't know. I guess I've talked about this for like 5.5, 6 hours now. I've been talking about this particular issue.
As like an end cap to this.
Sure.
What do you think that dudes can go, like, how would you say guys can go about helping with this? Like if a girl calls them cute and then they're like, oh no guys, this girl, she wants my dick. I mean, like, I know how I would engage with that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you would agree with it, but like I'd be curious to hear what like your kind of prescription for that is.
I mean, what I would say is, like, I think that dudes should have more frank and humanizing discussions about women among themselves. That when they're talking about women, they should make an effort to try and get in the woman's head and just be like, hey, hey, don't go too hard on this. Like, keep it easy, dude. It's just a compliment. Like, don't downplay things. Be like, hey, that's fucking cool that you got complimented. But if they're like, oh yeah, I'm gonna fucking bang this girl, be like, oh, slow down, dude. You know what I mean? Like, fucking just have it. Like, I think that men need to make it normal to this goes as far as like even film, right? Like, and this is a little bit of an anecdote, but I'm trying to illustrate what I'm trying to say here, which is that the like sort of like meme of the Bechdel test, that like most movies never have scenes of like women talking to other women unless they're talking specifically about a male character. And that's kind of weird, right? Well, I mean, likewise, when men are hanging out with other men, or if they're in mixed company, like, you know what I mean? If it's like a group of men and women, it really makes a difference if men take the time to actually go out of their way to challenge the ways that our society says that women should be. And like, hey, give humanity to the woman, give agency to the woman, make a mission to actually be like, whoa, actually, maybe she has a point here. Maybe there's some assumptions going on here. I'm not saying to like fucking always squad W or whatever the fuck they say that meme is, but it's like, but give it a chance, because women get a remarkably low amount of charitability, and it is so fast. Like God, I can't even tell you the examples of this that I have, of just how quickly men will conclude, she's just a fucking screeching over emotional bitch, and they'll back each other up on that big time. And it's like, okay, that feels really dehumanizing. Like, try to humanize the people you're engaging with. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be a horrible woman that your friend engages with, but try to see if there's ways that you can maybe, combat those a little bit. And that's one way I would say. And then the other thing is that there's
go for it.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing too is that there are larger systemic ways of fighting this, making it possible. For example, for women to fighting for, like, if we're talking on a broad political scale and not just what like individual men can do, like, you can support really progressive policies. You can support laws that make it possible for women to more easily leave their abusive partners. You can support more equal pay. You can support like all kinds of stuff like this, because one of the reasons why like for a long time, like, women were controlled in society by the fact that, well, guess what? You can't leave your husband because you only have food and housing because of your husband. You know what I mean? That has to be completed, because until that happens, if that's the life that, and still a lot of women live in that kind of existence, not completely, but it still is a big problem. And there's a lot of abuse towards women still to this day. Until those things are like fixed on a slightly larger systemic level, you're going to have a position where women are always or very frequently in the economic weak position, and they can't actually express themselves without literally having to, well, okay, I guess I have to think about whether my kids and I are going to eat, I don't know.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think that like you would agree, like there's like a negative side on the other end of that coin, where like men feel like they have to be like the breadwinner, like just because we're saying like women feel like they have to be with a guy because he's the breadwinner. Like, there's also like a negative expectation on men to be like the alpha, like make a lot of money, and if you don't like make all the money and make sure that your wife is able to stay home and take care of the kids, then you're like a horrible person.
100% agree. In fact, one of the things I think is really cool that's like kind of like a Libby id-poly kind of cringy, but nonetheless I bet very positive, is the like the dad bod fad. Like, of people posting pictures of themselves with the dad bod with their kids, and like, I'm a stay-at-home dad. I think we should celebrate the fuck out of stay-at-home dads, because that shows that, hey, it's actually okay, and it's not only okay, it's super cool if you're a dad who stays at home. That's fucking awesome. But, part of that, I've got hiccups really bad all of a sudden, but
you're fine.
Part of that does, there's, then we start coming up against the far right and all that stuff. But, I think that we should do things like that. Like, I mean, I make it a mission to like celebrate people of all body types, trans people, of all body types, men, women, everybody, fucking every single person. I want to talk about how we can be more positive about people's bodies, about people's roles, not just their bodies, but how we can talk about how, like, hey, like, are you a femi guy who wants to do art? That's fucking awesome. You can be that. You don't have to be, a military guy. If you want to be a military guy, that's great. If you want to, well, okay. But you know what I mean? If you want to be all that aesthetic of like, yeah, I'm hardcore, I love it, I'm a hero. Like that's okay. You can do that too. But just like, yeah, like fuck, there's so little support for that. And like, I mean, but again, I do think there's a tendency, unfortunately, for a lot of these conversations to always end up being hijacked about like what women telling guys what they need to do, and guys got to figure it out too. You know, guys got to take care of each other. Fuck, like talk about some of that solidarity. Take care of one another. Masked people got to take care of one another, and they don't.
Yeah, I find it difficult because sometimes I'll bring up like a negative thing that happens with men, and then I'll have someone in my chat that says, all right, but that's because, you know, XYZ with women. And then it gets turned into like, which is the more oppressed class. And it's like, well, I would say women, but they're like, it's not just like, it's not a zero-sum game or like who is the more oppressed one. Like we have to, in order to fix the problem, we have to go at it from both ends.
Yeah.
But
fair.
Yeah.
We're dudes who say that like women have life on easy mode. I can't.
But that happens all the fucking time. I mean, hell, even in the conversation I had with Scrub King, we got onto the topic like slightly of like titty streamers, and immediately the idea of like, they have it so easy. They just put their tits out. It's like, oh, you really don't understand what it's like to be a fucking woman in public. Just shut the fuck up, please. But yeah, no, I agree. Like. Fuck, hold on. I want to make sure I'm not losing my train of thought. Like, it's yeah, it is complicated, and I think it's really unhelpful in general for people to make like things into oppression Olympics. So I think people, if somebody's talking about like men's issues and they're doing it seriously and in good faith, hey, fucking talk about that. Let people talk about that, and don't fucking like try to spin it off into something else. And at the same time, it happens all the time. I think people have a tendency to assume that like, oh, we fixed all the gender problems. But the fact of the matter is that in most places in most of the US are still incredibly patriarchal and incredibly sexist. And so women's rights still aren't accepted as a norm. Now in lefty spaces, women's rights are. So sometimes it can seem like, I know like, I can remember an iconic Vosh thing where he did like, this one's for the men. He did like a stream talking about men's issues. And he was like, you fuckers in chat, like, you know, freaking out about like, oh, you people come in here. What about the women? You know, we're talking about men right now. And I think that's perfectly fine.
No femoids in chat.
Yeah, no femoids in chat or whatever. I think that we should be careful about that, but also remember that like people get, again, like I don't think they're right. I just think that like people often engage in places where women's rights are not presumed as a norm, and then they come in, you know, and they might be a little bit primed to think like, oh, you're talking about men's rights issues. Oh, I see. We're going to start erasing women here, because that's what happens a lot. It does happen a fucking lot still. But yeah, just as this is me speaking as a broadcaster, you know, gently give a little pushback to those people, because it is important to talk about men's issues. It very, very, very much is. And men should be encouraged to talk about men's issues in a way that's humanizing to women, and that's humanizing to men, and that's humanizing to trans people and non-binary people. That's the way that you should do it. And I believe very strongly in that, and I've done that on my stream many times. So people, again, the idea, like the fucking manifesto and all this shit that's talking about me being like the worst feminist that you could exist, that I hate men and all this. Of course it is. I mean, doesn't it feel a little weird that like a woman has an opinion online in one debate and then ends up with a manifesto written about her? Do you see how hostile this is? Like, I can't even fucking go in a day without somebody fucking jumping down my throat about something stupid. Anyway, any other things you want to drop? Because I know DrHeemedOut wants to come on, and I told him I would let him come on so we could talk about this a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'll let you go unless Shark has something.
No, I think about just got about everything that I needed.
Excellent.
Also, hi Lonnie. I got to speak to Lonnie a little bit a little while ago, and she seems great if she's still watching. So just wanted to say hi. But yeah, it was nice speaking to you. Maybe we could do it again sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. It was wonderful talking to both of you, and I'm really glad we ended up having this sort of like full fleshed out conversation. Sorry if I was a little bit like exasperated at the beginning. Like I was trying my best, but I was just like a little confused as to what we were talking about. But seriously, everybody follow these two. Like they're both like fucking Sondsol and Shark, this is my first time talking to you. It's been extremely pleasant. I'd like to see why you think I'm a lib, but we'll do that for another day. Sondsol, we've had many good conversations. Give these two a fucking follow. And might I say, just so you know, both of you are indeed looking wonderful today. Both of you have fucking incredible hair. Can I say that? Like, because actually that was the first comment that people said when you both came out. I was like, holy fuck, we got two people with fucking good ass looking hair on here. Yeah. So hell yeah. All right. Sick.
All right. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming on. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. All right. All right. All three. Thank you. Here. All right. Wait. I gotta bring. Oh my god. Oh my god. The manifesto is trending so hard. Holy shit. This is ridiculous. All right, Heemed, I'm bringing you in. Dr. Heemed. Hello. Dr. DrHeemedOut.
Hey, can you hear me? Just 1 second.
Yeah.
Let me make sure my audio is correct. Testing.
Hello. Hello.
Hey,
How you doing?
Mama, how are you? Happy New Year.
Yeah, thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. What are your pronouns, by the way?
He, him.
He, him? All right. Let me get your name up on here. Do you want to be on camera or do you just want to be on voice?
I can do camera. I don't mind.
Okay, sick. All right, let me bring you up on camera. Here we go. Go ahead and turn your camera on for Discord.
It's still not giving me the option.
Oh shit. Oh, I know why. Sorry. The same problem I had last time. You are now given the content creator role, so you should be able to stream in. Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
How do you do?
Good. How are you?
You must be exhausted.
I am literally so absolutely motherfucking tired. But guess what? This is my life, and I'm here for it. All right, listen, I can't complain.
I think what you're trying to say is you didn't choose the game chose you.
True. Yes, indeed. That is true. Oh shit! More people linking the manifesto. It's at like 1,000 upvotes. #1 upvoted thing on DGG. Yeah, they definitely aren't mad though. Okay. All right, let's talk. What you got for me, Dr. Heemed? It's great to talk with you again. We haven't talked in a long time.
I know we haven't talked in a very long time. So, okay, I just have a few things written down. A lot of things I agree with you on and some things I disagree with you on.
Sure.
So first of all, I will say I do think there's a major problem with the way that men socialize with other men and with women and with people in general. And to be honest, as someone who's an immigrant to this country, I think a big problem of this is with the nuclear family model. I think it's because kids in general lack the understanding to read a room, to, I don't know, take social cues, body language, all of these things. We aren't trained to do these things in North America. And I realize this when I see my cousins that grow up in Iran versus my cousins that are grown up here, and they're missing that connection. Right?
100%.
And if you don't teach people this at a young age, they grow up to have a toxic mentality that's hard to break. And I think one of the things the Scrub King said that you agreed with him on is that, like, you're really not going to change people much once they're in their mid-20s or 30s, right?
Did he say that?
He said that at one point, yeah.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. It depends. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of discourse that can go on about that. I actually think that people in their 20s and 30s do quite a lot of changing. In fact, if I look at myself at the beginning of my 20s versus me now just having passed into my 30s, I have grown faster and more meaningfully in my 20s than I did in my teens. So,
I mean, that's definitely fair, but like, I think it's also fair to say that, you know, for most people, some of their core values or you know, especially when it comes to socialization, like, these are things that if you're taught these at an early age, it helps you a lot going forward, right?
Yes. Okay, that much I will agree with. I think that, like, being like certain things being taught when you're young, it can be incredibly helpful and can save you a lot of pain in your older life. Yes, I will agree with you on that 100%.
Yeah. So I don't think that Scrub King would disagree about any of this.
One quick question. Sorry, I just realized I may have spelled your name wrong. Is doctor spelled out?
No,
or it's just
it's
DR?
Just the DR. Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm really sorry.
It's okay.
Let me fix that real
okay.
quick.
No worries.
Speaking with, here we go. DR. Sorry about that. That makes me feel really bad.
No, it's okay.
There we go. Okay, fixed. It has been fixed. Okay.
Okay. So when it comes to the general diagnoses, I think I agree with you that like there's a lot of toxicity that comes from men towards women in general that maybe Scrub King didn't highlight as much. But I don't think Scrub King would disagree with you on any of these things. I think what he was trying to point out was one specific scenario where it's the other way around, where it might be the women that are contributing to toxic society. But I don't think he would say that this is the biggest problem that leads to toxic masculinity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like at some point in the debate, you were kind of trying to pin him to this position that like he thinks that women are to blame for toxic masculinity, when I don't think he would take that position.
Well, I was trying to get him to be more clear on it. And like, I don't know, like, the fact of the matter is that like what it felt like to me, and again, like a lot of people have come in and told me what they think it felt like for him, but what it felt like to me is that my questions, like every time I asked a question, he was trying to figure out how to say it in the best, like as if he was reacting to somebody else who wasn't me. And I don't know if it was my fault. Like I feel like I went out of my way to make sure that like that he didn't feel like he was being inquisitioned, but like it felt very defensive. He felt like he was trying to like preempt me getting a dunk on him or something, but I was genuinely just asking most of the time. Like I'm trying to figure out where his position is, and there was so much defensiveness and so much like of the smuggling and then the ignoring, and that's where I started to get pissed and I stopped caring. But yeah, I think he probably yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I think he probably we probably agree on more things than we thought, but he couldn't get there and we couldn't get there, and I tried again the second time and it didn't happen, and now I'm at the subject of an incredible harassment wave. So yeah, damn it, okay. I wish he would have just done that, but yeah.
So the other thing I wanted to say is like he kept bringing up that like eventually we're gonna. So I think there was a miscommunication, and I was listening to this earlier tonight. I've only heard the first part so far. The miscommunication was him saying that women need to compliment men more, and you were taking that as this is the advice that he's giving to women. Where I think that what he was trying to say is that in the end, the final position that we're gonna have to get to is that women are in this, when toxic masculinity is taken care of and these gender issues are taken care of, men will be getting complimented more by women. How do we get there? He was saying we need to address that societally from men and women. And I think that...
Well, I feel like I was trying to get to that. I feel like I was the one who was asking that question, like how do we actually figure out what needs to be done? And then he was kind of dodging and only...
Well, is it a dodge to say that it needs to be addressed societally, but whenever it is addressed, we're gonna have women complimenting men more?
When I asked him and again, I know you haven't watched the whole thing. You can.
No, I watched the whole first one.
Oh, the first one. Okay. Sorry. I misunderstood what you said. I thought you said you watched the first like half. Like
no, I watched the entire.
Okay, yeah. No, I feel like I was being pretty clear in being like, okay, yeah, you've told me what you think women need to do, but what do men need to do? And like,
but I don't think he's saying women need to do this, right?
Well, I do feel like that's what he was saying. I mean, maybe not. But
my interpretation was he's saying whenever we address these issues on a societal level, once they're addressed, the final point will be women are complimenting men more. He's not saying that women should compliment men more in order for us to get there.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Yeah, I didn't really interpret it that way, but I could see how it could be interpreted that way.
Yeah, so I think that's a little. I think, and if you were to have a third conversation with him, which I don't know if you will, if you were to ask him, listen, do you think that a way for us to solve this is for women to start complimenting men more, or are you just saying that these things need to be addressed on a societal level, and then the solution will be that we'll get to a point where women feel comfortable complimenting men more? So that's just one little thing that I wanted to bring up to you. Yeah. And then another thing was so just a little critique that I had. So I think you're a very good debater.
Thank you.
And I'm gonna give you a timestamp. Just like this is one I wrote down when I was listening to it. At 1 hour and 19 minutes, You guys were talking about calling the police and whatnot, when women call the police, and you said that that Scrub King was assuming that women aren't able to defend themselves, right? And that's why the men get arrested more, I believe, right?
Sure.
And then he said, you said there's an assumption that women need to be saved, and then he started to ask you if you think that men on average are more physically overbearing, and you said, is this your mask off moment? So I don't know if, like, I feel like you rushed to that conclusion of trying to put him in a mask off moment situation, when really, in my opinion, all he was doing was trying to point out that, like, on average, men are more physically dominant over women.
Yeah, I don't remember that exact moment. I'll have to go rewatch it.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
I guess it was rhetorical. I guess I put it at the wrong point. Sure.
Yeah. So, and that's why I think people may be coming at you so harshly.
Damn, I know. Like, whole conversation, they're gonna fixate on one or two things and just freak out about it. But yes, okay, I could see where that particular moment, like,
you wouldn't want to be unfairly said, oh, this is your mask off moment, right?
I mean, I feel like he was already at that point. Had already been pretty rude to me. But yeah, like, yeah, sure. Like,
okay,
I feel like that was probably a little too spicy. Sure.
Okay. And then so the other thing about the depression, or you're saying that it's not okay to sleep with someone who's drunk, but it is okay to sleep with someone who has depression. Was that the point?
Yeah. I mean, depending on the context, yeah. But
well, I think the point, Scrub King, you've seen The Wedding Crashers?
No, what's that?
Oh, the movie, The Wedding Crashers.
Oh, I've never seen that movie.
Oh, okay. So in that movie, Will Ferrell, one of the things he does, so the movie Wedding Crashers is they go to weddings and just try to pick up chicks.
Sure.
And in the Wedding Crashers, Will Ferrell takes it to the next level and starts going to funerals to get, like, grieving widows, because he knows that they're, like, in a state of grieving, and they're more susceptible. So, like, I am sure you wouldn't say that that's okay, right?
No. Probably not. I mean, I don't know. Like, that sounds kind of like manipulative and shitty. If somebody really wants to go and try and pick people up at a funeral, I don't know. There's probably some people who could consensually say, like, yeah, I feel pretty bad right now, want to fuck. Maybe it'll be successful. Maybe you should try it. I don't know. It's really hard for me to address a argument that's based off of, like, a fictional movie.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that, like, people can be taken advantage of when they're in these mental states.
Yeah, but
right?
everyone's always in some mental state. We always have emotions going on and off. Like, I have a diagnosis for clinical depression. Should I never fuck again?
No, of course, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay,
but I'm saying that
I just feel like this is I don't know, to me, and I know you're not meaning it this way, but to me, like, this equation between drinking and depression seems like a like hilariously bad faith comparison.
Well, I agree with that,
Yeah.
and I will agree with that. I'm not equating the two, but I think a good defense that you could use is to say a hormonal imbalance has a totally different effect on our mind than medications, like how they affect our synapses and whatnot. So that's actually an argument that you could use in your defense. Sure. I just wanted to point out that, like, I think Scrub King was saying that, like, mental states can be taken advantage of, and I don't think you would even disagree with that.
No. And as an addendum, I would just say, apparently, according to my chat, Scrub King has since admitted that he has never drank in his life, which would be really
makes sense.
Extremely, absolutely makes sense. And again, the fact that people think that I'm the bad faith dumb person when he's going in making an argument that being horny is the same thing as being drunk, as having never drank in his entire life. Okay, people, seriously.
No, it's definitely, there's definitely levels. Okay, couple more things and then I'll let you go, because I know we've been on this for forever.
Yeah.
So you said that someone said you look fine as fuck, and that was like you liked it.
Yeah, it was
or...
super nice of them. Yep. No pressure.
Don't you think some other people might interpret, some other females might interpret that in a harassment kind of way? Like, I think this is I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure people can interpret things all kinds of different ways, but again, like, it's like we are trying to determine, like, reasonable levels, and this person was in their own car, was sitting down in their own car. They said it very kindly. They closed the door to their car, waved, and that was it. There was no pressure or anything else. I think that's a great way to give a compliment to somebody who you think is attractive that doesn't come across as, like, coming onto you. Yeah, there's going to be some people who will interpret literally anything that way, obviously. But I think we can talk about like reasonable levels and try to come to some sense of that. If not, then you can't have a conversation, because there's always the possibility, like there are people who will react all kinds of ways. But I think that was a very positive interaction. The person didn't put any pressure on me. They didn't corner me. They didn't physically block me off. They weren't like imposing on me, asking me for anything. They just gave me a compliment, waved, and then that was that. And I felt great.
Would you say that, how would you compare that to a cat call, let's say, or whistling?
Like
if someone's walking by.
Well, because a cat call is like literally dehumanizing. It's something you do to an animal. You go, that's not even close to the same.
Sorry, by cat call, I mean like just
like oh, hey baby, come over.
Yeah.
Well,
like
I mean, that's very obvious. One is somebody just saying, I think you look good, and the other one is somebody saying, hey baby, come on over, get over here, come hang out with me. It's pressuring you.
Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, very, very different context.
I've
experienced both. I've experienced both. Yeah. So
I do think a big problem is that initial thing I brought up, right? Like that people aren't getting the necessary training to socialize properly. And
agreed.
It's just I think all of it comes down to that.
I mean, I do agree. Like just because I wanna like sort of agree with you pretty wholeheartedly on that. Like I have massive critiques, and I've done an actual entire segment. I did a segment with one of my friends on here in mods. Gayfesh, who came on and we talked about our experience with growing up in the same two different branches of the same cult. And like,
this is a big cult, by the way.
I mean, it's
still going.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. They're still going strong. Yeah. They're very, very, they have an incredible amount of money. I don't know if
you talk about it.
Yeah, I've talked about it. Yeah, pretty extensively. Yeah. But yeah, I talk about it all the time. I'm very open about it. I've had a couple of streams that I've done. But recently I've had one discussion about it since my channel started taking off. So a lot of people don't know the story. Anyway, I grew up in a cult that was highly patriarchal, very much fixated on the nuclear family. And basically they believed really strongly in nuclear family structures, and then nuclear families ultimately becoming subservient to the church. So, there wasn't even really like a good church community. It was very, very, controlled, and if you stepped out of line, you would be kicked out or left. You would not be you would be shunned functionally. Even though they didn't actually call it that, you would just be like, all of a sudden people would stop interacting with you. You'd suddenly be lonely. And I agree that like I have huge critiques of like the American family structure, of like the American obsession with nuclear families. I think it's horrible. I think it leads to a type of society where if you lose the dice roll, if you lose the dice roll and you happen to get an abusive parent, you don't get to have like an extended family that might be able to come in and help you.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like
no one can critique your parents' parenting.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, I can't even imagine what my life would have been like if like I had lived in like a like if all of my family lived in the same town and we spent a lot of time together. People probably would have seen the way that like I mean, explicitly my dad particularly, my dad was able to get away with so much shit because so much of it happened out of the public eye, where other family members weren't able to talk about it or were too scared to come forward, and he did that by like keeping everybody separate to a certain degree. Anyway, I 100% agree with you on that. I just wanted to voice my support that not to be like one of those lefties who sounds like abolish the nuclear family, but I think nuclear family structures are basically designed to put power in the hands of the family patriarch, which is very bad sometimes, because if you happen to roll the dice and get a bad family patriarch, you are going to be chained to that person and they will be able to completely destroy your life if they want to. So yeah.
Or even just, it doesn't even have to be like that complicated. It could just be both parents are working so hard that they're not there to tell you, hey, like, don't be an asshole, or hey, like, be nice to people, or say hello when you go to someone's house, or have manners and stuff. Little things like that, which are very important. Listen, I'm gonna let you go. Before I go though, I wanted to let you know that I'm a big fan of Destiny's.
Sure.
And I know that you are not a big fan of Destiny's right now in particular. If you are open to it, I would love to moderate a conversation with you guys, because I think that maybe I can bridge the gap. And I will offer that if you're interested in it.
Yeah, maybe. Give me some time to think on that.
Anytime you want.
That's a big ask. Yeah, that's a big ask for me, especially given the current storm that Destiny has whipped up, labeling me as harmful to the thing I care about most in my life. Yeah, so right now, maybe if Destiny decides to stop trying to actually cancel me and harm my career, and also if Destiny decides to apologize for those things, maybe we'll talk. But for now...
Well, you said before he apologizes, aren't you interested in knowing his position? Like if he thinks that you're harmful, if he thinks you're harmful to the trans community, don't you want to discuss that, I guess, and defend yourself?
I don't know. Like, do you think that, I don't know. Personally, I don't really believe in giving a fuckload of credibility to somebody who just, I gave them the opportunity to have a conversation last night. They had me on their show. I went on, they screamed at me for 8 minutes and then told everyone that I'm a harm to women and a harm to trans people. That is a harm. Like, he is actively currently doing harm to me by labeling me that way to his audience. I don't really think he's rational, so I don't really feel like I should give him...
now or overall?
With regard to how he engaged with me, overall. I don't even know. I don't know if he's rational. I don't know what's up with him right now. Like, honestly, it feels like he's like, I don't know, really fucking pissed or something. I don't know. But I just don't really feel like I owe him anything at this point.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. And I really, especially given that literally currently, as we're speaking right now, the posts that Destiny has helped make possible, and his community is currently fostering and currently upvoting, are actually threatening to my career and my future. Yeah, no. I think maybe if Destiny cools his head and comes and decides to think about what he said a little bit and how absolutely unhinged and unreasonable it is. I don't care if he thinks like I'm a stupid dumb fuck or that's whatever, but what he's labeled me is so far across the line, it's actually wild. Yeah, so yeah.
Okay.
He's super. This is the thing, and I said this originally after my first conversation with him. I believe very strongly that Destiny is incredibly combative and abrasive and rude, and also goes across the line all the time, going so far as to like not even put people's names up so that they can have like a little bit of cred for being on his show and providing content for him. He doesn't even give the basic human respect to other people, and then there are like a fuckload of his fans and personal friends who will defend his actions. I think it is a borderline, like, I don't know. I don't want to go too spicy.
I would love to have to moderate a conversation, which I feel like a lot of it will come down to misunderstanding and just...
I don't think so. I think Destiny is
I think you're both pretty rational people.
Oh, sure. I mean, he might be rational on some things, but I think that Destiny, when he gets mad about something, or if he has an emotion, like if he has an emotional reaction to something, I think he becomes completely irrational and is unironically one of the most abusive people I have ever witnessed in the online spaces. I'm not kidding you. The way that he's interacted with other creators I know, the way that he's interacted with my personal friends, the way that he's interacted with me, I think that he's a serially abusive person in these spaces. And I don't blame nearly every person who he's ever interacted with his entire life from distancing themselves from him over time, because I can't imagine what it's like to try and upkeep a relationship with someone who goes that fucking balls to the wall all the time, despite the fact that he makes a career on like doing dunks and stuff. If you dare dunk on him, he'll go so far as to label you as a threat to the community you care the most about. Nah, I'm sorry. I think people are so fucking charitable to Destiny, it actually is concerning. But yeah, maybe someday maybe someday, he'll get his his army of people to massage his fifis back into order, and then he can have a rational conversation. But I don't know. Right now, I'm really not interested in it. I'm not even interested in, like, I can't even believe that people are asking me to do that. I mean, not that I'm really mad at you or anything. It's just like it's galling to me that it's like a guy is actively currently punching me in the face, and it's like, well, don't you want to understand why he's punching you in the face? And I'm just like, okay, yeah, that'd be great. I would like it for him to stop punching me in the face first. But yeah, sure. So yeah.
Okay, well, that's fair. I guess, yeah, I think I brought up all the points I wanted to bring up. I think the biggest issue was just like that you tried to rip the Scrub King's mask off when I don't think I think maybe it was too early. And
I'm not convinced about that. I feel like my instincts were pretty accurate, but yeah, maybe the optics were bad of me trying too early, but I think I'm 100% right. The dude fucking wrote a manifesto on me, has been tweeting about me all day.
When you say manifesto, what do you mean?
Oh, it's called the Demon Mama Manifesto. That's fucking weird.
Like
DGG and just yeah, it's a Reddit post. I haven't even read it yet. He called it a manifesto. You know what the last manifesto that was kind of funny that like the term manifesto is like strongly associated with I don't know. Listen, I'm
negative shit.
Not just negative shit, like but like Elliot Rodger had a manifesto, the Unabomber had a manifesto, and they called it that. Like, what the fuck? Like, I know what a manifesto is, like a thing, but holy shit, that's fucking weird. I'm sorry, especially when it's sharing space with another post on DGG, largely upvoted by DGGers and Discrub King fans, that is called "How do we deal with the Demon Mama question?" A direct reference to the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fucked. But do you realize how fucked that is? Do you realize how fucked that is?
No, but I 100% agree. That's super fucked up. And then when I went into Destiny's Discord once, I was like, hey, because I watch his content on YouTube only. I don't have time to fucking watched 8-hour streams and shit. So I watched his videos on YouTube, but at one time I went into the Discord to like say, hey, like I want to talk to Destiny. Is there any, what do you guys like? I don't know. I said something, and right away people were like, what do you think of incest, right? And I know the incest memes. So I know, okay?
Yeah.
But to a lot of other people who don't know, they're going into this community right away and they're getting fucking these weird questions asked to them. So they're probably thinking, what the hell is wrong with this community? This is so weird.
Well, the Destiny
and I
community
don't know,
is...
what do you think how do you control like when your community's that big? All these little interactions, I guess. What do you think?
I would never ask for him to control every single action, but the level of coddling that Destiny gets, this man is incredibly rich. He has a full mod team. He has a legal team, and you think that he can't keep this under control? Also, just so you know, a day and a half ago, I sent after getting heckled by multiple people, like, oh, you're full of shit. You're just lying and making it all up. If you didn't, you'd post receipts. And I was like, I'm not posting them publicly because that could be damaging to those individuals. But I would like, but if there's a mod that anybody can give me, then I would love to communicate with them. And I did. I sent a whole bunch of them, including a link to the post that was called the Demon Mama question. Hasn't been touched. They don't fucking care. That's the reality. At the end of the day, Destiny and DGG don't fucking care. And like I said earlier in the conversation I had earlier, I don't know if you saw it, but people asked me if I thought I could do a better job if the roles were reversed. Absolutely. And in fact, there's a whole bunch of other communities that are exactly as big and bigger than Destiny that do a way better job. Destiny's just piss poor at it, and everybody defends him anyway. He's just bad at managing a community. His community is easily the most toxic one I've ever encountered on the web, without question.
Have you what other bigger communities have you encountered, just out of curiosity?
Wait, you mean like within streaming? I mean, of course, I'm referring primarily to streaming here. Let's see.
Yeah.
I have engaged with. Let's see.
Because I don't know. I feel like it's once your numbers get that big, like you're gonna get some.
I think that's a cop out. I think you'll get some. I mean, I even said that to Destiny's face. I'm like, I don't expect every single interaction to be perfect, but I've been directly rated by the serfs on multiple occasions who aren't nearly as big, but are still considerably larger than me. Never had any issues. I've been rated by Vosh, whose community is as big as Destiny. Never had any issues like this. Not even once. I've engaged with, not directly, but like Hassan's community gets engaged in stuff all the time. They don't fucking do that shit. I'm sorry. There is no community as toxic in the streaming world as DGG that I can even think of. Besides maybe if you want to go to America First, but they're on D Live, and that's kind of like the mutant prison where we lock all the Nazis in. So yeah, maybe if we want to go that far, probably they are pretty bad. But yeah, it's pretty bad. Like it's really, really, really bad, and people just don't say it because like, well, guess what happens when you do. And
so this is one thing I wanted to ask Destiny, and I forgot. I've chatted with him once, and I wanted to ask him like, hey, what do you think about your Discord acting this way because he just had a disagreement with Jack AM, I think, right? I don't know if you listened to that.
I did. That was very, very interesting.
Yeah, and right away, Jack AM was like, as soon as I went into your Discord, people were asking me weird questions like what I thought about incest and stuff, and like I don't know.
But it's not just that, right?
Not a good look.
Yeah, it isn't a good look. It's really fucking weird. Okay, so this connects to a couple different things. I've talked on this a little bit today already. But like, I did a video that I believe was in very, very good faith that was called the Destiny versus DSA Drama Mama Investigation. And my Drama Mama investigations, I take a drama, I try to get to the bottom of it as healthily and as like, even-handed as I try to get everything. I get all the receipts and everything. And in that one of the things I talked about was like, hey, like I'm perfectly fine with people being edgy online. I love Vosh. I've watched a lot of Destiny's content in the past. I'm perfectly fine with that sort of thing. But you have to recognize that once you enter the field of politics, and when you go beyond like the politics space, like if you had like a discussion about incest or necrophilia or something, and like a Republican oppo research team that's paid to just go find dirt on people found that, you could be a complete liability, and therefore political groups might have to distance themselves from you, and that's not a personal slight. You know what I mean? And likewise,
I don't think he disagreed with that though.
yeah, but but it goes beyond that. It's not just only political groups. Like, that applies to other streamers as well. Like, and keep in mind, it isn't just like incest jokes. That would be bad enough. That's already a bad enough look of like how like weird and awkward and uncomfortable and unhinged like his community can be. But again, front page, how do we deal with the demon mama question? All right, okay, I see how this is. Like, that's really problematic. That would never exist in my community. I don't know of any other person who would allow that sort of thing to exist, except for Destiny, but sure. And America First. Yeah. So, yeah.
Fair.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not as well versed on Discord communities, as my own is the only like first one I joined when I started streaming. But I don't really know what the Discord etiquette is in most communities.
Well,
but
I mean,
yeah,
we don't. I'm
found
telling
that
you
weird.
now, we don't have fucking people get bombarded with incest questions when they come to my Discord. My Discord is a very cozy.
It's like I know it's like a meme, right? Like, you know, it's a meme.
Same
but,
way as the JQing is a meme on poll as well, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a weird one. Anyways, thank you so much for having me on.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. I really appreciate your incredibly good faith critiques and approach to the conversation.
Listen, I'm always good faith.
I
even if we have disagreements, I think I'll try to always at least represent your position in the fairest way I can.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate you coming by, and hope to talk to you again in the future. Thanks for coming by.
Can I just give a quick plug before I go?
Absolutely. Please do. Yeah.
Okay, sure. Yeah. So I saw somebody commenting on my beard. If you guys come check me out on my stream, I actually have a beard cam. So a whole cam dedicated to my beard.
Yo.
And I stream Monday to Friday, 5:30 a.m. to 8 a.m. Eastern. We do a quick morning show before I have to go and do my research for my PhD. So come check me out. We have a good time. We laugh. And it's always a good time.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Go give DrHeemedOut a follow. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you so much. Good luck with the drama. Happy New Year. Take care. Brush your hair. Don't forget to sit in a chair. Bye, everyone.
Bye. Oh, that was nice. All right, let's see. Did we have another person who wanted to talk with me? Oh, boy. Dan, if you're still there, you can come on. Dan, you want to hop in and say something positive? Are you still there, Dan? Did they fall asleep? Absolutely. Wait, DrHeemedOut, I got to give you a fucking... Hold on a second. Don't go anywhere, DrHeemedOut. I got to give you this. Hold on. I got to give you the fancy name. I forgot to give you it. I didn't notice you didn't have it already. Let me give it to you. Yeah, let me give you the fancy name. Here you go. Notable. There you go. Fancy name. Thank you. I'm not in stream Collins? Okay. Hello, Dan, hello. Can you hear me? You're muted currently. Hello. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, you're a little soft at the moment.
I am currently going to go to sleep in a minute.
Oh, okay.
And I just wanted to say to everyone who's been helping me out through this, because I've been having a real rough time, thank you so much, and you're all lovely people, and I hope you have a very, very happy New Year, and yeah.
All right. I hope you feel better.
Say that, 'cause your community has been so helpful.
Yay! That makes me happy.
Thank you so much. It's been really helpful. I don't know if I could do it without you.
Oh, well, listen, I'm glad that we've been able to keep you entertained. I'm glad that the community has been really warm. I know this community really cares about you. So thanks for coming on and sharing some of that positivity. I really hope you feel better soon. I know you've been dealing with a lot.
Yeah. Hopefully, it's almost done.
Yeah, hopefully. All right,
Yeah.
you go get some rest, okay? Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
Bye. All right, that was really sweet. Oh, excellent. All right, everyone. Hold on a second. We got to take a quick breather. We've been going back to back to back to back to back to back. Content all day today. Holy fuck, today has been crazy busy. All of you who are here, if you haven't followed my channel and joined my Discord, why the fuck not? Please join my Discord, follow my fucking channel. You too can become an imp instead of being a simp. Be an imp. Imps are cooler. You have a lot of agency, and you get to be picked up like this by your big demon mama. Do I talk about incest in my Discord? No, we do not do that. It is a safe for work Discord. It is child friendly. How's my day been? Oof. Oh, well, Lonnie, you go ahead and join in, and we'll make sure you get the fancy name. How do you follow? You go onto YouTube and you press subscribe and ring the bell. Wait, this isn't a sign off. I'm not done yet. We have more content to do. Are you for real? We got content to do. Good chill VOD? Maybe. What the VOD is? What is this? What's the video? Listen, we have more content to do. Are you fucking kidding me? We aren't done yet. Oh, all the Twitter ads? Oh, it's okay. I haven't even checked Twitter. What the fuck is happening on Twitter right now? Oh, fuck. What's happening on Twitter? Let's see how many notifications I have on fucking Twitter right now. Like 40 million? 20 plus? It's still loading? Oh my god. It's exploding. My Twitter is exploding right now. What a fucking mess. Holy shit. So goddamn many. What the fuck? Wow, a lot of people. Damn, a lot of people on the fuck demon mama thread. Woo! Yeah. Oh my god. Holy fucking shit. Apparently it got fucking spicy as shit on some other people's panels. All of them talking about me. What the fuck? Holy shit. There we go. There we go, everyone. Yeah, apparently there was a debate about me on other people's channels. 2 separate flaming debates about me. Wow, people love me. I had a big ass dono. Did I miss a dono? Holy shit! Law boy named Troy. I'm turning the donos back on. I'm so sorry I missed it. Oh my god. Thank you so very much. Here, I'll even do the Destiny face. There we go. Congratulations. Read out some donos that I missed? Yes. How do I... Let me go find them. How do I find the donos in my website? I've never... Oh, hold on a second. How do I... Feed. Feed? Here we go. We got... Apologies for the mutes. I have no regrets doing it, but I'll not do that again. Appreciate that, Gina. This is the only show with balls. Great work, Demon Mama. Keep it up. Thank you. It's interesting because I do not have balls. Very, very interesting about that, but I do believe my show does. So thank you. When you're finished watching the debate in question and noticed your stream, I can't believe anyone takes Scrub's side and calls you the dishonest one. Thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. Coladict, really, really appreciate it. Mythaldu, I already did that. No need to interrupt. Just enlightening some white names. Thank you so very much, Mythaldu. I'm sure my mods will be very happy with you. Hyun, speaking of paying to be ignored, lol, just kidding, this auto-renew thing is buggered. Yes, it is a little fucked up sometimes, Hyun. Thank you very much. Didn't realize I had a white name again. Thank you very much for this tier 2 sub. Oh my goddy. Let's see here. Let's see. More like Dizzy says, Destiny, more like that's a tiny penis. That's really funny. Thank you, Dizzy Eyes. Thank you very much. Silence. Scrub just took the sounded incelly shit way too personally. Wouldn't admit to it. Smug Wojak masked the entire discussion. Agreed. You are correct, and thank you for the tier 1 sub. Imping is better than simping, says Chaotic Pansexual at a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Okay, this one deserves at least $10. That was, I don't even know how to hold myself in that type of situation. Thank you, Jade Monkey, for the gifted tier 2 sub. Love it. Lawboy named Troy gave 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you so very, very much. The winners being Merrick DeVille, Amen, Crystal Dragon, Faye Bright, Lilith. Thank you so much, Lawboy. Demon Mama needs to eat and pay rent. Purge the white names. Well, today all my donos are going to be split among my mods, so I will not be eating with this money today, but thank you very much. Loved watching you dunk on misogyny the past few debates from Noctas. You're very welcome. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Martini Peterson with the two tier 1 subs. Had to wait till I got paid again to do the sub thing. Banger content lately, mama. Yes, you are very welcome. Piftle Cakes gave 3 tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much. Deeply appreciate that. Piftle Cakes, you're amazing. Danjo at a tier 2 sub. Finally able to be here tonight. I'm on EST, and I'm so glad for the late content with Mama and the Imps. You're welcome. I like late content as well. Then we have Cyborg Jin gifting a tier 1 sub. This user didn't write a sub message, but that's all right. I appreciate it nonetheless, Cyborg. Wolfgar got a tier 1 sub. Thank you, Wolfgar. Really appreciate that. Shane Brain, loving the stream. Trans rights and authoritarian suck. Agreed. Trans rights and authoritarianism sucks. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Jessica Meadow got all the groceries I needed, so spreading out the... Wait a minute. I'm reading these... Wait a second. No, wait. These are... Am I reading too far back? I think I'm reading too far back now. Yeah, some of these I'm reading too far back. Okay, there we go. I think I overread that. Okay, all right, I was overreading them. All right. That's all of them. I was reading from too far back. I am not used to that. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought, Wolfgar. It's okay. I was being... Look, some of you got shouted out twice, all right? All right? There you go. Hell yeah. All right, let's see. Oh, I need to drink some water. You're right. Okay, I need to drink some water and go to the bathroom. So all of you, don't you fucking leave right now. I still got more content to do. We still got more shit to talk about. I gotta go check in and see what the fucking fallout is. So let me grab a sip of this water. Then I'm gonna hit the bathroom. You all can talk to the chair for a few minutes. And then we got some more shit to talk about. Yeah, I know. I've been going fucking 6 hours without 7 hours almost without a bathroom break. Fuck me. Fuck me. Holy shit. All right. I will be right back.
Love you mods. Not Pepe mods, Pepe mods.
Hello. So, Gina, would you be willing to make sure that we have a list of everybody who was on today for the mod team? That way I can distribute it to everybody who was helping. Hey, thank you so much, Comrade Catpernicus. Really, really, really nice. Thank you so much. You're jealous of my hair? I am very lucky. I have very nice hair. I don't have to do barely anything to it. I have very healthy hair at this point in my life. It's very nice.
Thanks and best wishes for the mods dealing with the fallout of this.
Thank you so much. Miles Lux, is super capitalism the future we need? It might just be. I've heard great things about this super capitalism thing.
The future we need.
Oh, did I? Okay, let me check a couple others. Ziltoid, thank you so much for the gifted 2 tier 1 subs. Thank you. Keldodge, oh, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Keldodge, holy shit. Thank you so fucking much. Thank you for reminding me that I missed him. Brain. Apologies. Brain. Listen, you know what? If we gotta call it super capitalism to win, I don't care. I don't care what we fucking call it. All right, DM it to me. I'll take a look at it before we go.
Can't offer much but greatly appreciate the mods and their hard work for this community, and you demon mama keep on keeping on.
You know I'm gonna. You know I'm gonna. Oh my god! Yep, Silent, I don't care about the potential implications here. We are absolutely 100% showing this on stream. I'm sorry. This is the best. Holy shit. Oh no! No! Oh my fucking god! What the fuck? Oh my god! This is so perfect in so many ways. What the fuck? Also, I'm sorry I didn't get you a picture of my head in profile. I realize I don't have any pictures of myself in profile. Oh my god.
For Max Sips, also other
shit.
mods, of course.
Yeah! Thank you, Ania. Oh, was Dan's name still up? Oops. I forgot to turn it off on this one. There we go. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. Panness, oh god, a lot happened. I'm so sorry. A lot happened. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh, thank you, Sebs. I just got your comment. Thank you so much, Sebs. Really appreciate that. Here, let me see. I gotta follow up on these DMs. I've gotten like 100 DMs. All right. All right. Hey.
Shared selfie in the Discord. Don't think anyone's seen it yet. Big sad. Can
Oh,
also be
they'll see it
called
eventually.
cute.
Don't worry. Thank you so much for the donos. Deeply appreciate this wild generosity. I'm sure my mods are going to appreciate it too. Takes on the Twisted Tea incident. It was funny as fuck. Join the mobile infantry. True. How the U.S. stole the Middle East? You have the meme throne for sure. The absolute meme monarch silent. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. I haven't seen that. Maybe I'll check it out if you want to. Did that get dropped in the content? Here, I'll check this one. Posadas John. Twisted Tea. Dude clapped a guy with Twisted Tea and it was awesome. It was very funny and very good. I need to respond. I got a message from. Wow, that's very kind. What? This is so good. Information. Defeat the racist drunk. Fire. Heal. Yeah, there you go. Now we got the Kingdom Hearts in. Fuck yes. I want the fucking Twisted T-Blade. Give me the Twisted T-Blade. Fuck yes. No, but that sounds awesome. All right, let's go check this out. Oh my God. I probably should, oh my God, I probably should, like, respond to the fucking manifesto, but, like, we've been talking about it all day, and I feel like all of the conversations that we've had have been better than the original conversation I had with either Destiny or the Scrub King. Yeah, maybe another day. Oh, good night, Sylvia. Thank you so much. Yeah. That could be content for another day. Yeah, it feels... Oh, God. Does anybody want to... Can anybody archive it? Silent, can you archive it in case it gets deleted? Yeah, maybe. I was gonna... Listen, I really wanted to talk... You know what I wanted to talk about today? Do you know what the planned content for today was? Does anybody know what the planned content for today was?
Been dealing with some stuff lately and couldn't be around, but much love to Demon Mama and all the mods that kept everything running smoothly with their hard work. 3.
Marinara! Oh my God! Marinara, I hope you're doing okay. I know tough stuff's been rough. You're amazing, and thank you so much. We miss you. In a totally non-parasocial, but as social as we can healthily be way. We miss you. You've been a part of my stream since the beginning. Oh no, you need help? We got 3 accidental temp bans? What? I know, I've been trying to cover Trump's pardons. That's what I was gonna talk about. Oh, thank you, Danny. I'll keep an eye on that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I'm sure they're gonna fucking bury that eventually here. Let me save this. Appreciate that. Wait, where the fuck did it go? What the fuck? I've been trying to talk about that. Yeah, but it's like, oh, fuck. Was it Max? Oh, no, Max. But Max is the lead mod. Oh, well, not the lead mod of all, but lead mod of YouTube. Oh. Oh, my fucking God. Holy shit. Here you go, everybody. Have fun. All right. I have been trying to talk about that. I have a whole bunch of stuff prepared. Oh, fuck. Wait, where did that go? I got to get this open. Here we go. Right, here we go. Here's the thing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Danny Fallen. You're amazing. Thank you. Holy shit. Is it because there's a bunch of incels? I mean, probably. Oh, wow. Wow. This is pretty embarrassing. I'm just looking at this manifesto. I can tell you this is going to be really funny to go over in the future. Holy shit. Stream is still going? Yeah, it is. It's the most blurst image you've ever made. It is the most blurst image you've ever made. Oh my god, oh my god. Holy shit. Oh boy. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh fuck, gay fish. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh fuck.
Positive vibes for chat and mods 3.
Aw, thank you so much, Toph.
Feminists were right, and the only answer would be to abolish men completely as a class, or else humanity will never succeed. The second wave feminists were right, and the only answer would be to abolish men completely as a class, or else humanity will never succeed. The second wave feminists were right.
Don't show this! Don't fucking show this to DGG! Oh, fuck! Dworkin' mama! True! Fucking gay fesh gonna get me canceled, actually. Well, I guess I am getting actually canceled now. I've been canceled now, actually. Unironically, they're trying to cancel me. Respond to the manifesto with it? Oh my fucking god. True! Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. Holy fucking shit. Well, this has been a fucking interesting day. Here we go. We'll put that there. All right, all right. Holy fuck. Yeah, it's true. I'm absorbing it. They're like punching me and I'm like, more dislikes to likes now. Oh, that doesn't surprise me. Let's take a look. Let's look at some analytics. You want to see something fucking wild? Listen, you want to see something hog wild? Watch this shit. Watch this shit. Yeah. Oh yeah, fuck, of course I'm still going. You know I'm a fucking beast. Let's take a look. Hold on, let's see. How do we look at this shit? Okay. My Descrub King debate now has 1,385 views, 134 comments. The Destiny one has 3,456 views, 330 comments. Holy shit. Wait, no, Danny, if you dislike a video, you should always dislike it. You should dislike it. You should dislike it just to show me how much I hate it, how much you hate it. You should dislike and you should comment telling me how much you hate me and how much you hate my videos. Please, do as much as you can. Comment as many times as you want. It drives me nuts. It drives me completely off the wall. I can't handle it. It will make me end streaming forever. Yeah, it will ruin my day. And please share it with somebody so that you can get the word out that I'm evil. Oh yeah, donos too. It hurts a lot when I get hate donos. Hate donos make me really fucking sad. Let me see if I can look at my analytics. Oh my fucking god. Listen. I'm just saying. Boo 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 boo. This is the spike. Yeah, if you dislike me a bunch, then YouTube will delete me. Hey, thank you so much, Hawk. Deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. It's okay, Lawboy. Today on Mod Day, donos are the worst. You will hurt me so bad. I literally don't get any of my money. The mods are getting all of it. They're stealing my money. If you dono, you can help the mods steal stuff from me. Do I have a subreddit? I do. It's called r/demonmama. There's not many people on it, but it's okay. It's getting there. Slowly and surely. You know? Yep, you can steal from me directly into the pockets of my mods by donating. Be gay and do crimes. Alright. Alright, listen. Yeah, there is a Reddit. Fucking what do I want to do? Oh no, the super capitalism thing is going wild. Uh-oh. Oh shit. Holy fucking shit. It's going hog wild right now. Holy shit. Fuck. This has been such a wild day. January 1st should officially be mod day? Well, I mean, it is officially mod day. It is officially mod day right now. I've just declared it mod day. Congratulations. I love my mods. Seriously. Like, you know, not in the like creepy parasocial way, but you all really help me, and I want to show you that I appreciate you. And I had this idea before I started streaming because I knew it was going to be a stressful day. Yeah, we could probably do a once a month mod day. We'll see. We'll see how it works out. In the long run, I want to build more meaningful structures that, like, I don't know. But yeah. Yes. Yep. Yeah. What did I have? I had stuff. Aw, I am not that sweet, but I can be pretty sweet. I like to take care of the people who take care of me. Listen, people who take care of me, I'm going to try and take care of you. Is this the official Reddit? Let's see. It probably is. Let's see. Let me check. /r/Demon Mama? Yeah, the subreddit for the streamer in SJW Demon Mama? Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. Yep, I'm the one. I'm a mod there, so go for it. Yo, Tree Dad, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. Mod day daily? Well, I would not be able to stream anymore. I would not be able to stream anymore if that was the case. I wouldn't be able to stream anymore if every day was mod day, because I mean, I need money and food, and I don't make like a crazy amount of money yet, but y'all are being really generous, so. Okay Buddy Mama is great. Okay Buddy Mama is very, very good. It's true. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh no. Oh fuck. Bree Joy Gray went on to fucking The Rising. Oh fuck. Oh shit. Oh no. I don't think I'm a mod. I don't think I'm a mod at yeah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Let's just pretend we don't know them. Okay? What the fuck was I even gonna do? I don't even remember anymore. Oh, I like this music. Can we listen to music? Listen, let's listen to music. Ready? Here we go. This is a remix.
Donating twice because these mods are based comrades, and I'm sorry that you're getting cancelled, but you're way better than this bullshit.
It's no copyright. Thank you. Yeah, it's like Pogo, but with less homophobia. Nice. That was nice. It was really good. The song was made by Shirokishi Music. Here we go. Here's the link. Here's the link to the song. I found this. Yeah, Pogo is like mega homophobic. Like mega homophobic. Oh, well, that's very kind of you, Gina. I'm fine with that. But yeah, don't worry about it. We'll work it out. I gotta work out all the details after we get the list. Yeah, damn. Want to see some cool art? This is cool art I found. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Look at this. Look at that. This is Majora's Mask. So cool. I love this. Look at that. Here you go. Here you go. Pogo has had multiple streams where he rants about like gay people and how much he hates them and thinks they're disgusting. Oh, I don't know, Devious. It's fucking cool, right? Yeah, let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Here, that would be funny to react to. Here, let me show you. Let me see. Here we go. I think this is the video. If I remember correctly, this is the video. Just warning, a lot of slurs in here, just so you know. Just so you know. Warning, content warning, slurs. Here we go.
Hey there, folks. I thought I'd jump on really quickly and just answer a question that I...
By the way, for those of you who don't know, this is the musician known as Pogo, who used to be known as Faggotron. Yeah.
Get all the time. Why did you call...
Hey, thank you so much, Ivy Evans.
This is for the best mod for Sips and his hard work protecting chat.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Okay, Gina, I'll do that after this.
Your YouTube channel, Faggotron, as in faggot and then tron. Well, I've never actually told anybody this story. I've always tried to avoid telling people the truth and just kind of give them something a bit more PC. But no, I'm going to be totally straight up and down with you guys this time, because, you know, you come on my channel, you deserve my honesty. I came up with Faggotron because I've always had a very thorough dislike of homosexuals. I've never liked a grown man acting like a 12-year-old girl. I've always found that to be quite disgusting. And so I thought to myself, how best can I express to the world that gays are just an abomination? Or I guess to be a bit more PC about it, how can I express to the world that I view gays as an abomination? So I thought, well, here in Australia, we will like to call, well, I think in America as well, you guys like to call gays fags or faggots. I think nothing encapsulates really the sissiness of a gay guy quite like the word faggot, you know? So I thought to myself, well, I'm going to call myself Faggotron, and hopefully people get it. Hopefully, well, I wanted to be subtle with the whole thing, you know, because it turns out that Fargo in German is actually bassoon. So what you've got there is actually bassoonatron on my YouTube channel, but it doesn't really make much sense because I don't play the bassoon.
Yeah.
But what I do is I have a fairly robust resentment of the gay community. I don't want to really get into this, but when there was the Orlando shooting and the guy was shouting Allahu Akbar or something, I was like, but yeah, I've got to be a bit careful with that because, well, you know, I don't like gays, but I don't want to see people getting killed in nightclubs either. But still, I mean, you know, it's just fantastic. It amazes me to see the West actually welcoming in a culture through the floodgates that once gay is dead. I think that's fantastic. So there you go, guys. A quick story behind my username, Faggotron.
Fair enough, Silent. I get you. We're done with it. That's the end of it. But I just figured, you know, I wasn't lying when I said he was a massive homophobe. Like, yeah, just figured I'd share for those of you. I mean, his music is real great. Like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he was just memeing. But yeah. Sorry, Silent. Didn't mean to make you bad. Wait, is YouTube gonna give me a strike for what? For him for playing that? That video is currently up on YouTube. I just watched that on YouTube. Am I ready? Yeah, let's discuss with this last person who wants to talk. Oh boy.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Hi, how's it going?
Decent.
Oh, all right. Hold on, let me just read this, don't know. Well, actually, it's not going to read because I swear in it. Here, hold on, cover your ears. Cover your ears for a second. I'm going to say a slur. As a fag, this guy is beyond trash. What the fuck? I remember feeling nothing but despair after Orlando. I got a tattoo because it hit me hard. True! I am also incredibly gay, and fuck Pogo. Okay? There we go. So there we go. All right? Sorry. You can uncover your ears now. Welcome.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
Good to be on the show.
Yeah,
Decently.
let me see. You okay with being Torminator1? And what are your pronouns, by the way?
He, him.
He, him. Okay. All right, sick. What do you got to hit me with?
I'm primarily on about the whole scrub argument.
Oh, okay,
I feel that scrub came in a little unfairly, I would say,
Fair
due
enough.
to the fact that he engaged with started the discussion of the whole topic with that garbage Twitter meme.
True. I do think
Which
it was a
did
garbage
not
one. Yep.
give a sufficiently nuanced view of his thoughts on the issue as a whole.
Okay.
When he started to engage initially with you in the debate format on his Twitch channel, etc.,
Yeah.
he came off as somewhat smarmy at times, but at the same time, I can't help but feel you somewhat exacerbated that with the lack of charitability you had towards some of the arguments that he was making.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think that's probably fine. I've admitted this, like literally said it in the debate, that like I got kind of tired of dealing with him when he started doing the thing where he was like ignoring me to chat to his chat, and then, you know, like asked me a solid question and then acted very confused after I had just explained it to him, but he just didn't even care to listen. So that did definitely irritate me a lot, and it lowered my willingness to be charitable. Like, in my opinion, like, all people get some level of charitability, but you can lose that charitability if you be a dick, and I think he was being a dick. But yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah.
What behavior did you perceive was in bad faith on his part?
Oh, I mean, I think a couple of parts were, like, I don't know how, it depends how you mean by bad faith. Like, I think the second conversation was completely in bad faith. I think he was just emulating Destiny and didn't have any actual intention of having a meaningful conversation with me, just wanted to get clout and dunks out of it. But the first conversation, I feel like he engaged in relatively good faith most of the time, but I just think he got really rude and disrespectful as time went on, especially around the, like, I would say, like, I think it was around the 40-minute mark or so when when there were 2 times where he asked me a question and I tried to explain that, and then I immediately heard this. And I explained the thing, and then, so I don't know if you could hear that keyboard typing in the background, but I heard a whole bunch of typing, and I saw his chat I saw him talking in his chat while I was explaining the thing. I said, dude, like, and then he came back, and then he did it again shortly after. I was like, okay, like, this is the second time that you've just straight up ignored me talking to you. And I feel like that's, like, not only is that, like, actually super rude, but it's also, like, super, super, super bad, like, stream professionality. And, yeah. I don't know. I just feel like it's dickish. Like, I feel like it's perfectly fine. I feel like somebody was doing that kind of shit. And also then he started doing all this smuckling and trying to go for dunks. Like, smuckling being when somebody says something, you go, that is like smuckling. I consider that to be very rude. If somebody did that to me IRL, that would be offensive.
Yeah, definitely. I can see how that would come across as offensive.
Yeah.
My other issue with the whole boondoggle that it currently turned into
is
that Scrub feels like he's being portrayed as an incel as a whole.
I mean, that's his fault. He's the one who wrote a manifesto about me because I disagreed with him. He's the one who ran and told Daddy Destiny, who then immediately barreled down my throat and accused me of being a harm to all women and trans people, to all social justice causes that I could ever touch. Yeah, he made his bed and now he's lying in it. If people conclude after all of that engagement that he's like incelish, I don't blame them. I don't blame anybody for coming away with that. That's ridiculous.
I can understand why you feel that people would come away with that impression. But going back to the whole thing, Scrub's very long manifesto, I've unfortunately or fortunately read it. I don't think he tried to speak for the trans community in that manifesto. I would argue that he approached it from as in Demon Mama, is detracting from women's rights. He never seemed to touch on the subject of trans rights.
He may not have done that in his own little thing, but Destiny said it, and also a fuckload of people in the comments are saying it, and they're not getting pushback on it at all whatsoever. So even if he didn't personally write that into his manifesto, the effect is nonetheless the same, and he's implicitly signing off on Destiny's messaging about this. So yeah, I don't really feel like I need to be like super, super granular with my like charitability with him when he's engaged in all of this and is gleefully taking part, celebrating how much attention he's getting as a result of this.
I mean, he has definitely gotten a massive spike in attention from this.
Yeah.
Check his Twitch analytics.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
There-
Do you think that's gonna last, or do you think that this is just a little thing of like virtue signaling where they're gonna follow him and nobody will ever actually watch his content because this is just ultimately dancing for the DGG crowd?
I think the bump will last him for the rest of this month, I'd guess.
Yeah, damn.
With limited knowledge.
Yeah.
But
You want to know what's
as
funny
a
though?
whole,
My bump is never going away. It's funny.
Fair enough.
I know this because it's already happened once. My Destiny bump never went away. Destiny bumped me above 120 viewers, and I never went back below it. Now I'm pulling fucking 200 people just on a normal ass stream. I don't know. We'll see. I think that if you engage in good faith and you make actual original content and have meaningful conversations with people like I do, that it actually builds a following of people who actually care about your content as opposed to just trying to, brigade in and ride the latest, like little, I don't know, chew toy that there's been tossed in front of them. But yeah.
Definitely. I can see why you'd want to be less granular in your analysis of Scrub's response to this drama. However, Know Nothing also raised a pretty salient point on Twitter where Scrub posts manifestos on the Destiny subreddit about things all the time.
Okay.
This isn't Scrub has it out for women and his incel tendencies are coming out or something. This is just something that he does.
Can you imagine? Okay, let me give you I recognize that and I don't really care. No offense. That's not me being mad at you. I just don't really think Know Nothing's argument is particularly compelling. Can you imagine if like there was some like irrelevant Andy, just random person who posted like a crosshair on like a random photo of somebody, like a crosshair on somebody's head. They posted that photo to like a subreddit and like they did it a whole bunch of times. And then one time they like were I don't know. They went to like a presidential rally and they screamed at the president. And the next day they posted a crosshair on the president's head and posted it to a Reddit. And how even if they had done that many times before, that could be interpreted in a different light.
Yes, I see the analogy you're going for with the crosshairs, but that's not a one-for-one representation.
It's not.
The symbol of a crosshair is inherently a threat towards someone. It's I'm planning to kill you, essentially.
Yeah. Do you know?
However,
who some notable people? I mean, we all know Karl Marx, but that was quite a long time ago. Do you know who like most people who write manifestos these days?
Neo-Nazis, I'd assume.
No,
mass shooters.
Mass shooters, yeah. So it is kind of weird. I'm not going to lie. It makes me feel very weird. Now, I do recognize that back in the 1800s, the term manifesto was used in a political term. But the last, notable, if you search manifesto right now, you're going to end up with the New Zealand shooter. You're going to end up with the Tree of Life shooter. You're going to end up with Elliot Rodger. You're going to end up with, like, the Unabomber, Timothy McVeigh. I don't know. Like, it's not like I think he's going to actually kill me. I just think it's really unbelievably, unfathomably stupid optics. And it's the exact opposite thing than what I would do if I didn't, if I wanted people to not think I was an incel, I would do anything except for the thing that he did, which is publish a manifesto about a woman who he disagreed with online. And then his daddy came in and like openly and publicly, like straight up just shit on and then accused me of being a harm to everything I care about. So
that's fair. I'm not arguing that the whole manifesto thing helped the optics of him, Scrub, coming off like an incel.
For sure.
Definitely made him come off like some type of school shooter.
Yeah, it does. Agree.
Thing is, though, that I was getting onto is the manifesto, I would argue, it's not a direct threat of violence, and I feel like you're trying to force that one to fit.
Oh no. For the record, I can say this flat out, and I don't think he's threatening violence against me. I don't think he's threatening violence at all. In fact, and like you can take that one and this can be the clip. I don't ever think that. I just was trying to give a parallel that's clear. Like, you know what I mean? I do think, however, while it isn't threatening violence, it is absolutely cancel culture. He advocates for people to not engage with me. He's telling people, a community that is very serious about politics, that I am harmful to not only their politics, but to the communities that I and many people in both of our audiences care about. This is absolutely a perfect, like, case in point example of cancel culture. And so I find it funny that all of Destiny's fans are eating it up so much. I guess they have just changed in the way that they actually look at cancel culture. But yeah, I don't think he's doing violence against me. I just think he wants to end my career because he's sad and his fifis are hurt.
definitely can see where you'd get that his fifis are hurt from.
For sure.
However, I'd also like to point out that sorry, apologies, I'm blanking on this point for a minute.
You're perfectly fine. Yeah, take your time.
This is my last thing, just because you're obviously tired and you've been streaming for a while.
Listen, if you have more, you can tell me more. I'm enjoying this conversation. This has been a pleasant conversation.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it pleasant and focused.
You're doing
but
a
anyway,
good job. You're doing a great job.
The framing of the whole is Scrub an incel thing is dubious, because at one point in the VOD, Scrub claimed that his chat was being raided by your viewers and they were calling him an incel, and you waved it off as essentially jokes. I'm not saying calling someone an incel is equivalent to calling them a slur or some sort of serious, dead, lethal offense against you as a person.
Sure.
But it isn't conducive to the overall discourse and the conversation that you were attempting to have. You never did directly call him an incel in the first debate. I've noticed that. However, from the framing that you used, as well as the title of the video, I'm probably the 5th person to harp on that today, but the title of the video, all of that leads the viewer to make some very uncharitable conclusions about Scrub.
Sure. I mean, yeah. No, I have no problem with that. I do that. My video titles are meant to be interesting and to get people to click on them, of course, just like anybody else. Destiny does this too. I didn't claim anything about Scrub. It was certainly inflammatory, but I mean, again, the context of this is that that post, I posted that video up after the fucking blowout has happened. So yeah, I don't really. I feel like they have been like I've been a little like I've been a little bit what's the word? I've been bantering with them, you know, a little bit of like back and forth, like, fuck you, dude. And they have responded to like just fucking spicy banter by saying that I am a harm. Like, again, like I've gone over it many times. There is no equivalency in the way that I've engaged with them to the way that they've engaged with me. And it just like, I mean, hell, like I can even think, I remember when Vosh and Destiny had their first like debate. This was before like the drama got really bad. When Vosh and Destiny had their big debate, both Destiny and Vosh posted the most unflattering image you could possibly imagine of each other on one another's thumbnails, and were like making fun of each other in the title of those videos. It's a totally normal thing to do when you debate somebody, to make like a little spicy jab at them. But we're talking spicy jabs of just like, hey, fuck you, dude. Haha, you're like, you know, what do you want, like a government mandated compliment every week? Like little jabs versus them going to the point of saying like, oh, Demon Mama should be deplatformed, nobody should engage with her, etc., etc. This is just clearly and very obviously completely different levels of engagement. And I'm hearing some reports that it has only gotten worse since today. So we'll see. Yeah. But yeah.
I do feel like, yeah, I understand your point with YouTubers using inflammatory title because you need to drive views.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I go that hard. I mean, I go way harder on right-wingers. Have you ever seen the titles I do for fucking right-wingers? Like, Jesus, here, let me just read you some of my titles here. These are funny. You might get a laugh out of them. Wait, let me bring it up. Let me just here. If you have another point, like, you can bring that up while I try to find some of these funny titles and like.
Of course. Well, sorry, it's late in my time zone and I'm just blanking.
You're
but
good. Like,
the whole government mandated GFs thing, I feel, now that you've helped provide context, was slightly exaggerated on his part. However,
I mean, I literally said it was a joke in the conversation. I was like, dude, it's a joke. It's okay. Like, I was just kidding. And then like, yeah. I mean, it's in the VOD of me. He started getting mad about it. I'm like, I'm just kidding, dude. I was just kidding. I was just making it like an actual joke. And I said it explicitly. I'm not actually saying you advocated for that. But since then, he said I did, even though it's literally in the VOD of me saying that was just a joke, my dude. So I feel like that was one of the most uncharitable things that started this whole thing, was him just straight up lying about what I actually said in the VOD. And it's amazing because I know that thousands of people watch Destiny, watch the VOD, and then proceeded to repeat a narrative that is patently and obviously and demonstrably false. This is like an experiment in groupthink, in my opinion.
I will admit that larger Twitch streamers always tend to have almost like an absolute tier field of groupthink about them. Then their fans just seem to swarm almost mindlessly at times.
Wait, did you say absolute terror field?
I mean, I was thinking of an area of effect, and then I went with AT field.
Yo, that's awesome. I'm sorry, that was the coolest as fuck analogy. I love Evangelion. That was awesome. Okay, I love that. All right, that was based. I'm sorry. Thank you. That made me smile.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So then we have Scrub talking about the discussion of the benefits of patriarchy for women. Would you say that patriarchy has some benefits for women? Not that it helps more than it hurts, but does it benefit women in some minor ways?
I think it benefits some women in some minor ways, and actually it benefits some women in like a lot of ways. Like for example, I would argue that like a trophy wife, for example, somebody who's perfectly capable of like and okay with living that life, somebody who's comfortable being a trophy wife probably has an incredibly comfortable life under patriarchy. You know what I mean? They're fine with being subservient. They might even like being subservient because some women do like that. Like they might like have like a dominance thing and their husband is super domineering and they love it. There are definitely women who benefit from it. But the problem is that the way that patriarchy is that it makes that a norm. You can't exist any other way. And so women who aren't like that get punished. So that woman herself might have a perfectly fine life, but there's tons and tons and tons and tons of other women who have to suffer at the hands of that. Likewise, I think patriarchy benefits men as a class, but most men don't really like, most men aren't really happy under patriarchy, and they do benefit in some ways. Like, for example, basically all men are going to benefit from the fact that like men are taken more seriously in fields of work, which is hugely important. The fact that men by default, just by being a man, regardless of your skin color or any other factor, that you're going to be in most cases taken more seriously in a job means that you'll have an easier time getting a job, which means you'll have an easier time being financially independent. These are like, this is kind of like talking about like white privilege. Like, you know what I mean? I don't feel like I'm like like some inheritor of the white race. Like, in fact, I feel like my benefits are very low from that because I think that white supremacy is a ridiculous thing. But nonetheless, I don't have the police follow me I don't have police or security follow me when I go into a store. That is a benefit. My life is easier as a result of that. And I don't have any problem acknowledging this. You know what I mean? So yes, it's kind of a long-winded answer, but yes, I think that there are all kinds of people who benefit. I just think the structures are very bad and they could be benefiting considerably more people in considerably more effective ways, if that makes sense.
Definitely see that. Would you say that some women have some role in reinforcing the patriarchy?
100%. Yep. Absolutely. Of course they do. In fact, I was more than willing to engage in this. It didn't happen in the Scrub King, but I don't know if you saw some of the other conversations I had today. We've talked about this extensively. For example, my go-to example of this is always one that everybody knows about right now, Abby Shapiro. Abby Shapiro's entire channel is dedicated to upholding patriarchy. 100%. Her whole channel is all about be modest. You should respect and submit to your husband. Her entire channel is in service of patriarchy. And it's kind of sad to see. Maybe she is very happy under that sort of structure, but she's a woman who is deliberately going out of her way to uphold a structure that I think she doesn't really maybe she personally benefits from it, but her other women definitely are harmed by it. Do you see how that makes sense?
Yes, I can definitely see how women can be seen to uphold the patriarchy, and some women benefit from patriarchal systems as a whole.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Obviously, like we can get like, I feel like this is a huge conversation. We can have all kinds of talks about like what types of like God. I mean, fuck. I'm just trying to think of so many things, but like I don't know. Like I think of people. God, I know people in my life who like technically have some benefits of patriarchy, but also like some of the worst parts of their life are a result of patriarchy. For example, like think about like just slightly like tomboyish or like rough and tumble like women who like say like a woman who would do really, really good in the military, but like the military culture is so patriarchal that going into the military actually like ruins their life. Like, and this is actually something that happens. Like, I know people who, like, I don't know if you know this, but the sexual assault rates in the military for women are like galling. Like, it almost makes you want to throw up.
Yeah, I've seen the rates.
Yeah.
They're horrific.
So, like, there are a lot of women who would love to work with, like, heavy machinery, and they might even be, like kind of femme sometimes. They might like to go get their nails done and stuff like that, but they might really like to work with like that machinery and fuck around and like joke with guys and other girls and stuff like that and have that tough personality. And they can't, or they have to pay a great cost in order to engage in that. So even though they might benefit a little bit from patriarchy in that, like, hey, like, you know, there's this macho culture that exists, the downsides are just massive. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's one of those things.
Definitely.
Yeah.
I'd like to just quickly acknowledge something I saw in your chat. Catherine O said I was going through the points on the manifesto. I'm not. I'm just trying to touch on them indirectly while engaging in good faith, just so I can see what you think about it versus what Scrub thinks he got out of the discussion.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I don't mind if you want to go through them. Like, again, I'm very much, I've enjoyed every single, well, except for that one person at the very beginning, that really fucking angry person who I talked to. I don't even remember their name, Sinthe or something. That person was really unpleasant. But every other conversation I've had today has been more pleasant than any of the conversations I've had about the original conversation. Holy shit. Yeah, this has been very pleasant to talk with you. And also, I feel like we've made some good, interesting stuff to talk about.
Yeah. Hopefully. So anyway, I really don't have much more to bring up except one final point.
All right.
Scrub's core argument, it was a little bit incoherent, but to me it seemed like he was pointing out that when he got off, essentially stopped trying to defend the edgy position he laid out with the meme he posted on Twitter, he's seemed to move on or evolve his awareness to make an argument about the fact that men should do the work to make a space that is safe for women, so women can feel that they can compliment men without feeling like men will come on to them or romantically hit on them because they're being complimented.
Sure.
So would you argue that who's doing the labor in that case?
I mean, well, a lot of people, right? But like, it depends, like, right? Because like, sorry, I want to make sure I'm answering this accurately, but I'm just a little confused. When you say that, like if men are like taking like deliberate action to make spaces safer for women, that would be men doing the labor in that case, which is great.
Yeah. That would definitely be a good thing.
Yeah, and here's the thing. I actually think that here's the hot take. Another thing I never got to talk about. I think that if men started to do that, and in fact, I have a couple of examples of this, that they would see the immediate results. Fantastic example of this is communities like for example, Prime Kai's. I use Prime all the time because I really think highly of Prime and a lot of the ways that he runs his show. Prime Kai's has made two things that I think are really cool. He made an all black panel where it's just black people talking about black issues. Fucking awesome. Then he's also made the Amazon Lily femme presenting panel. Prime took the initiative to make a space where women could talk about their issues, and he's been greatly rewarded by having the trust of a lot of those women, and also having a fuck ton of really passionate female creators and femme presenting creators approach him and want to be a part of his community. That's awesome. And it came like that. That's how fast it can change. But it does require, like, and this is why I think it's important, like, I've been so, like, willing to talk about this to an extent. I do think it requires challenging some of the preconceptions about the currently existing structures. Like, none of us have control over the fact that for the last, like, I don't know, like 6,000 years of, like, history, since, like, I don't even know, fucking Greece, or maybe even before that, women have been, like, very, very, very repressed in a lot of the world. Like, we can't help that. None of us, like, we all inherited that. It's just we have to recognize that, like, there are people who, because of that system, are the beneficiaries of, whether they want to be the beneficiaries or not, of some level of privilege. And they should leverage that to fix the problem, because it makes the world better for all of us.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I feel like this has been a productive conversation. I've gotten some clarification of your viewpoints.
Yeah,
and I feel
100%.
like I've hopefully been productive for you as well.
Oh, 100%. Terminator, this has been an exceedingly pleasant conversation. And I really appreciate the opportunity to talk with you. Thank you for coming on in front of all my audience and voicing your questions and critiques in such good faith. Thank you so very much.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah. Ed, did you want to, like, did you have any promo or anything like that? Do you have anything to drop, or do you want to say anything?
I have
to the
a
chat?
Twitch channel, Torminator 1. I'm planning to be more active and to do more in the political sphere.
So twitch.tv?
Yeah.
Twitch.tv/Torminator1. There you go. There you go. All right, listen, you may not have gotten a whole lot of stuff on there, but, you know, hopefully we'll talk again in the future. That was a very pleasant conversation.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
What a great conversation. Hey, that was so wonderful. That was so nice. That was so nice. Let's see. Let me just respond to this real quick. Yay, wholesome conversations. All right, just replying to those DMs. Okay, sick. Oh, was there a fly? Oh, no. Bastard fly. Oh, God, I hate them so much. How on earth are there flies this time of year? Because I live in a temperate rainforest, and we haven't gotten below freezing this year because probably, like, global warming. And... Whoa, we got a mod going hog wild. Who's going hog wild? Yo. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, this is a meme. This is me. This is a meme. This is a meme. All right, you're good. You're good. All right, have fun, YouTube chat. You silly goose. You silly fucking geese. No, it was Coco drama. They were fighting each other. You saw you in a panel with Freems the other day. I said, hey, she's fucking based, and your community is super wholesome. Mad respect to you, honestly, Sebs. Thank you. That is incredibly, incredibly kind of you to say that. I'm glad you think I'm based. I like to think I'm kind of based too. I thought you lived in a war-torn city. Oh, sorry, Windleby. Yes, I live in a burnt-out husk of a building. I stole a can of paint from the one remaining hardware store in Seattle, and I painted this wall and that door. Everything else is a burnt-out husk because of Antifa warlords. I have to pay a Diet Coke tax every day. I have to give away my precious Diet Cokes to the Antifa warlords who demand it. Yeah, no, yeah, we haven't gotten any snow here, nothing. And so as a result, we keep having like it feels like we've been in spring. It's fucking weird. It's been fucking weird. There's like bugs. There's like mosquitoes and shit. It's so fucked. Yeah, it's so fucked. Yeah, it's really fucked. Oh, wait, did you send something, Posadas John? Let's see. I might have missed it. Sorry. Oh, you want to make a quick announcement? Sorry, Gina, come on. Hold on, let's see. What do you want to talk about, Gina? The only good soda? What's the only good soda, Alani? Diet Coke? Oh, I love Diet Coke. Diet Coke is the best diet soda in my opinion. Yeah. Oh, besides, actually, Diet Baja Blast might be... I can't show this on stream. I can't show this on stream, Posadas John. You trying to get me taken down? I know, I fucking hate it, Hawk. I don't like Diet Dr. Pepper. Okay, so here's a secret thing. Diet Dr. Pepper... Diet Root Beer, Diet Pepsi, and I think Coke Zero and Pepsi Max all use a sweetener that upsets my stomach. Diet Coke is the only one that doesn't. So, yeah. Aw, Max, you do what you do exactly. Oh, Baja Blast is fucking amazing. What's this? I can't watch anime scenes, Demon Lord Zadoki, because it will be extremely slammed. Let me bring Gina on. Gina. Hello.
Yeah.
Hi,
okay.
How's it going? Wait, hold on.
Doing great. All right,
we got you up on here. hold on, let me just get the little name tag up here. This is our head. Everyone, I want you to show your goddamn respect to your fucking lead mod. The fucking Baroness of Hell, Gina Ragnos, who is here right now. Thank you,
Yeah.
Gina.
Yeah, you better, like, fucking kiss my feet. All right?
There we go.
Okay, so,
Feet.
all right.
Wow. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. All right, let's do this.
So,
All right.
all right, so here are going to be the 4 new moderators that I picked out.
Okay, let's hear the new mods.
All right. Common Girl 2222.
Okay.
All right. Jessica Metal.
Jessica Metal, excellent.
Table Knife.
Table Knife. Holy shit, Table Knife. What? Our timestamp Incubus has joined the mod team? Pog!
Yep.
Doubling down. Holy shit. All right, next.
And then, okay, so, like, one final one. I'm going to have to, like, be, let's see. Like, okay. I'm gonna decide, human being.
Human being?
I guess.
Welcome, human being. Welcome to the mod team.
All right.
All right.
All right, so, like, some of the picks, like, Adia Scorpia, they've barely been in the server, so I'm not wasting a mod status for that person.
Fair enough.
But
Oh, don't worry
Jack
about it.
Will-
We don't gotta tell people we're turning down. You can just message them privately. That way they don't feel bad.
Okay.
But
Alright,
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Just don't want to
Yeah.
make anybody feel bad. Excellent.
Alright.
Welcome all new mods to the mod team. Sometime this month, I will be scheduling the mod event, and anybody who's been helping out today will be getting a share of the incredible donos and generosity of everyone who's here. Because you know, I don't make enough money to pay like everybody everything, but I want to make sure that we spread the love around from time to time if we can. All right.
Yeah.
All right. And well, thank you so much, Gina, for announcing
you're
the
welcome.
mods.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah, you guys have a great day, and hope to see you guys in chat.
at ease. At ease, Gina.
Yep.
Bye.
All right, laters.
Bye. Yeah. We might do Among Us again. That was really fun last time. I had a lot of fun with it. Although I was like, oh wow, I was like super tired that time. Okay, let me check and see. I've got some pingies. Pingies. Got so many pingies. Who pinged? Who pinged? Wow. Bam. Oh, Among Us was really fun. Yeah, we might do mod Among Us, Gambino. We did last month. It was great. We also watched a movie that was super fun. We've had 2 awesome mod events. Yeah, you got to come hang out when the mod events, Max. 100%. 100%. So good. Who pinged? Who's pinging? Where did I get pinged? Who pinged? I got pinged again, but I don't know why. Oh. We need a Demon Pago and Joker Mama? We do need one. Hey, good night. Good night, Keldodge. Or Keldoge. Thank you. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. All right, Papa Bird Jake, let's check in. We got another entry in the drama saga. The drama never ends today. Holy fucking shit. You're very welcome. Happy to have you, human being. I'd be really interested in hearing what issues men are bringing up that ends up with them being called incels by someone who thinks the man is genuinely an incel. I don't see it a lot in my spaces, so I'm ignorant to it. Uh-oh. 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 Reaches exhausted point and does the, okay, I'm getting tired. It's time for me to do the meatball voice. I gotta do the meatball voice. Oh, boy. All right, here we go. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh, Stinky. I don't know. I'm a little worried. Can I get a brief contract text on the Destiny situation? Why was he screaming like a kooky head in that video he posted? Because he's very mad at me. Big Boy 20, will you ever make a phone-friendly site? That's my main problem with these types of sites. Yes. In fact, White Nervosa is working on an app soon. So on your phone, you'll be able to install the app and it will make it super good. Oh, shit, virtual guy. Am I gaming? I was thinking about gaming, but yeah. White Nervosa is working on an app, so you'll just be able to install the app on your phone, open up, and chat with super easy. It'll be really easy. And you'll get notifications when I go live directly through the app. Super great. It's not quite there yet, but it'll be there eventually. Cool thing, by supporting this channel, I support White Nervosa, and White Nervosa is supported in turn by Vosh, Zan, Conyer. So we're going to keep getting to see the upgrade. We're going to get to seeing the website evolve and upgrade. You know what? You're right. You know what, everyone? All right. We've had enough of this nonsense. We've had a whole bunch of fucking hoopla and hullabaloo and baloney and bullshit today. We need to talk about something that will make you feel sick to your motherfucking stomachs. Wait a minute. Actually, we do. So let's do some motherfucking content, all right? Because, listen, as much fun as it is to talk about the weird, granular, insular drama of online fucking figures and their unhinged rants against me, we have bigger things to talk about from time to time. Eventually, Vermin hands? Wait, what about Vermin? Oh, yeah, Vermin as well. Yeah, true. No more malarkey. It's time. It's time to pitch the malarkey out the window. Me too, Kasky. I'm fucking tired of the horseplay, the tomfoolery, the bamboozling. I'm fucking, oof. Oh boy, am I done with the tomfoolery. Yeah, this is ridiculous. All right, we gotta, a White Nervosa chat. Hell yeah, that's fucking, the hogwash. What about the hogwash? Nobody brought up the hogwash. Nobody brought up the rigmarole. The Gish Gallop. True, the Gish Gallop. The Scudly Wumpery. Exactly. All right, so let me just bring this up because I have it prepped, but I didn't have it. Shit. Okay, here we go. So some of you may know about a guy named Donald Trump. I know, sometimes we forget about him. We forget about Donald Trump. We forget about the fact that that guy exists and that he's still doing shit that will make you sick to your stomach. I know, who, right? I know, it's easy to forget about him. It's easy to forget about that orange motherfucker. Yeah, he's the guy from Home Alone 2. True, he's kind of indie, I know. Yeah, but, okay, like, this was like, what? Like a week ago now? A week ago now, Donald Trump issued his pardons. You know, for those of you who aren't familiar with it, at the end of a presidency, it is customary for a president to issue pardons. They have the president has the ability to completely wipe a crime off of someone's record. They also have the ability to commute a sentence, which is where they don't get rid of the crime, but they get rid of the sentence. So you walk free, but you still technically on the books. Yeah, a federal crime, of course. Any federal crime. A commutation of the sentence. So, for example, Obama Obama commuted the sentence of Chelsea Manning. Very good. Incredible. I think that was great. Chelsea Manning got to leave, you know, federal prison and solitary confinement. We love Chelsea Manning. She's amazing. A lame duck. Yeah, when they're in the lame duck. Yes, that's correct. So it is customary for presidents to issue pardons and commutations at the end. The reason is because nobody can get pissed off at you once you're leaving. Well, they can get pissed off at you, but you're leaving office. You don't got to think about re-election. So you can let criminals off the hook. You can do controversial things. Donald Trump has decided to do possibly the most controversial set of pardons I can possibly imagine. And we have some talking about them to do. And we're going to start with a really great article that summarizes this all up. I think the title will speak for itself. Whoops. Trump pardoned 4 Blackwater contractors who killed Iraqi civilians. In a statement, the White House did not mention that 14 people were killed in the unprovoked attack, but it called it a situation turned violent, which resulted in the unfortunate deaths and injuries of Iraqi civilians. Let's read a little more. President Donald Trump pardoned 4 former Blackwater mercenaries on Tuesday who had been convicted for their role in the Nisour Square massacre that left 14 people dead in Baghdad in 2007. Oh yeah, we're going to be watching the Legal Eagle one. We're going to be reacting to the Legal Eagle one. I haven't watched it yet. But we're going to do that. Just wait. We'll react. Don't worry. The killing of innocent civilians, including 2 young boys, sparked international outrage and public scrutiny into the use of private military companies like Blackwater, providing armed fighters for the U.S. wars and conflicts. Nicholas Slatton, Paul Alvin Slaw, Evan Sean Liberty, and Dustin Laurent Hurd were convicted in the deadly shooting. During the trial, federal prosecutors argued in 2015 that the men should have received harsh sentences for their roles, stating that they had shown no remorse for their actions. Indeed, the defendants have not accepted responsibility for their criminal actions whatsoever and to this day have denied any wrongdoing, prosecutors wrote in their sentencing memo. The 3 men were sentenced to 30 years in prison. In 2019, a federal judge resentenced the 3 men. A federal appeals court had ruled that because they were military contractors in a war zone, they should not have been sentenced under a law that requires a minimum of a 30-year sentence for the use of a machine gun. Slatton's conviction was overturned. An appeals court ruled he should have been tried separately. He was sentenced to life in prison on first-degree murder charges. He was accused of being the first to fire into the civilian crowd at the square. Okay, so now you got an idea here. And they said this was a situation turned violent, which resulted in the unfortunate deaths and injuries of Iraqi civilians. So I just want to show you something. We're going to read about what the Nisour Square massacre was all about. Because I want you to know the types of people that were just pardoned by Donald Trump. Oh, this wasn't drone shit. This was not drone shit. No, this was very, very bad. Ready? The Nisour Square massacre occurred on September 6, 2007, when employees of Blackwater Security Consulting, now Academy, a private military company contracted by the U.S. government to provide security services in Iraq, shot at Iraqi civilians, killing 17 and injuring 20 in Nisour Square, Baghdad, while escorting a U.S. embassy convoy. The killings outraged Iraqis and strained relations between Iraq and the United States. In 2014, 4 Blackwater employees were tried and convicted in the U.S. federal court, 1 of murder and the other 3 of manslaughter and firearms charges. All 4 convicted were pardoned by Donald Trump. So let's talk about this. Here's the outline of what actually happened. Okay? Just before noon, and warning, by the way, warning, this is not pleasant. So, just so you know, this is not pleasant. Content warning, okay? Just before noon on September 6 of 2007, a car bomb exploded near the Izidar compound where U.S. and Iraqi officials were meeting, and a 19-man Blackwater tactical support team consisting of a convoy of 4 trucks answering to the call sign Raven 23 took up positions on the south side of Nisour Square to secure an evacuation route for the U.S. officials and another Blackwater team providing security for them. The Blackwater commander, Jimmy Watson, had received an order to stand by and not leave the operations center. He was ordered to return to the green zone. However, after Raven 23 entered Nisour Square, Watson was ordered to lock down the traffic circle to expedite the travel of the other Blackwater team. Shortly after assuming their positions, Raven 23 began firing on civilians in response to an approaching car, killing 14 and wounding 20 more. During opening arguments for a criminal trial, defense lawyers representing Blackwater argued the men felt that the approaching Kia was credible threat as a possible car bomb and opened fire in self-defense. Prosecutor argues the men did not face hostile gunfire when they started shooting and continued to shoot despite the lack of threats. The driver of the Kia was shot once in the head by a Blackwater contractor, killing the driver. The Kia continued to roll forward after the driver was killed, according to an eyewitness, and Raven 23 continued to fire on it, killing the passenger, the driver's mother. Eventually, the Kia was struck by a grenade, instantly incinerating it. A State Department spot report published the same day as the incident stated that 8 to 10 attackers opened fire on Raven 23 from multiple nearby locations, with some aggressors dressed in civilian apparel and others in Iraqi police uniforms, after the convoy entered Nisour Square. The report added that another Blackwater support team who had escorted the officials back to the green zone was redirected to support Raven 23. Raven 23 returned defensive fire and withdrew, with Bearcats in tow. As Raven 23 was departing Nisour Square, several members continued to discharge their weapons, causing additional civilian deaths and injuries. TST-22 arrived in Niesauer Square after Raven-23 had left. When TST-22 tried to withdraw, its route was blocked by Iraqi army and police vehicles. A U.S. Army convoy arrived, backed by air cover, to escort them back in the green zone. An Iraqi government account of the incident stated that as the convoy drew close to Niesauer Square, a Kia sedan with a woman and her adult son in it was approaching the square from a distance, slowly driving on the wrong side of the road, and the driver ignored a police officer's whistle. Wow. You might not even be able to hear that in your car, to clear a path for the convoy. According to this account, the security team fired warning shots and then lethal fire at the Kia. They then set off stun grenades to clear the scene. Iraqi police and army soldiers, mistaking the stun grenades for fragmentation grenades, opened fire at the Blackwater men, to which they responded. Iraqi investigators also alleged that Blackwater helicopters fired into cars from the air, and at least one car had bullet holes in its roof. Blackwater has denied any of its aerial units discharged weapons. The account by the Blackwater firm differed from the Iraqi government's account. Blackwater's account stated the driver of the Kia had kept driving towards the convoy, ignoring verbal orders, hand signals, and water bottles thrown at the car, and continued to approach even when fired upon. An Iraqi policeman went over to the car, possibly to help the passenger, but the vehicle kept moving, and it looked to the guards as if the policeman was pushing the car back towards Blackwater. In their view, this confirmed that they were under attack by a vehicle bomb because a policeman was trying to stop the car, and they continued firing, killing both people as well as the policeman. In response to the guards' killing of the Iraqi policeman, other Iraqi police officers began to fire at the Blackwater men, who communicated to the State Department that they were under attack. State Department employees walking in department's Baghdad Operations Center on the day of the incident heard a radio call from the convoy. Contact, contact, contact. We are taking fire from insurgents and Iraqi police. According to the Blackwater vice president, the convoy was hit with a large explosive device and repeated small arms fire. On September 2007, the New York Times reported that during the chaotic incident, one member of the Blackwater security team continued to fire on civilians, despite urgent ceasefire calls from his colleagues. It is unclear whether the team member mistook civilians for insurgents, but the incident was allegedly resolved only after another Blackwater contractor pointed his weapon at the man who was still firing, killing civilians, and ordered him to stop. 3 Blackwater guards who witnessed it later said that they believed the shootings were unjustified. So there. That is the people that Donald Trump decided to use his pardon power to free. That is who, that is. So when I talk about how completely rotten and evil Republicans are, holy motherfucking God, please listen. Holy motherfucking God, please recognize how fucked up and evil the Republican Party, the norms of the Republican Party are in America. Good night, Mars Blue. Thanks for coming by. Holy shit, it's so bad. And of course, keep in mind that after investigations, it was found that not only did they fucking lie, but many of these, look at this, look at this. A U.S. military official, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said that it was obviously excessive. The civilians that were fired upon, they didn't have any weapons to fire back, and none of the Iraqi police even fired back at them. This was a U.S. military official who reported this. The Blackwater guards appeared to have fired grenade launchers in addition to machine guns, according to the report. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's so fucking wild. Actually unbelievable. Yeah, had a grenade launcher. Yeah, completely fucked up. Total foobar. Agreed. 100%. Absolutely unbelievable. Well, remember, they fucking killed a police officer who was trying to stop the car. They just gunned him up. Horrible. So that's who he pardoned, by the way. Has Trump commented on this? He pardoned them. He doesn't care. They said that, yeah, we just looked at this, by the way. This was how the White House described it. I'm sorry. They described this as a situation that turned violent, which resulted in the unfortunate deaths and injuries of Iraqi civilians. That's how Donald Trump commented on this event. You like that sound effect? Yeah, I do that sometimes. Wild. Really wild, huh? Oh, tech debt. Multiple Iraqi police died in that event. Multiple Iraqi police ended up getting shot. Well, they're private contractors. It doesn't even matter. They're out. Yeah, I won't. I won't do it again. I wasn't going to. I was trying to illustrate what happened. Yeah, I know. We could talk about that, but I just wanted to touch on this because it's fucking disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Here's another one. I want to talk about another quick thing. Okay? Let me just see here real quick. Hold on a second. This was one of the people. Wait, oh, here we go. Wait, let me just see here. Here we go. This was one of the people. Wait, have there been any updates of whether Trump can pardon himself? I have no clue. We're going to watch real quick. We're going to watch Legal Eagle's thing because I haven't seen it yet, and everybody told me I need to watch it. I agree, Ace. It makes me sick. This was someone who Trump was considering pardoning. This was a reporting by military.com in their opinions department. Military.com is a very, very popular veterans magazine, as far as I understand it. I did as much due diligence as I can. Very, very well-respected magazine as far as I can tell. I don't know if every veteran believes that, but apparently it's very, very, very popular. I prosecuted Robert Bales. Justice demands he remains in prison. This was somebody that Donald Trump was considering pardoning. I don't believe they've pardoned him. The pardoning of convicted war criminals puts our national security at risk and is contrary to our vaunted American ideals of justice and is an affront to every honorable service member. The chance, however remote, that the president might consider pardoning Robert Bales, a murderer of 16 civilian men, women, and children, should be shocking to all Americans. Every accused service member deserves a defense, and every convicted criminal, no matter how horrific their crimes, deserves the full benefit of due process. They do not, however, deserve their own set of alternative facts. Yet this continues to be the chosen theme of violent service members seeking clemency. These men are not heroes. Of note, no pardoned war criminal committed his violence acts in the heat of battle or under the fog of war. None were brought to court on charges trumped up by rear echelon staff. None were convicted by legal academics with a political agenda. Robert Bales is no exception. Readers as well as the president should have sympathy for Bales. He is a human being. This sympathy should be tempered, however, by the fact that Bales committed his crimes with clear mind and conscience. It should be tempered with similar sympathy for Bales' victims, among them a grandmother shot while protecting her grandchildren, a grandfather shot while his granddaughter clutched at his leg in fear, another grandmother whose skull was stomped by Bales, a family of 9 whom Bales put into a room, murdered, then lit on fire, and a toddler whom Bales shot at close range, but by placing his pistol in contact with her head. That's all we're going to read of this message, okay? Because that's fucking intense, all right? But that was one of the people who was being helped to seek clemency by Donald Trump, and they considered it. So again, I really do not think that I am being outrageous by saying that Donald Trump is, if nothing else, enabling American fascism. Not just fascism, but fucking serial murder in the name of the state. Now I want to watch that video. Let's calm down and let's watch the video. Because I've really wanted to react to this, and I've heard it's fucking fantastic. Incredibly fantastic, and it's Legal Eagle talking about just this. So let's listen to what Legal Eagle has to say, because again, I've been recommended this video a bunch of times, and I really want to watch it together with you all. So let us chill for a little bit. We had an intense day. The state had nothing to do with those crimes. It's just as simple as evil helping out evil. Yeah, I guess. Worthless sociopath. Well, I mean, but let's be honest. Wait. Think about this. Because they were saying that, like, sympathetic as all human beings deserve sympathy. That even the worst human being deserves some level of sympathy. That's all they were saying. But yes. Anyway, the fact of the matter, I mean, fair. But the fact of the matter is, nonetheless, that from the justice perspective, we try to treat all people as humans. But yes, I agree this is particularly monstrous. Absolutely. I do think the state had something to do with it, though. Because I want you to note, now, keep in mind that Republican presidents have made it a regular thing to pardon war criminals. Not just, like, literally, Bush did this too. Reagan did this too. They pardon war criminals. And what that means is that when America goes to war, every person knows, every person who's doing the will of the state knows, hey, there's a chance that my war crime I'll never have to do justice for it. I'll never have to pay justice for it. They know there's a chance that they'll get out of it. And that is how the state uses it. This is a message. This is saying, we don't think you should have to do time for hurting those people overseas. Yeah, I agree, Seb. But every American president is a war criminal. Anyway, let's see what Legal Eagle has to say about it. All right? Let's fucking see what Legal Eagle has to say. Because Legal Eagle, I want to react to this really bad. So we're going to react to this together. All right? Let's enjoy. Let's have a moment. All right? Here we go.
Know where to start. I'm so furious. And I'm so sad for our country. That they claim to be the party of law and order. The hypocrisy makes it feel like ash in my mouth to even say it. Because there's no depth, no illegality to which the president will not stoop. It's astounding. The president has completed what appears to be the first raft of pardons in the lame duck period. It's a murder.
I forgot. I didn't even talk about the Roger Stone pardons. We didn't even do that yet. I just talked about the war criminals. Yes, I intend to talk about that afterwards. Let's watch this.
Row of the unpardonable. Though an actual row of murderers are probably less morally blameworthy than the people that actually received the pardons. Actual war criminals who were responsible for killing innocent Iraqi citizens, including women and children. Ridiculously corrupt politicians like Chris Collins and Duncan Hunter, who were convicted of and were about to serve extensive prison sentences related to insider trading and also embezzling campaign funds, including but not limited to spending those campaign funds on extramarital affairs. Actual traitors to this country, like Paul Manafort, who was a direct conduit to the Russians through Konstantin Kilimnik and Oleg Deripaska, and of course the president's cronies, including but not limited to
a convicted traitor, by the way, not even like just accused of it. Yeah, Roger Stone. And by the way, Roger Stone's been in activities of the Republican Party since Nixon. Since Nixon. Roger Stone was Nixon's fucking dude. That's how long he's been running and doing evil in the Republican Party. The Republican Party is rotten to its core.
Manafort, but also Roger Stone and George Papadopoulos. There's just no end to the depravity. This is unprecedented in its baseness, in its venality. We've just never seen anything like this in the US. Effectively, every significant defendant who refused to cooperate with both the Mueller investigation and also just main justice have now been pardoned. The only exceptions being Rick Gates and Michael Cohen, both of whom actually testified and cooperated against the president. And this is tin pot dictator banana republic level corruption. If this seems like comic book villainy, that's because it is.
Remember, you all hear me talking about how it's comic book level villainy, and now you're seeing the lawyer good boy Democrats even saying it. Do we not realize that that is actually what's happening? Like, you know? Like, holy shit. Do you think that like Legal Eagle is like a super rampant lefty? Nah. We just know that the fact of the matter is that is that we have a fucking fascist dictatorship in office right now, and I don't even know. I mean, I think at this point he's done for, but we still don't know. Yeah, this is an institutionalist is pointing out how broken the institutions are. America is in a wild place. Yeah, good boy. I mean, like goody two shoes. You know, good boy Democrat. Like, oh, we're so good. We play by the rules.
Not a close case. This is not an issue of red versus blue. This is just pure flat out corruption.
It's red versus the future of humanity. And that's what it's always been, and that's what it will continue to be. It will continue to be red versus the future of humanity, because the world they push for is one of depravity and sickness and darkness and oppression. For everyone except for them. For them, it's a world of great bounty. They will continue exploiting you, but for everyone else, enjoy.
And I guess let's start with the bad news, because on some levels, this is worse than it appears. It's not just that the morally reprehensible and actual criminals have been pardoned. It's that this threatens the very fabric of our justice system. In part because this is just the opening act. There's no reason to think that President Trump is going to stop with these pardons. In fact, there's very good reason to think that this is just out there to get people tired, that the worst pardons are yet to come. And it's the usual suspects who are the obvious candidates here. There's no reason to think that the president will refrain from pardoning Jared Kushner, pardoning Bill Barr, pardoning himself, Ivanka, Don Jr., Alan Weisselberg, the CFO of the Trump Organization. But President Trump doesn't have those lines. He doesn't feel shame, and he doesn't give a damn about political norms.
I mean,
because what happened here is a really, really big deal. President Trump is pardoning a whole bunch of people who engaged in criminality in furtherance of the president's own agenda, for his own campaign, and for other reasons that benefit President Trump personally. Because the problem with pardoning people who engage in actual criminality for the benefit of the sitting president, if the president is allowed to pardon and absolve guilt after the fact, there's a million ways for a sitting president to grift that. Let's take an extreme example. We often talk about how the president could kill someone on Fifth Avenue. But what if the president hired someone to kill a political opponent and then decided to pardon them? Or a less extreme example.
Interesting.
Let's call it stochastic terror.
Wait, you mean like when he pardoned Blackwater people who'd been hired by the United States government to kill people, and then he pardoned them?
Where the president just says, hey, it'd be really great if someone killed my main political rival. And then if you actually pardoned that person, which potentially the president could do, well, then it just incentivizes actual murder of political opponents. And while that's obviously extreme, Vladimir Putin has tried this twice with his main political rival, Alexei Navalny. And obviously there's a state law issue here. Murder is generally a state law crime, so maybe the pardon wouldn't work. But
check it
how
out
about
after
this? What if the president intentionally engaged in all kinds of campaign finance violations, getting, let's say, billions of dollars for a campaign slush fund, and then just pardoned all the people who engaged in campaign finance violations for the benefit of the sitting president, who would then have the benefit of billions of dollars of campaign funds.
It's a good fucking point.
If the president can pardon co-conspirators or pardon those who engage in criminality at the president's benefit, or just simply hand out pardons like thank you cards, there is no end to gaming the system. And of course, on the other side of the aisle, so far, the Republicans have been absolutely silent. Those people who will jump over themselves to fawn over this president, Ben Shapiro, Mark Levin, Tucker Carlson, have said absolutely nothing. Nothing.
They won't.
And like I said,
they won't. And this is the thing. Like, we shouldn't be surprised. They will never say anything. They are a part of it.
This isn't a close case. This is not my side versus yours. This is an affront to the actual rule of law. Really, at this point, only Ben Sasse has had the temerity to even criticize the move, saying that this is rotten to the core.
Yeah,
Well,
it is
gee,
rotten.
Thanks, Ben. Thank you for your service. And by backing those
Thanks for doing the minimum. Wow.
words up with absolutely no action
Well,
whatsoever.
fair. Hey, good job, Legal Eagle.
Because
Awesome.
there's a lot of damage that's actually going to keep happening before January 20th gets here. And there is absolutely nothing that's in the works to try and stop this. But I shouldn't criticize Ben Sasse. At least he came forward publicly and at least criticized the president. Everybody else seems to be happy just to sit idly by and silent.
Had me in the first half.
Unfortunately, it gets
True.
worse. Contrary to what you might read on Facebook or Twitter, Trump is almost certainly not going to face criminal scrutiny for even pardoning Manafort or Stone or anybody else. Absent actual evidence that there was an explicit quid pro quo between Trump and his co-conspirators, there's not going to be criminal repercussions. There's just not. And I don't think even an aggressive attorney general in the next administration is going to change that. It's an abuse of power. The guardrail is impeachment. And when you have a couple of days left in the Trump presidency, impeachment is no real guardrail whatsoever.
Yep.
So for all intents and purposes, it's unlikely that President Trump is going to face any kind of real scrutiny as a result of
check
these
that
actions.
out right after, Max.
And while these are
Here, I'll put
uncharted
this out, we can
waters,
check it afterwards.
absent very strong proof of a separate crime like extortion or bribery, these pardons are not going to be declared illegal. And it's not even clear that if you found this separate criminality that it could be declared illegal, the pardons themselves. And don't expect future state or federal prosecutions of Manafort or Stone. The complications are probably grave enough that it's unlikely that they're going to face punishment for their actual crimes. And like I said, the pardons will continue. The message has been sent that if you uphold your silence against who is effectively a mafia don,
Don,
you're going to get a pardon. You will be rewarded for your service and contravention of justice.
Yep.
There's no real silver lining there. That die is cast. That norm has been broken. And you can expect that future administrations are going to take note if there are no real penalties for abusing the pardon power this way. And it's ironic, too, because traditionally the pardon power has been grossly underused. There are thousands of people who receive grossly inappropriate sentences every year. For all the good that the justice system does, it does a lot of bad, too. Or at least it's often overzealous in punishing crimes. And there are a lot of people who are in jail that arguably should not be. And historically, presidents are much more likely to underuse the pardon power than they are to overuse it. And to date, we've never seen anything like what President Trump has done. But the whataboutism is strong. People have pointed to the pardoning of Mark Rich by President Clinton. And that pardon rightfully sparked bipartisan outrage. It sparked congressional inquiries. This is not to say that that particular pardon was in any way just or correct. People were rightly outraged about it.
Mm-hmm.
But this is so much worse. There was and should have been political fallout for that pardon. But what we're seeing out of the Trump administration is much, much worse. It's dozens of individuals who have a direct connection to the president. And the pardon is being used in a way.
Charles Kushner, the father of Jared Kushner, another pardon.
That really does undermine the rule of law. And that's not an exaggeration, because it's going to change the way that political institutions use the pardon in the future. And it's not going to get better unless there are real punishments. Now, I may be your discount John Krasinski, but let me try to give you some good news here. The first is that Paul Manafort is not going to get his townhouses or ostrich jackets back. Under Ex parte Garland, a pardon does not restore offices forfeited or property or interest vested in others in consequences of the conviction and judgment.
Not bad, all right. It's okay, it doesn't matter, he'll still get lots of
At least the Mueller
comfy
investigation will still have turned a profit. You also probably know that
True,
these pardons don't really affect state law prosecutions, if there is indeed state-based criminality. We know that there are ongoing investigations, particularly in New York, but I counsel you, don't hero worship the investigators. We've been burned time and time again.
Yep, we have. Yes, we have.
Sometimes that's just too much pressure to put on people like New York AG Tish James and Manhattan DA Cy Vance. A lot of the criminality that has been pardoned is purely federal with respect to lying to federal prosecutors,
That makes me happy.
with respect to federal campaign finance violations and insider trading. It's unlikely that a lot of those crimes have state law counterparts that could even be investigated and punished, let alone will be. That being said, Paul Manafort was convicted of numerous different tax crimes, and it's likely that New York State has similar state law tax crimes that he could be charged with. And even better news, recently the New York legislature closed a pardon loophole that would have prevented prosecution of someone who receives a pardon when there is an ancillary New York state law to prosecute them under. So while Paul Manafort was initially successful in appealing his New York prosecutions, it's possible that now that New York has closed this loophole that they can move forward with prosecuting him on state law crimes. It's an open question. We'll see what the New York appellate courts hold. You've also likely heard a lot about the Fifth Amendment with respect to being pardoned. And it is indeed true that receiving a presidential pardon, if you accept it, does limit the scope under which you can claim the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. But it's unfortunately not absolute. If you face state law liability, then you can still invoke the Fifth Amendment privilege. So this will indeed help both prosecutors and investigators with respect to inquiries related to these pardons and the underlying criminality, but it's not going to help that much, unfortunately. Additionally, it's possible that the pardons themselves might be crimes. Maybe. I wouldn't put too much stock in this, but remember that I said that President Trump is not going to face criminal prosecution for these pardons. Well, it's possible that he might. There's a slim chance, but it's possible. We've seen time and time again that these members of the Trump administration, especially the ones who have been around since the beginning, are completely inept. The DOJ has already got
True. They're definitely very inept, but guess what? Their ineptiveness has taken the Democrats and the rest of America off guard really bad. So it sucks because they are super inept, but they also have been incredibly effective because everyone underestimated them. Oof.
Wind of a pardon for purchase scheme related to Elliot Broidy. And it's possible that there is an explicit agreement between members of the Trump administration
Yeah,
and
that's true,
these
Sathers.
pardons.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
It's possible that people did attempt or were successful at buying a pardon. You can look at the list of people who received pardons, and it's not just Republican cronies and Trump cronies, people who actually engaged in real criminality. But also those who engaged in real criminality and are also just very, very rich. People that don't necessarily fit into this category of people who are being rewarded by the president for their service to the president. People who might have the means to actually buy a pardon. And
oof, isn't that terrible? You get rich enough, you can buy your way out of any crime on a presidential level? Damn, sounds like a fucking plutocracy.
If those explicit agreements are out there, it's possible that the agreement was memorialized and that emails or documents will leak, that the attorney-client privilege will be violated because of the crime fraud exception. And someone might talk after Trump can't actually pardon people anymore. If there is a actual clear quid pro quo between President Trump or other members of his administration and the granting of a pardon, it could...
Let's be real. That already happened. Donald Trump is obviously pardoning the people who have helped him commit crimes to consolidate power in America. He already did that. Probably not too much longer, maybe like an hour at most.
Conceivably give rise to independent criminality
distracting
and
thing.
potential punishment.
That's my bad, sorry.
That's a big if.
About an hour, Gynotype.
But hopefully, this ends the discussion about future prosecutions, or at least future investigations. Past pardons have led to congressional investigations, and this one absolutely needs investigations, if not outright prosecutions.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And if not
True,
prosecutions
true,
on a federal level, then prosecutions on a state law level. And hopefully this represents the absolute zenith of presidential power. At the moment, the president has never been more powerful. The president receives almost unchecked power with respect to executive power and executive privilege.
Yep.
But these actions are so far beyond the pale that I hope it forces the citizens and members of Congress to actually act, to actually put some real checks and balances, and to scale back some of the power that has been granted from Congress to the presidency. Make no mistake, this is a political Rubicon. This is every bit as bad as it appears. In some ways, we're lucky that they've been so ham-fisted about this, because there's no hiding it. This isn't 4D chess. This is just plain cronyism and corruption. And it's gonna get worse before it gets better. Just don't let it wear you down. But Americans did their part, and they voted overwhelmingly to send President Trump packing. We could be looking down the barrel of 4 more years of this, but luckily he will be leaving office. But there's one last thing to do, which is that we must demand of the future administrations that they not let these pardons go unchecked, that they cannot allow...
Power will never give itself up freely. They will never freely give up power. You have to wield power to remove that type of power from another institution. The presidency is never going to give up that power willingly. They are never going to just stop doing this. No, that's not how it works. No one gives up power willingly. You have to use structural and systemic wielding of power in order to counter power wielding like this. That's the only way. Yeah, I know, right? Right, Pinkwug?
This criminality to go unchecked.
There are many different
We
types
assume that
of
the president's
revolution.
pardon power is near universal, but so much of this is debating how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. Presidential pardons have rarely been challenged. We don't know what the Supreme Court would have said if
we have a Supreme Court that's almost completely loyal to Donald Trump.
Forward pardon of Nixon had been challenged, or the Iran-Contra pardons had been challenged. And we don't know what a Supreme Court would do with these current raft of pardons. And we don't know all of the information about these particular pardons. Was there an explicit quid pro quo? Is there independent criminality about these particular pardons? The American people have a right to know that particular information, which is why we must demand that the next administration, either through the Attorney General or a special prosecutor, investigate the issuance of these pardons. Investigate the underlying criminality itself. If there is remaining criminality out there, charge them, indict them, test the sufficiency of the pardon, test the breadth of the pardons, and let's see what the Supreme Court has to say. And if the Supreme Court upholds the use of these pardons, then so be it. We can demand a constitutional amendment or other congressional means to...
True! That is something people can do. You can demand a constitutional amendment. Now we're thinking. Now we're thinking, Legal Eagle. Drop that spicy one at the end.
Because that's what Americans deserve. We fought a war to throw off the rule of a king, and these pardons come as close as Americans ever have to reverting back to tyranny.
True!
Because as bad as these pardons are,
damn!
Next time will be worse.
Yes, they will, my friend. I couldn't agree with you more, Legal Eagle. Thank you for that excellent fucking video. Wow, that was good. Holy shit, that was enjoyable. That was a fantastic video. Let's be honest. Legal Eagle is a very attractive man. Holy fucking shit. Just, looking respectfully. Hey, good night, the twos. Makes good-ass content. Maybe he's already there, Demon Lord. We can get him. Don't worry, we'll get him. Go subscribe to Legal Eagle. Yeah, I'm not even subscribed to him yet. There we go. Fix that. Legal Eagle's awesome. Based Legal Eagle. Get some lefties in those comments, eh? Get some lefties up in there. All right. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. A lot of comments. Hey, nice. Nice of me. More people telling me I'm mentally ill. Awesome. Woohoo. No manifesto. You called me out, 404. You want me to add wide peepo happy? All right. Yes, I see you canceled me. I will add wide peepo happy to the website, okay? I will. I will add wide peepo happy. All right, look. Watch. Excuse me. Here we go. I'm putting a note down. Here we go. We will add wide peepo happy, okay? Add wide peepo happy. There we go. All right, just for you. We will add wide peepo happy. Wide peepo happy. Do I think, look, listen, I'm not even super attracted to masked people, and oh my god, I do think Legal Eagle is hot. Kek, listen, we can have Kek if somebody makes a Kek mama. If somebody makes a Kek mama, then we can have Kek. Other than that, nope. If somebody makes a good Kek mama, then we'll put Kek, but that's it. That's the only one. Sorry. True, Devious. Make the face? I don't know how to do it. How do I do it? I can't do it. Now I look like an idiot. Here we go. Hold on. Let's move everything out of the way. Here we go. There you go. I can't do it. There, you have plenty of little snaps you can try and get. All right? There you go. Good luck. Good luck. All right? Whew. All right, there is another one I needed to check. I got another thing I need to check. I got to check out Max's art. Max always does such incredible art. Mods Day! Big love to all the imps. Holy moly, I appreciate y'all. We appreciate you too, Max! Yay! Holy shit! So cute! It is Mods Day, indeed. Mods Day! Yay! I give retweet. Mods Day. Big love to all the imps. Oh, it's okay, Marxist-Leninist. Don't worry. We all are boomers sometime. You will learn it easily. In time, you will learn how Discord works. Yeah. Well, I'll think about it. Honestly, Benjamin, I really want to get it in a structural... I want to get it structured in a way that matters. I have a lot of work to do this year. Holy fuck. I have, like, a lot of work to do this year with structuring the show, with making changes. I don't know. It's difficult, okay? All right, listen, I got a lot of stuff to do. Oh, Donald. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look. Do we have all of them here? The pardons? But I will. Hold on, let's see. December 2022. Oh my god, fuck. Okay. This is all of them? False statements. Conspiracy. These are the people, these are the two that he was saying here that did conspiracy with the Trump admin. Oh, shit. I know, we will. Don't worry. We're going to add some channels once the Discord grows. You want more channels? Grow the Discord. Join the fucking Discord. If you want to get more channels, then you grow the fucking Discord. There's the Discord. And my YouTube, of course. Holy shit. Voluntary manslaughter, aiding and abetting, causing an act to be done, 8 counts, attempt to commit voluntary manslaughter. Oh, wait, this is the guy. This is one of the people right here. This is one of the Niesauer Square massacre people. Holy fuck. Roger Stone, obstruction of proceeding, false statements, witness tampering. Paul Manafort, conspiracy against the United States. He pardoned Paul Manafort of the charge of conspiracy against the United States. You do realize how ridiculous this is, right? Holy fucking shit. Aw, good night, Max, and good night, Sebs. Don't worry, we're only going for a little bit longer. Yeah, pardoning for treason. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. Another one. Conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States, causing false records, causing false campaign contribution, false statements. Pardoned. Conspiracy to commit an offense against the United States, false records. He's just convicted. He's just freeing everyone who literally completely fucked up the actual impeachment of Donald Trump. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. And there might be more, by the way. There might be more. There might be more. It's absolutely bonkers. Absolutely fucking bonkers. Oh my god. Human being, that looks good, but you gotta modify it a little bit so that it can be turned into the actual emote. But it does look pretty good. All right, we'll see how it goes. Listen, if you all make a satisfactory kek mama, we'll do it. I'll put it in the chat with wide people happy, okay? Somebody sent me one. I'm not gonna give it away. It won't be no spoilers. I want to see what y'all come up with. All right? I want to see what y'all come up with. All right. I wanted to do a little quick segment. Watch this. Ready? We're gonna do something fun. Ready? You all know what time it is. You all know what time it is. You all know what motherfucking time it is. It's time for a little bit of MAGA watch. All right, let's check in and see how the MAGA people are doing, all right? Let's see how the Copium Elysium is doing. Holy shit. If you told me over 4 years ago that I'd be willing to die for a billionaire from New York, I'd tell you that you are insane. God bless President Donald Trump, greatest president in modern history and perhaps the greatest of all time behind Washington and Lincoln. We will secure victory on January 6th. Same here, except I saw his first rally in Texas in 2015. My loyalty was signed, sealed, and delivered right there and then. Holy shit. President Reagan felt the same way when he met Mr. Donald Trump the first time. I saw the POTUS in 2015 in South Carolina. It was the first rally where a Muslim woman stood up in protest. Eye roll. She just stood there silent. It was very awkward, but she got shouted down quickly. Honestly, I think Trump had my vote even before that. As the primaries went on and the general election, I became more and more sure he was the right man for the job. I know he's going to win. I just hope he goes scorched earth on everything and everyone starting at high noon, January 20, 2021. Wow. Holy shit. Oh no. Oh no. Oh God. Listen to this one. You ready to cry? My parents told me I'm investing a lot of money and energy into doing something for Trump. I said I'm doing it for my country. Trump and I just happen to agree with each other. Oh. Oh no. Oh. Oh no. That's sad. Oh, that's sad. Holy shit. This one, listen to this. Look at this. Here, I just want to I'm going to take a screenshot so we have a compilation right here. Holy shit. The object of war is not to die for your country, but to make the other bastard die for his. General George S. Patton. Kill as many as you can. Kill. This is upvoted 97 points over 2 hours. Kill as many of your fellow Americans is what they're saying there. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit, these people. This is in one. What would you do if you were asked to give up your dreams for freedom? What would you do if asked to make the ultimate sacrifice? Wow. All right, let's find out what else we can see. Let's see. Okay, there's a picture of DC. Some conspiracy shit. Holy fucking shit. Enjoy the next 5 days, friends. Next week, our country will be on one of 2 roads, but all roads lead to freedom. God bless. See you on the 6th. January 6th in DC. Be there. Will be wild. This is the ad that's on the website right now. Look at this. They are going hard for the 6th. Yeah, the 6th is the day that's going on all of the far-right forums. They're saying to show up on the 6th. He was calling for wild. Like, Donald Trump has been going hog wild over this. Feels like we're about to embark on the Great Crusade. Yes. I fucking have to wash myself of this all the time. Holy fucking shit. Be wild, Deus Volt. This is 117 points. 117 upvotes. What's happening on the 6th? They're planning a massive uprising in DC. Yeah, up in DC. That's what they're trying to get every MAGA person to show up in DC and cause shit on the 6th. It's their day that they're trying to figure out. What's the 2 points? Point number 1, or what are the 2 roads, they say? Uphold the Constitution and appoint the rightful winner, or civil war? Holy motherfucking God, these people. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh God, oh no. The wife and I are leaving tomorrow to drive 2,500 miles across the country for the rally in DC on the 6th. Why? Because my president asked me to. Be there. Be part of history. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no, no. My God, these people. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Let's see what else this guy's been tweeting. Want to find out? This guy's got a huge account. Why I'm objecting to the 2020. God wins. Oh, it's toxic. Yes, this is like, you know the drug a crocodile? Yeah, that's what it is. It's toxic. It's not just toxic waste. It's like crocodile copium. It's burning out, like their lungs and their bronchial tubes have been burnt out. Their eyeballs have turned into jelly. Their ears are bleeding. They're just like it's made out of like industrial waste. That's the level they're on right now. And I don't know what it'll do. I have a feeling they might just turn into a wild horde. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the fuck? Oh yeah, here you go. I've seen this one going around, by the way. Been seeing this one. He has had our back. Do you have his? And here's the sad little Pepe. Here's the sad Pepe. And he's protecting them. What a good guy. He definitely cares about all his Pepes. Yeah, it's a weird, nasty looking Pepe. It doesn't look as good as our Pepes. Not even close. Oh boy. Here's a Trump tweet. Here we go. Massive amounts of evidence will be presented on the 6th. We won big. Holy shit. Yeah, down with Pepe, up with Pompo. True, Gambino. True. Holy shit. He's going so hard on this. This was today. This was today. He tweeted this today. They're pushing so hard for the 6th. This is, okay, hold on. I can explain this in a second. Let's enjoy the copium first. Godspeed, prayers for safety. So I wish I could, but I can't due to illness. However, I will be storming the gates of heaven for the safety of all our patriots, and the righteousness will prevail. Trump 2020. Don't bring your kids or grandparents. Safety is not guaranteed. Wowers. Yikes. Yes, that is something I've seen on here. I've seen a lot of that. I've seen them telling people not to bring their kids. Not to bring old people or kids. Yeah, I wonder what that means. Oh, there's no way. It's impossible to tell at this point. I'm sure someone will get it, but like, fuck, I don't have that info. You found out what these levels of copium do to a person? Yeah, let's take a look. Yes. Yes. Precisely. This is what they look like. This is what the Donald Trumpers, this is how much copium they've taken. It's from RoboCop. Holy shit. 100% the copium zombie. Holy fuck. Oh yeah, nice. And look at this. Take a look at this. Mixed in all of this, up amid all the violence, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Speaker Pelosi wants to change the House rules to honor all gender identities by lying about pronouns and familial relations. She wants to remove fathers, mothers, sons, daughters, brothers, sisters, husbands, wives, in-laws, aunts or uncles, step-parents and siblings from all language used in the 117th Congress. Speaker Pelosi is denying God's creation with this preposterous act. There are only two genders. So mixed in all this violence is anti-trans ideology. Trans people are like the new thing that the right-wingers hate. That's their new thing. It's their new thing. They're obsessed with us. What the fuck? They're still talking about Seth Rich? Oh my god, their brains are gone. Oh my god. What? Is showing a commercial without interracial marriage even legal anymore? It's literally most commercials. Christ, won't they let us have a break from it? What? They're definitely not racist, though. They're definitely not racist, though. Every single YouTube ad I get gets black people in it. Whenever there's white people, it's a blonde or red-haired white woman dating a black guy. Oh my god! What? This is too good. Oh, wait a minute. I meant to go like this. Hold on. Wait. Here we go. I have to take a picture of this. Holy shit. Wow. Wow. This is unbelievable. Holy shit. What? Holy fuck, this is so bad. Oh my god, just raw. Oh my god, it's just raw racism. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, these people. Oh my god. What the absolute fuck is wrong with these people? Holy shit. Yeah, they've torn off. The mask is gone. The face is gone. The skull is gone. The brain is gone. It's just the fucking stem. I agree, Devious. Holy shit. Holy shit. Oh, here's some real copium. Here we go. Watch this. Look at this. Stop dooming the 6th. Geodis is probably going to present the most undeniable bombshell evidence beyond what we could even imagine. It'll make every politician who denies fraud shit their pants as millions of normies finally see the light and many more patriots at the ready to take scalps. I'll be there to fight. Will you? Oh my motherfucking god. Now that is copium zombie right there. God Emperor of the United States. Geodis is God Emperor of the United States. That's what Geodis means. It means God Emperor of the United States. This is like I can feel the sizzle of the copium burns from here. This is a foghorn. You're dehydrating? Yeah, it's okay. Listen, I know. We can't go too far. I see you're thick, and I raise you one China. 3,900 upvotes? 3,900 upvotes of this. Got some fireworks going on outside. Boom, 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 boom. My God. Jesus, some major fireworks. Oh yeah. Have I told you what they're... Look at this. Want to see something wild? Want something wild? Watch this. Take a look at this. See this right here? Do you see this right here? This thing that my mouse is over? The nickname that they have for Mike Pence is Electric Pence. Do you know why they call him Electric Pence? Do you know why? You know what that joke is a reference to? Do you know what that's a reference to? Conversion therapy. It's a fact that that Pence supported electroshock therapy for gay people. That's what that's a reference to. That's why they call him Electric Pence. Because he supported electroshock therapy for gay people. Yep. That's what that's a reference to. Enjoy that. Bill de Blasio's wife wearing a pedophile symbol while dancing in an abandoned city destroyed by elites is a red pill I couldn't even come up with if I tried. What? What? This is just a tweet, and they've reposted it? What is this a reference to? Twitter censoring the photo? There was no photo. There was no photo. What? What's the pedophile symbol? I'm sorry, what's the pedophile symbol? What? What? What's the pedophile? What? Where's the pedophile symbol? What? Which one is it? Is it her mask? Okay. It's the mask? I don't know. It feels like they're just making it up. Oh, a lot of racism in here. Oh, apparently they think a swirly triangle is a symbol? No, they think apparently the swirly triangle is like a pedo symbol or something. We're on, like, what the fuck? Oh. Fuck. This is their evidence right here. Holy shit. Look at this. This is their evidence, by the way. Wait, hold on. Here we go. Look at this. Here it is. A blurry image. Are we awake yet? Nothing is a coincidence. Everything has a purpose. Symbolism will be their downfall. Blurry. You can't even read this. And they're saying this symbol is apparently a secret little boy lover symbol from some blurry ass, obviously like faked Pizzagate shit. And this is their evidence that was posted in the thread. Again, copium, the sizzle of copium burns. Whew. Whew. Oh my God, look at this. Oh, wow. Look at this. Hold on, where'd it go? Oh shit, I lost it. Oh fuck. Where'd it go? Oh shit, oh fuck. I lost it. Check my DMs. Alright, I will do. Wait a second, do we have a... Oh my God, that looks so good. Oh, human being. That's gonna be such a good start. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, hold on a second. I want to find this thing. Hold on. Oh, here it is. Look at this. Ready? Look at this thread. Watch this. Ready? Me watching the commies get hanged on Jan 6th. 4,100 upvotes. What the fuck? Holy motherfucking shit. Holy motherfucking shit. You think it's a honeypot? Could be. Yeah, this all could be a honeypot. I mean, they're falling for it. They are getting honeyed. They are getting honeypotted, indeed. Here's another one. I love this one. Ready? One more. This is the last one we're going to do before we chill before the end. Benjamin, consider heading out of town. No joke. If you can get out of town, go hang out with a friend for a little bit. I wouldn't hang out in there. Civil war is preferable to CCP Joe succeeding with the steal and passing amnesty for illegal alien invaders. There is nothing more evil than illegal aliens, and giving amnesty to those vermin instead of physically removing them means there will be no way to save the USA. It'll officially be dead, with Americans replaced with those savage illegal aliens. Copium, motherfucking racist copium burns. Holy motherfucking shit. Holy shit. Yeah, we need a post-MAGA watch cleanse. What do we want to listen to? Here, let's listen to something cool. Let me find something cool to listen to. All right, listen. I got an idea. Hold on, I want to pick a cleanse. I've had so many people come on to tell me their stuff. I want to pick a cleanse. I want to pick the cleanse, okay? I love you all, but I want to pick the cleanse, okay? Hold on. Oh, I got a good one. Here we go. We can listen to this together. Ready? This is really good. Listen, we had fun listening to music. Let's listen to this again. This is chill. It's vibing time. There's a spot in this? Oh, just wait. I have heard of Jacob Collier. I like Jacob Collier. Ooh, I have a good one. Okay, I'm going to share one of my favorite songs. Hold on, let me find this. Hold on. Here we go. Okay, this is one of my favorite songs. I'm really hoping I don't get hit for this because I really want to react to it and share with you and share my thoughts. Okay? This is one of my favorite songs, favorite a cappella songs of all time from the incredibly wonderful Peter Hollins. Okay? Hold on. Wait, is this the one? Hold on. Let me make sure I got the right one. Yes, this is the one. Here we go. Listen to this. This is incredible. Just listen. It is so beautiful. Just listen to this. This is so amazing.
In the quiet, misty morning, when the moon has gone gone to bed.
I don't know.
When
I hope not. We'll find out.
Stop the singing and the sky.
If this song kills the stream, please forgive me, and I will see you soon.
When the summer ceased its gleaming, when the corn is past its prime, when adventure's lost its meaning, I'll be homeward bound in time. Bind me not to the pasture, chain me not to the plow. Set me free.
Just wait. Just wait.
To find my calling.
This gets so good. Just wait.
I'll return to you somehow.
Just wait.
If you find it's me you're missing, if you're hoping I'll return to
It's not even there yet. You wait.
I'll soon be listening, and in the road I'll stop and turn. Then the wind will set me racing as my journey nears its end, and the path I'll be retracing as I'm homeward bound again.
Here we go. Ready?
Bind me not to the pasture, chain me not to the plow. Set me free to find my calling, and I'll return to you somehow.
And here we go.
Bind me not to the pasture, chain me not to the plow. Set me free to find my calling, and I'll return to you somehow. In the quiet, misty morning, when the moon has gone to bed, when the sparrows stop their singing, and the sky is clear and red, when the summer ceased its gleaming, when the corn is past its prime, when adventure's lost its meaning, I'll be homeward bound in
Now we got to listen to the story.
Hey, Hollins family.
Listen to Peter
This
Hollins.
was one of the most special videos I have ever made. It was such an incredible feeling to work with these amazing high schoolers.
Now, just so you know, this, you can see the emotion on his face here, but listen to this fucking story. It's cool as shit.
And I kind of wanted to tell you where this song came from. I had been looking for another folk song to do because I'd been really wanting to, and I came across this song, and I reached out to one of my best friends, Megan Purdue, who is a choral director up in Portland, Oregon.
Hey, my neck of the woods.
And I was like,
almost.
hey, I'm thinking about doing a song called Homeward Bound. Do you think your choir would want to do it with me? And the story she told me, there's some things in life where you just think that things were meant to happen. And you can call it divine intervention, or you can call it happenstance, but there was a young a young girl by the name of Io Coral, who had just passed away that week, and this song was by far her favorite. It was the song that she would go around school singing, and it kind of ended up being her choir's song for the whole year. And so when I reached out, I had no idea, but it ended up being a video that had so much more meaning, which is why this song and video is dedicated to her. Megan, her choral director, said that she was the kind of girl who would go around the school singing and not caring what people thought about her. And you know, I can't respect people like that enough. You know, people that just don't care what people think about them. And you know, she passed at a really young age suddenly, and that took me, you know, well past I was 30 until I could get to the point in my life where I could just sing and just not care what people thought about me. And I don't know, people like that need to be celebrated. So I'm so happy that her choir got to be part of this. And I reached out to another one of my friends from the acapella group that I founded at the University of Oregon, who was the choral director at both two different schools in Eugene, the town I live in, Churchill and North Eugene. And we got to make this video.
Eugene. I didn't know he lived in
So
Eugene.
I really hope you guys enjoyed it.
That's
I
so
hope
cool. I didn't know he
you
lived in
got
Eugene. I've stayed
goosebumps
there.
when the last scene comes in and you can see everyone on the risers. It's just a special song. This
Yeah.
song.
So remember, when we go to this part, I'm going to replay this part that I love, and I want you to remember that this is by a choir of people who loved their fucking classmate, and they did this. So I just want you to listen again with that context. Ready? Here we go.
Free to find my calling, and I'll return to you somehow. Bind me not to the pasture, chain me not to the plow, set me free to find my calling, and I'll return to you somehow. In the quiet, misty morning, when the moon has gone to bed, when the sparrows stop their singing, and the sky is clear and red, when the summer ceased its gleaming, when the corn is past its prime, when adventure's lost its meaning, I'll be homeward bound in
See? Didn't I tell you that was going to be some really good shit? Look at that. That's amazing. 2 pingies? I got 2 pingies? This is so good. What a change of pace. It's getting there. It's still got too many teeth. What the fuck? This is so blurst. This is so blurst. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking roasted. This is the most blurst thing I've ever seen. Okay, I gotta save this. The Kek D. I gotta save this. Hold on, I gotta save this. Okay, listen. I want to improve it a little more so it has the teeth and stuff, but I will absolutely keep this one. Absolutely. 100% Kai. Or Floofy Momo. Floofy Momo Kek D. All right, we're gonna workshop this. Holy fucking shit, that's good, Floofy. Holy shit. Holy fuck, that was so good. Oh my god. That is so blurst. I'm sorry it was so abrupt, but I saw it immediately. I opened up my DMs and saw it, started laughing. Holy shit. Yeah, I gotta get my hair edited on it. Yeah, we could totally workshop this. Oh my god. Holy shit. Human Being, this one's really good too. Human Being, I'm gonna show yours. Look at this. Look at this. This one's almost there too. It's a race. Look at that. This one's good too. It's coming along. Human Being is good. Don't be ashamed. It's great. Listen, we're workshopping them, all right? Listen, hold on. Wait. Did somebody miss it? Virtual Guy, did you miss it? Virtual Guy, you better look at the screen. Virtual Guy, you better look at the screen. I'm going to put it up again. Here we go. I'm going to put it up one more time. All right? Listen. Virtual Bean, you looking at the screen? Here you go. Virtual Guy. Sorry, Virtual Bean. I meant Virtual Guy. Holy shit. All right, you got to knock the teeth out. You got to knock the teeth out, and you got to put it on a transparency and add my hair, and we'll have it in there. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. It's so good. You knock the teeth out, add some hair, and we'll get it on the site. You're looking at Kek D. Holy fucking shit. I love it so much. I love this so much. Or Kek Mama. We could put Kek Mama or Kek D. I kind of like Kek Mama. It's a little different. It breaks the tradition of like the just having the one letter, but Kek Mama's pretty fucking good. That's a good name. Holy fucking shit. Holy shit. Incredible. Amazing. Twitter home. Twitter home. What about Twitter home? This is silly. Holy fucking shit, that was good. Kek Mama works. I do like Kek M. What is Kek? Is there a Kek V? Oh yes, Kek V has one. Yeah, there is a Kek V. That's where we got the idea, because holy shit, someone made a Kek V and it looks hilarious. Kek V, oh my god, no offense, yeah. I mean, Kek D does look fucking incredible. Holy shit, that looks so good. Oh my fucking god. Oh, it's a long story where Kek comes from. From World of Warcraft, I think originally, or yeah, I think it was from World of Warcraft originally. What do you need to do, Floofy? Just knock out the teeth, put it on a transparency, and add my hair in, and we'll be good to go. And I think that'll be good enough for the site. Also, if it seems like you're having trouble, we can always like workshop it. We're gonna have I'm gonna talk to Fawn about some new emotes sometime soon. But I've been wanting to give Fawn a little bit of a break because Fawn made a whole bunch in a row. But I guess it's been a little bit. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Uh-oh, what's this? What's this, Koala? What do you got for me? Do you have a mama sad? We don't have a sad mama yet. I'm not sad very often on this stream, to be honest. I don't have a sad one yet. Hey. Whoa. Hey, nice art. Nice art, Lemon Felonies. Nice. Good shit. Yeah, Kek came from a Korean WoW server. Well, and then in WoW, it's like you put lol, and when you put lol, if like a horde player types lol at you, and you don't speak Orcish or whatever, then it'll translate it to Kek. It's silly, but yeah, you just look it up. When horde puts lol in general, Alliance sees Kek, yes, and horde sees burr. So burr and Kek both became synonymous with LOL. Like you're getting clowned on. Lol. Yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit, that's really cool. Fucking cool ass art. Damn. But there's one other thing I wanted to do. But you know what? I've been on for so long. Oh my god. Troll Shaman is the only way to play WoW? Well, hey, listen, that's respectable. Personally, I play a Nightborn Priestess. I can't go all night. I'm too fucking tired. Yo, wait a minute. You know how fucking much? Do you know how fucking much I've been streaming this week? Oh my god, this week has been so exhausting. Holy shit. Oh, I've been doing so much this week. I can't keep streaming. I have to take a break. I have to or I'll burn out. Oh. Holy shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Undead Hunter? Oh, cool. Oh, I like the rot bears. They are really gross. Speedrun to bed challenge? I don't even know if I'll be able to go to bed after this. Listen. All right, everyone. Thank you all. Thank you all very, very much for an awesome stream. That would be too much to ask of Gina. That would be cruel. Thank you all very, very much. What an incredible day we've had. It has been very interesting. Ended up doing completely different content than I thought I was going to. But we did almost 9.5 hours of it. I'm very tired. We are going to find somebody to raid out to real quick. Let's do that real quick. Yeah, you got it. No worries. Yeah. Well, I'm happy you got to... Oh, shit. Ones. Why are there ones? Did somebody do a... Did somebody do a vote? Somebody do a vote? I can't even see it. Oh, Conyer is? Oh, yeah, we're going to raid Conyer then. All right, we're going to raid into Conyer. All right, listen. Here's what you got to do. Conyer is on Twitch. I'm going to host Conyer, but you all need to click through from my website to Conyer's and tell Conyer that Demon Mama sends her regards. Okay? With lots of love. Okay? All right? Okay? All right. I'm going to do that. Remember, click through to Conyer and tell Conyer that Demon Mama sends her regards and give hug emojis and stuff. Okay? All right. Much love to all of you. Thank you for your support. Mods, I will get on to working this out as soon as I can. Much love to all of you. No Parasocial Reno, you are my community, and I love you in a communal way. Thank you for supporting me, and I will be bringing you much, much more content in the very near future. You know I'm not going fucking anywhere. Destiny can't fucking cancel me. You know that. All right. Mwah. There we go.